Alright, guys, we're getting there. Holy shit, I'm scared shitless for some. Like, not scared shitless. We have talked about the whole labeling of emotions, but I feel this one, guys. There we go. I'm muting everything that I can. I'm closing down apps. I'm doing all the things that I can to make sure that this is going to go as we hope. While you're here, do know that the chat is usable. So if you want to chat to, like, if you have questions, whatever it is, use the chat. And we also might go up in the Discord group. So for those people who are willing to or wanting to join a little bit more of a exclusive experience, if we do that, then you have the opportunity to jump on and we can have a chat while we're on the event. We're doing this very much like building the plane in the air. Like, this is I've never done this before, not like this. And I might go a little bit more into what that is. Like, you've seen a video before, you might have been here before, but this is completely new. Never done this before. And I hope that you're going to enjoy that thing that we have set up over the time that we have been doing this, because nothing is really prepared other than the things that have been created and seems to have been created in the past for this very moment. Hard to explain. I'm just sitting here smiling as I'm saying this. So I'm just going to continue to get a little bit ready, get some coffee. You can go and find some good stuff to drink. I will also say that I'm treating this as a pre-TTX, meaning that I'm exhausting myself. I have not eaten and I slept 3 hours last night. I'm trying to kind of purge almost before the experience, and I'm going to get more into what exactly that means during the stream, because this is a very interesting experience. And I hope that you're going to enjoy the thing we're going to talk about: mental health and things. I'm just going to say energy is a very big part of this, and you're going to feel it more than I have to explain it. That is kind of the essence of this. This is the point of this, is to show you what it feels like and to see how good we can make that online instead of the physical thing, because I think we can do it online. I have a what if going on, and I look forward to see what happens on the other end of that what if. I'm going to put on some music for you guys, and maybe I'm going to be done by the time the song is over. I do like that song. Gotta say, I do really enjoy that song, and I hope that you had some feelings during that, because when you see other people, I think that's where things get really interesting in terms of how the body reacts. We still have a few minutes until we get started officially. I will try not to jump the gun on this one. Try to take my time and just enjoy this process, because it's going to be a very interesting thing to behold for my part, and for a lot of people in the stream community, in the audience, in the tribe, wherever you are. Many of you know how huge this is, and I've been basically going around and updating people on what's going on without really being able to tell them what's going on, because it's almost like a rebirth. Some of you will understand exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, now this is my frequency elevation event. We can call it that. It's one of those actually hard to breathe. It's one of those events where you feel something so huge is going to shift in you by doing this thing, that nothing will be the same after it. And for those things, we can say hashtag no pressure. But I'm excited. I'm so happy for you guys to be with me on this as well. Like, I'm truly excited and honored and thankful for you guys to have been with us on this journey. Some of you for years, others for a few days, some of you for decades. It's been beyond words. I have a bunch of people, much love from Telemark. I have a bunch of people that I want to introduce you to. One of them had an event yesterday. He played a song for us. He's going to play that same song for you. This is the first time I've kind of said, this is what's going to happen. And I'm really just like so freaking excited for it. He's going to play a song for you, which is very special. So for you guys who don't usually listen to lyrics, try to feel the lyrics, because it's very much about you. It's very much about this. It's very much about what we do in the Legacy Forge. It's very much about everything that has been coming to pass. And honestly, I have no idea how to start this. I think that if we go straight back to where the TTX event started, it would be overwhelming for some. And I'm saying that genuinely, because it's so huge sometimes to kind of go into that memory, and then you start to think about the things that you experienced in that and the things that it led to. It gets overwhelming really quickly. So we have to kind of set the tone, have some fun, get some energy going, elevate some frequencies, and then I think we're going to have a beautiful time. I love the fact that you guys are active in the chat. Like, you have no idea. That's also something that I'm going to be a little bit conscious about mentioning throughout, because what we do here, it's not about us telling you something. It's not about us teaching you anything. We're going to talk about experiences. We're going to talk about what we have seen based on the things that we do. But essentially, the whole thing will be up to you. So if I say that, click this link, there is often something that you can't really expect on the other side of it. And the only reason that I can't say it before you click it is because you have to experience something before you really know how to navigate it. Ouch, ouch, from the Sacred Valley, we have Stian, the medicine man, in the house. I love this. Marcus, Constance, Sven, Sebastian, and all of you guys, all of you guys watching this. There are so many people that I know is watching from the shadows now that I'm beyond grateful, and I hope that I can repay this. I think I will. I think I'll be able to repay you. I want to show you something that we have been, that we're going to do today. Like just a little prequel before I think I'm going to see if I can get Brody on to kind of start this off, like a launching thing. But the Legacy Forge is much more than one can think. It has to be experienced. And what you see now is basically the very first little step in turning the Legacy Forge into something that is I would say physical, something tangible, something that is, you can feel it. You can really feel it. Let's just leave it at that. You can feel it. Okay, so I also have V, the SAS of SLS, is on the sidelines. He will be joining us when he can. Should we start with the song, guys? Before we do that, I will show you guys who we are talking about. Give him a proper introduction before he comes on. I think that's something that I have to be working on, so that when people come onto this, it's just as much an experience for the people who are talking on the event as it is for the people in the audience of the event. There we go. And then let's see if I can do this. Everything that we're going to do today is basically happening as we're doing it, and that is a very interesting feeling. And there, oh, but it's working though. It's actually working. Oh, and I also have someone here right now. You want me to take him in? Should I bring in my good friend and pal, who has been with us on this journey for Brody has been a part of this journey for so long that you have no idea. Like, I met him as a consequence of my first coach, and after that we just vibed, and we have talked about a lot of things. We created a lot of things during this whole journey, and we have procrastinated a lot of things. We have forgot a lot of things. We have done a lot. Like, it's kind of insane to think about when you start to think about it. So if I do this, there we go, and I can show you. I have to be more conscious about the music. This is Brody Van Goodlife. Brody is a very interesting person, which you will find very, very shortly. He has talents that you might not really understand until they hit you. Very interesting. So I will let him introduce his talents. I'll just say that you're in for an experience. A brother from another mother from the other cold north of the world, sitting now in a lodge in the freaking woods, living the dream as a legacy forger. Ah, God, I'm humbled. Like, I'm emotional. I can feel emotional. Oh God.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Oh, I'm so happy. This is going so perfectly. Hi. So, bro, how have your last few hours been, and how do you feel? What are you gonna show us?
Good. Well, I'm waking up from Canada, so I've got some bushy eyes and just getting up, but this is such a great feeling and such an honor to be able to share this with you all. So, just a little background on this song. The song came literally as a download, as a message to my inner child and to any little boy, I guess, any little man out there. And it goes a little something like this. The song's a promise. A promise to a little boy whose eyes shine so bright. I wish you may return, don't stop, take flight. Your world is not rigid, it's not about the fight. And always know you're protected before you sleep at night. I promise to remember you every day, even when I get busy or when I lost my way. See, life changes fast, it can get you into trouble. You may trip, you may fall, you may take it tumble. Now you know you are here by my side. I love you, little man, promise to be your guide. Unconditionally love my past, present, future. If I haven't till now, thank you for being my trooper. Now you're my best man that I could ever ask for. If I ever waver, you can send me out the door. I'm your best man, and you're connected to me like the fish in the ocean and the birds and the bees. I promise to that little boy blue, eyes so bright you can see the truth. Don't put me away in your pocket for a rainy day. Think of me every morning, every time you play. I promise. Well, the creator's here, she's hoping our gal. Just send her the word and she'll turn up the dial. Live that good life, don't get lost in 9 to 5. Well, you are here to do it all, not to just survive. I believe in you, and we'll pull on through. Meet more people like me that are just like you. We're all looking for the same thing. That little boy blue, eyes so bright you can see the truth. Don't put me away in your pocket for a rainy day. Think of me every morning, every time you play. I promise.
Speechless, bro. Seriously. Again. You changed it. You changed it. That was not the same that you played yesterday.
It's literally evolving the
It's
song.
literally evolving as you are. Like, it's. I love that. Thank you. Thank you. And I think that. I don't think that people watching this was expecting that. Like, it's so kind of beyond what you could expect.
You were like, "Oh, I just want to lean into it," but I think I'll just show him this song.
Yeah. I love it. And also, I just had a conversation before this inside of the Discord, and someone came on, and he had never been on before. Like, it was a facing of fear. It was crossing a bridge of bravery. I have such respect for you, bro, because you are able to release into that tone. I've been trying to kind of find my voice a long time, and when you are able to kind of go into that presentation there, I respect that to fucking no end. Like, I see you. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, that's I've never been like I've always played music my whole entire life. I've written some songs or at least changed songs and made them my own, and was never really a good singer, but I felt like I could sing to some degree. And yeah, it's a combination of just freaking singing your heart out, I guess, and trusting and believing that you enjoy it, and then if you enjoy it, other people out there are probably going to enjoy it. And yeah, I didn't you're never going to sing it perfect, and that's fine. That's what gives it the authenticity of it all, and gives it the rawness, I think, of where I'm at with it. But I just wanted to share with this song, and just even lately, is when you're close to the source, you can feel it and it feels right. And when you're farther away from it, it starts to just kind of like fog out. And I know that sounds very vague, but once you get that feeling and you understand it, you're able to know when you're on track, especially within creating and within song and music and stuff like that, because it's so vibrational that way. In language, you can get away with it quite a bit. But in song, you can't get away. If it, even if I have a twang in my voice or whatever it is, it's still a vibe or an energy that I've crafted and worked on. That's me, that I feel that's like soothing or enjoyable for the listener that way. And that's
100%.
like, it doesn't matter if it's writing poetry, mechanical engineering, or like whatever, like, type of thing. A person can feel when it feels right and it feels good. And you can also feel when it is rigid, and understanding when that time is to just stop and take
Yeah.
a pause and recalibrate and reassess what you're actually doing.
Yeah.
And that's what came through for me with the song, and yeah, what's been building for me lately from it. So
I love that.
yeah, go write a song, go write some poetry. It's so freaking powerful. And so yeah, this is gonna be the first song I ever record, and I'm gonna release it, and the tribe's gonna know about it for sure. And yeah, just really excited because yeah, just really excited about the message and the meaning, and I think it's what the world really is asking for right now for a song on the masculine energy side of things. So
Mm,
yeah,
I agree
and
100%.
potentially the feminine side of things that are dealing with still masculine wounds. That's on that
Yeah,
side. Like that's what this is for. And my vision already was just like, this is the masculine version of the song, but I love then for a female to come out and like
yeah,
do the female version of that little girl, and that, you know, that healing that way too, and it'd be like that perfect kind of duet in the verses and stuff like that. So
that's literally why we're sitting here right now. Like the introduction of the feminine energy and the balance that comes from those in unison. Like it's insane. To be honest, it's kind of overwhelming. I think that if you had a feminine backup or something to kind of go into that, it would. I'm not gonna say what it's gonna be. No, like I'm the first thing I thought about. What holy shit! In the forest, like you're just playing the music video in the forest, literally just standing on a rock. Like,
I think, yeah. And honestly, if anyone's ever seen like old VHS tapes or has, you know, the pleasure of having I don't have a lot of that, but
no,
like old VHS tapes of you walking around and it's got the grainy 3 millimeter film, and maybe when my voice is a little bit more raspy, and and yeah, the song will evolve over time to
yeah,
fit that mood of what it's happening there. But yeah, just that nostalgia of reconnecting back to a simpler time and understanding like how far the separation becomes as we become adults
mm,
to our younger selves that way. And that, you know, in my opinion, and what the song is trying to say is just that when you come back to that, that's what's the missing piece that you're looking for.
yeah,
That's the thing that's been like yearning and crying out for protection and stuff like that. It's nothing external where you're, you know, you need a dad or wanted a dad or whatever the type of thing is. It's this yearning and this protection of the inner child and the
yeah,
child that you have within you right now, because that's within your control that way. And yeah, it's just so healing to have that message and write a letter to your inner child. And that's essentially was the creation of where this all started. So
yeah. Actually, I saw a video yesterday that kind of explains the whole inner child's necessity. I'm not gonna spoil it because it was one of the better videos I've seen all year.
it's definitely a topic to unpack,
Yeah,
you know.
it
And
is.
there's, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so we have right now there is a lot of people in the waiting room as well. I feel like I'm sitting on the power. But dude,
We should just I'm happy and I'm filled, but I also know that there's lots of great stuff going on today.
yeah, but I think that you have something interesting also to just share with the people because you are currently in the forest of Canada. And dude, your connection is pretty dope.
Yeah.
I yeah, and that's saying something. I mean, you and me, we know what I'm talking about when I'm saying your connection right now where you are is good. Can you talk about your location there? Is it?
Right, right. So me and my fiance, uh, we initially our relationship was romantic, but also we connected on our vision. And my vision when I first started in 2016 was to build a larger center that we could just mastermind at. That was the
Yeah.
original vision. That way, it was like it was. It's changed along the ways, but essentially, having some sort of community involved, off grid, mountain, um, incredible scenery. And in the beginning, it was like so people could meet up for like business and stuff like that. And I still want to be able to provide people with skills and tools to make their dreams a reality that way. But it eventually became just helping people with the inner, that helped them with all the external. He fixed the machine inside, and it starts to just fix everything else. Everything else is kind of uh, semantics or illusion until that point. So, with that, yeah, it was a long journey. And it was a lot of like riding around in our cars like gypsies for a long time, going from event to event, and then putting on the nice clothes and the suit and tie and making it look like we had made it. But you know, all along with the vision of there's people out there that need this message, there's people that out there that want this message. And when we provide that message, it changes their life and changes their perspective on where they're looking at. And sometimes it would be that one thing that's been holding people back for years and
Yeah.
years and years. And me and my fiance working in the same realms, just helping people rise up that way.
Mm.
Seeing that transformation and how quickly it just was a no-brainer for me. It was like, oh, this is what I want to do. This is the impact I want to leave that way. So that's fueled and charged the mission again and the vision. And yeah, a long road, literally 3 other properties that fell through, tons and tons of time and effort and emotions up and down and constant canvassing and meetings and all the certain stuff to make it here. But we have a home that we get to open up to other people, and it's always been our dream to have a place that's, a place where more than just us can come and enjoy and heal and relax and experience something that in Norway it's definitely probably more attainable right now, but in North America, having just silence
Yeah.
is basically our biggest it's our biggest quality out here, because it's just
Wow.
serene, pristine, natural wilderness that we get to live in.
Amazing.
And yeah, get to have amazing retreats, amazing experiences, and let other amazing, epic people enjoy.
Yeah.
We've got kitties. Oh, there's a kitty.
And we're gonna have TTX events at that location. It's in Metonia because I always forget the
It's in
name.
Alberta,
Yeah, but
Canada, Alberta.
you had a name for the actual compound, didn't you?
Yeah, there's a few brands that go around, but this specific location is called Rock Lake Earth Lodge.
See, just their names. In Norway, we don't have that. It's like no. We have a place that's kind of loosely translated to Danger Cove, but it's really sounds it doesn't sound like that in Norwegian.
Yeah,
But
so we're a wilderness Alberta lodge
yeah,
in Alberta, Canada, right on the continental divide. So the Rocky Mountains are like right in our back door, and yeah,
the energy there is
it's
probably
you,
insane.
yeah, you have to come and experience it.
Oh, I'm coming. You know I'm coming. Yeah.
We're all coming.
Yeah, we are all coming, and you're coming up to. We're gonna have a TTX event on what we call lovingly the Trollcock, which is literally a stone formation shaped like a penis, which they call that in Norway, and it's right next to the Jotunheim, I believe. So, or maybe I'm completely off, and they're two different places. But we're gonna have TTX events at both, just enjoying nature and going back to that energy. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's so amazing. The biggest thing, we live really close to a lot of the like westernized, well, not really close, I should say, but about 2 hours away is the like westernized version of the Canadian Rockies that everyone knows or has maybe heard of, Jasper and Banff.
mm,
And those locations have been there's so much tourism there now that they actually can't expand anymore. And you can feel it when you're there in high times. Like it's almost
yeah,
shoulder to shoulder. And especially at some of the greater spots to go, it's just like take your picture and leave type of thing. And it's just,
Ugh,
there's no spark, there's no, that energy is lost of what, because me and my fiance were having a walk yesterday, and we're trying to, we have been trying to figure out what's the best way to be the best stewards of this land. And obviously, I just said, we're walking and we're enjoying the mountains. I said, this is it. I
yeah,
was like, the land is a person. The land wants to be treated just like anybody else. It wants to be admired. It wants to be appreciated. It wants to be respected. It has boundaries. Like
yeah,
it's all stuff that we are honoring in the human consciousness. We need to start honoring in the mother nature and the Gaia consciousness that way of what it wants. And it's just simple. It wants to be treated like everybody else, and
exactly.
it's not. In a lot of different degrees, it gets spit on and thrown on and trashed in and becomes our garbage pile, like it is sad. That's like, yeah, that's a huge, huge thing, along with how we treat others is how we treat the earth. But
Yeah,
obviously, let's get treating others solid for sure first, but then quickly after, the earth is it's so intrinsically connected to us and the way
mm,
that we walk upon it and and our intention with it. So it's powerful, man.
It
Just
is.
people being out here, getting to walk on the land, and maybe it might be they've never had scenery, they've never had quiet like
Mm.
that, or it's literally the connection of the land makes them feel and think in a different way immediately. So it's yeah, it's,
Yeah,
it's something to experience for sure.
it is. That's like why we have this one location in the mountains here because it is so quiet. Like the quietness is overwhelming, and when you get used to that silence, you just cannot go back. Like it's a new feeling for sure. And I can't wait to feel the Rocky Mountains.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you realize it once you get like reintroduced back into society, and then you start. It's like if anyone's ever fasted or like done a no sugar diet or whatever type of thing. If you've refrained for something for a long time, you start to create this other lens of like how much of it truly
Yeah.
is there, and how much distraction and how much like artificial noise and just like unnaturalness
Yeah.
there is to it all. And then you start to form certain opinions, or you start to form um, ideas where it's like, huh, maybe that's why everyone feels sick. Maybe that's why people feel
Mhm.
ill and imbalanced and out of mental health. Like, is it truly because they have a chemical imbalance that needs to be corrected by a guy in a white coat?
Oh,
Maybe a
yeah.
temporary fix for sure, but like, how about just like coming back to
Yeah.
natural ways and abilities? And it doesn't mean like literally I'm connecting with you in Norway. It doesn't mean like I've shut down all access to the mainland type of thing that way, but limiting or at least throttling that
Yeah.
amount, especially for people that need that space and healing, is super important because it's freaking everywhere now when you're out
Yeah.
there. So
100%. Just like just to because some people might be curious. What do you do?
I am a tech and energy rebel.
Tech and energy rebel. I love that.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, essentially web design and developer that helps people's ideas and dreams become a reality.
Yeah.
So that's essentially what I make happen for people. Everything from branding all the way up to the final product of delivering that
Yeah.
way,
And
making sure.
he's good. He's really
And then we also really enjoy video. We also enjoy
good. Yeah.
music.
Hell
Just
yeah.
like it's so many things it starts to get whatever. But yeah, I'm a creative that helps out helping others
You're a
that
legacy
way.
forger.
Legacy forger,
Yeah.
exactly.
Exactly. And that's like this is also just for the people being introduced because all this is just to see what is the legacy forge. Well, this is a legacy facilitator. Brody is now sitting in a freaking epic heavenly location on the top of the world where silence and the essence is present. And he has these skills that can help people navigate an online technological reality as well. I think that like what I like to see me doing is that I show people how to use the system so they can take it out. Like so they can use that information to remove themselves from the system and just create their own. That's beautiful because just sitting there in that couch, bro. I have had so many conversations with you, and just seeing you in that couch makes me very
Yeah,
happy.
I have no idea how cliche it's going to sound because I have been on the calls back in the day where someone's like, just do this and just do that and blah blah blah. It'll
Mm,
all come and all make it happen and stuff. And I think like manifesting can be as simple for some people as like they get that one little thing and they go through it and boom,
yeah.
they take massive action. That's
Mm,
another thing I find with lots of people that it dramatically changes. I'll tell you from my story along the way, I wasn't massive action off the beginning and I drug that out for a long time.
yeah.
And then I drug out fear and indecision and all these things. So like you want to see a proponent of like being the hater and being the thing of like, no, these
Mm,
people, it doesn't work and they're just trying to freaking blah 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 and everything like that. I was like 100%. And so I sat on the sidelines trying to like craft this perfect plan
mm,
the whole entire time, just sitting in indecision and inaction when like yeah, literally people would tell like write down your goals, start setting it and creating a vision, make it very, very clear, and
Yeah.
then start taking action. Like the whole what I kind of like summarized it into something very simple. It's a combination of vision and action
100%.
going hand in hand. And you're kind of like a blind monkey off the start. And who cares? Like you're learning people, you're getting new connections, you're trying it out. And that's what the whole flow wants you to do. You know, it wants you to make mistakes, it wants you to trip and fumble, it wants you to do all these things so that you can make the proper connections, pick up the proper tools, and learn the proper lessons with them so that you're actually prepared once the vision and everything comes in. So that's what gives you the humbleness of like just trust
Yeah.
in your vision.
We're
And
literally doing that right now.
exactly, right? And
Yeah.
like obviously you like your vision and it's something that, you admire and everything like that. Like revisit your vision, make sure that because new things, new paradigms, new ideas come in that way, like I said in the beginning, my vision was to build it was like a huge skyscraper that
Yeah.
had like all these different departments of like different business and stuff like that. And we'd all be like masterminding and working on them together, and so you
Birds
can
of a
already feel
feather.
that. Yeah, right. Like whatever kind of Wall Street, whatever thing that I was concocting that moment, like it's changed now, and it's got different aspects to it. It's for me, it's got a lighter feeling and I'm making a larger impact because I'm not focusing on
Mm.
uh, an individual business or industry or whatever like that. We're just focusing on the individuals,
Yeah.
and from there, you can bring in whatever it is that you want in your life
Yeah.
that way. It's for you to just start to decide and start to create that. And yeah, I'm just riffing now.
No, I love it because it's
But,
just
but
so.
like, yeah, 'cause it's like almost like if you could go back to me in 2016, which is a long time, I
Yeah.
understand. But like I said, I drug my feet a long
Yeah.
time. And even up until like recent times, it's easy to slip out of the veil and end up, or I guess to explain my onion analogy. By the end of this week, everyone will know my onion analogy, and then I can just start going into it. But essentially, energy um, is like an onion, and then when you're close to it in the source, like when I feel it in my lyrics, and when I feel it, in the love of the energy, like you're close to the source and you can feel it, and it's when you're in the right place and you're doing the right thing. You can also feel it when you're farther away from it
Mm.
and it doesn't feel right, and then so it's an understanding what's your yes and what's your no that way. But when you're no, when you're in that outside realm, you're so much farther from the source. So
Yeah.
it's harder to be aware and then so you can keep getting farther and farther and farther. And that's where, yeah, without a tribe and without having in the beginning daily, and then eventually like daily is the most enjoyable is having that reminder of where it's at and getting to come closer. But you building that reconnection and reactivating the energy within all of us, and that's something that when people are in that frequency and vibration, they can share that with others.
Yeah.
At least that's the theory.
Share the light.
And
That's how we grow.
that's the experience, and that's the reality that we
Yeah.
get to feel that way when we get to meet up like this. Like no better example than yesterday when I messaged you and I'm like, hey man, I'm changing stuff lots. I feel like I'm lost almost again, blah blah blah. And then I took a realization of where I was at, and I was way outside on the outer layer because we hadn't talked in such a long time that way, right?
Mm.
And then when I come back and I chat with you, the one message you said to me is, just come. This conversation is going to raise your vibration. And I literally, for the like, I would knew that it would, and I set aside time to come there, and I knew that that was going to be my medicine. And everyone else, thankfully, in my life understands that too. So that's an incredible gift. What happens? We come there, I share the song with you.
Yeah.
We vibe for like 2 hours with V, and I literally I write a post that I haven't been able to articulate my words on Facebook for like over a year now. And whatever that block was, I was outside in this layer that way,
Yeah.
and just been busy getting this lodge ready to go and all these different tasks that like I started like getting away from the layer that way, right? But it's the tribe. It's
It
these
is.
conversations that bring me closer back to that center. And then the song has a whole new feeling after it. My writing has a whole new feeling after. Everything starts to feel and look and sound different when
Yeah.
you're closer to that energy and that source that way. And yeah, whether or not that other piece that I remember in the beginning is meant to come at this moment right now is fine. But yeah, I think that is more of a hard truth that's unique that other people can take and then integrate if they choose that way. Where a lot of other things are just repetition.
Yeah.
These are the real happenings of how life's shaking out and how it's working for us that way. But yeah, the biggest thing is what I came to Tor and said. I was like, it's happening.
It
We're
is.
living it. That's the that's the biggest medicine that I can share with everyone, that it's like it's real and it happens, and to
Mm.
trust throughout that process and have a really good tribe
Yeah.
that can provide you the tools, resources, and lessons earlier.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't have to be this like, yeah, it's brutal. Basically, it's like you're having to figure out something that you don't know, and you usually have to trip and fall and break something to figure out what's wrong. Like it's tough, like, and then so to be able to take leaps and bounds and jump over those stumbling blocks, like, yeah, it took me damn near all my 20s, it felt like,
Yeah.
and to be able to speed that up for someone else and avoid addictions and harmful environments and potentially, like, fucking dying in the
Yeah.
process.
We have
you
someone
know
who actually
this is
did that.
exactly, like, and these, if information can get to people sooner, then
Yeah.
that's the key thing that way. What people do with it and whether it resonates and everything all like that is all up to the individual after, but is sometimes even being on a call
Mm.
can completely transform somebody's life that way. That's potentially thinking like that.
Yeah. 100%.
So yeah, and yeah, I guess, yeah, it'll come more in time and stuff, but I have a pretty intense story of addiction.
Mm.
And, just even me being on this call and being able to articulate and share and sing a song and stuff like that is like
Huge.
incredible
It's
in
huge.
itself that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, like drugs, it starts with alcohol, or it starts with video games, it starts with distractions, it starts with escapism in some form and way. And to just be acknowledge of that when they're harmless.
Mm.
Essentially, if you find that you're doing things that you should be doing, or if you find you do things that you shouldn't do to avoid things that you should do,
Yeah.
that's escapism.
Yeah.
And that is like the first beginning starts of anxiety and depression, and disconnecting from the whole entire thing
Yeah.
that way.
And then you
And
can
if
get
you keep it,
sentenced,
hmm
diagnosed because you have a problem and they don't understand it.
this is what I'm talking about becoming disconnected. So addiction is a large manifestation of disconnection.
Mm.
The opposite of addiction is connection.
Yeah.
So, and that's where we become addicted to devices, we become addicted to video games, we become addicted to television programming, which, hand in hand is like also freaking trying to do that to you as well too, right? And suggest all these beliefs and paradigms to you that for their narrative to fill their bottom dollar. And it's like that connection piece, escaping is disconnecting. It's just literally leaving that connection, where
Mm.
that feeling that you're coming up, you can work with that feeling. You can breathe with that feeling. You can do cold immersion, hot immersion. You can take it to a plant-based ceremony. Like journaling and documenting where that feeling's coming from, where it might have started, and why this, like, you might be able to pin it down to a specific place and time
Mm.
of where this happened and start the work from there instead of escaping. Because like I just like, as like literally as a legacy forge PSA, like be very cautious of those energies that way. And then also, if you're using like life threatening substances that way, like reach out to me, take some massive action today that way, because like that would be the worst, to know that I hold the information that could help someone
Yeah.
that way, and I don't open up that channel. But for basically everyone else, like it's like, for me, it was just going deeper into that feeling and understanding that I was escaping and I was disconnecting throughout that whole time. And I wrote it longer form in my post. Um, but for me, when I was back at home in Saskatchewan, you know, everything has to do with drinking.
Yeah.
Literally, all the hobbies are to do with drinking, and this is it could almost remind you of like Southern United States kind of vibe. Like everyone, like it's country bumpkin, growing up on farms, hard work and hard play. That's
Yeah.
always the thing. Work hard, play hard, right? So these people work to the bone so hard for this paycheck, and then some of them and myself at the time spend it all
Yeah.
just on releasing, escaping the whole time, and then come back and it's this perfect slave system
Yeah.
because same amount of money that they make, they go drain it down the hole at the casino, drugs, gambling, alcohol, and then they have to come back and make more, blah 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 type of thing. And it's so sad
Yeah.
and it's so poisoning and toxic that way. And no one told me, or at least I felt that way, where it was like I could do something different. I didn't have to live that lifestyle. I thought I would have to be an employee that way, and that buried me even more
Yeah.
into addictions, into everything, because I'm just like, man, it's gonna be so tough. Like I'm gonna be in this job and I'm gonna be working for this boss, I'm gonna be doing all this the rest of my life. And it wasn't until big step was changing my environment, and I took a long time to do that. But thankfully, I started to change my tribe earlier on.
Mhm.
And though between those two key things was like the lifeline that got me out. Because as soon as I changed my tribe, and that was the other thing too with addiction, it's so good. Like anyone that's like in this mode right now, like you understand, like the reason you like it is because you like it. If you didn't like it, you would leave it, type of thing. And you
Yeah.
do need to get to a position where sometimes need and I was like that, where you have to get a position where you're not enjoying it anymore. If
Mm.
you're using something and you're not enjoying it anymore, that's your key to then start doing some like serious massive action work. I have friends that smoke weed every day
Mm.
and they enjoy it still. And there's no reason probably then, like that's still working as a medicine potentially for them in that mode. But as soon as it starts to become not a medicine and
Yeah.
you feel that internally, then there's other tools. And that's where it's just like drugs are good. That's the reason why people like them. Alcohol is like one hell of a drug.
Yeah.
Almost it's socially
Coffee. Sugar.
acceptable. It's embedded in our school systems and stuff, like at colleges. Like it's like literally like it's so ingrained, and yet it's a lethal drug.
Yeah.
You could literally write on the bottle, if you drink this whole thing you will die.
Yeah.
And yet it's so everything in that way ingrained and modeled into our whole society. And changing the environment and changing the tribe,
Yeah.
you have to do that because all your habits and everything are so ingrained to that environment. And then when you change that environment, this was the point I was trying to make. Addiction is so good, you have to find something just as good.
Yeah.
So, some people call it picking up a hobby, go do something, nice for someone else, go out into nature, like literally find something better to do that way. And that's a tough road in itself that way. But for me, it was sharing my story and helping others.
Yeah.
That's what was actually the thing that charged me enough. Like making little side tables, and I love woodworking and I love DJing and I love all these different other hobbies, but that wasn't good enough to actually replace that. So then I would, so find something that's actually worthwhile to replace those. And then as quick as you possibly can, change your tribe and get
Mhm.
surrounded around people that are having higher vibrational thoughts and actions. And then you will build up the resources and tools to very quickly leave your environment
100%.
for a time and period. Maybe it's not permanently. For me, I feel like it is. I may visit my home, and that's fine. But there's at this moment still a lot of pull there because that's like my old life that way.
Yeah.
And there's another whatever truth bomb, whatever. Like when you're changing your life, the reason why it feels so hard and why it's so tough, a lot of it's your language and programming and everything like that. You can do a lot of work there where it's easy and it's not going to be hard. It's going to be fun. It's going to be effortless. It's going to be light. But I understand in the beginning, a lot of that stuff doesn't seem real and it's hard to apply and really make it stick. But those are good things to really focus on too, because it's that programming, right? But you're stuck in B reality and you want to make it to A reality,
Mm.
right? Or you're stuck in A reality and you want to make it to B reality. Um, your old life, let's just call it a reality. That's what you're living, and B reality is your vision, the thing you want to live, right? But then you keep doing the same actions every day in a reality, and you keep getting a reality. And even though you have this vision of B reality, like that is honestly insanity. That
Yeah.
is where insanity starts
Yeah, is the
because
definition.
feel that if imposter syndrome sets in, all these different fears and everything comes in because yeah, like of course, like the reason why you're stuck in a reality is because you haven't done any of the actions that actually get you to be reality.
Yeah.
So it can be something as small as going buying a scented candle.
Yeah.
It can be as easy as, going for a walk, doing some exercise, writing some poetry, listening to some music,
Mm,
literally putting up some colors on the screen of like different color, like taking a different way to work. Like the first initial action is so easy that way, and then you just continue to do more and more different actions than you normally do, and then you can start to organize and categorize them as like, oh, which actions are actually going to get me closer to this B reality, because it's not just, oh, we popped into this lodge one day, and I know a lot of people want to say that when it's like, oh,
lucky bastard.
believing is thinking. I just come from that whole devil's advocate, so if that annoys you or anyone or whatever, I always kind of come back to that just to share with people because I understand that vibration that way a lot. But yeah, it takes you actually figuring out the things that'll get you closer to that B reality and then taking action on them. And they don't have to be these like things that are impossible. Like
No.
get those things in your mind. Get the things that are possible and doable and attainable today and start doing those. There's stuff that's actionable. And then as you make that move over, here's the kind of like secret level of this, because some people might have heard that analogy in a sense. When you're on your way from A to B, this is your old life, and it all knows you as this identity, and it's going to try and keep you there as long as it can because that's what it's comfortable with.
Yeah, it's safe.
People, time, scenarios, the whole entire like fabric is trying to pull you magnetically back to that each time you're pulling to B.
Mm,
And you have to be conscious of that, and you have to set boundaries with literally individuals, actual other people, in the collective that way. You have to do it with scenarios, careers, like essentially it comes down to conversations with people that way, and conversations with yourself of like locations, environments, places that you tell yourself that that's my boundary. If I'm there, I'm going to do this. If I'm not going to enter that boundary. But you have to set those boundaries with that old life, because once you let them know, now they know the identity. They're like, oh, that's okay. Brody doesn't want to be back in this
yeah.
reality anymore. He wants to be over in this reality. But if you never tell anyone those boundaries that way, they'll think they're helping you by like bringing you back into that security, and it can get kind of messy and ugly in that way. And they're doing it out of love and all these other emotions that way and stuff. But you know what's truly going on. It's your old reality really trying to pull you back into that, because then that makes, for numerous reasons, it makes that whole entire reality feel safe
Mm,
and real, I guess, to a certain sense. So it's holding on to that. It's like, oh no, don't leave us in a sense that way. But if it's truly something that you do want, and lots of times the life that we envision is what we want in comparison to what we're doing. If not, you're probably unconscious and going backwards. But yeah, it's just like, don't worry about that, because once you get to that other side and you're living that B reality, everyone from A reality rises up
yeah. Yeah.
immediately. Your old friends, family, everyone's just like, oh, I'm starting a new thing and I'm doing this now and
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's amazing. Like, honestly, it's the most incredible feeling ever, but
Yeah.
it's kind of funny too, because it's like, I've been telling you guys this whole time,
Yeah.
but it's not until you actually start doing the actions. And that's where it's just like, don't get caught in the imposter syndrome.
Mm,
Don't become this guy on top of the mountain telling everybody how to do it, yet you're
mm.
taking one action a day, whatever it is. Like, focus more on the internal, focus on those things for yourself first, because you can't really fill up anybody else's cup unless your cup is filled, that too,
And
so
also, you
it's
can't fill up a cup if you're not willing to let go of some of the contents. Like, if you have a full
there.
cup, you can't fill
Yeah,
up new. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I like that aspect of it too. Yeah, if you're filled up, you got to release things. You got to
Yeah.
let things go to actually have room in that metaphysical backpack to actually
Mm,
bring in those new experiences that
yeah.
way. So yeah.
And we all have these, moments and opportunities at all times of every single day. Like it could be as easy as going into, let's take my community for instance. It's a controversial topic, and people don't like to be associated with, let's say, magic mushrooms. So many people will post anonymously. What would happen if you don't? What would happen if you post as you? Right? If you say that this medicine helped me, actually, like I'm living a life that is better than what I had before. And it started with something as simple as not ticking post anonymously. Like that is one little step. Just being on this call right now, feeling called to be here and sharing that energy is one step. So just people overcomplicate it, think that they have to just snap into the be reality, but one little step at a time. It sounds cliche. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step.
Yeah, the other quote that came to me is just like, um, evil is not from the people. It's not like whatever. I'm gonna botch this a little bit, but evil is not like extended by the people that do evil. It's by the people that see evil and don't do anything about it. You know,
Ooh,
like we're part of the problem by not speaking
yeah,
up, because then everyone just kind of collectively agrees, yeah, yeah, no, we're still in that reality,
yeah,
you know, type of thing. And then some people aren't and some people are, and that's kind of where we're at in this divide right now. But there is no divide, there is no separation. There's people feeling really good, there's people feeling really upset and really unhappy. You
yeah,
know, you decide and you choose. It's fate or destiny.
yeah,
And it's definitely your choice and your decision at that moment. It's just we can only share our experience on what it's done for us and what
yeah.
the feeling of it is, or try to at least explain the feeling. It might just sound like we're crazy or something to some people,
Sometimes
but
people do think we're crazy. Yeah.
and that's okay, because I used to look at that and think they're crazy people. But you plant that seed, right? Then they go talk with their buddies. You couldn't believe what I seen today. This person was blah 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 talking about, like, now it's like we're here. I'm living it. Like, you know, like it's
Exactly.
pretty hard to call an ace a spade or whatever type of
Yeah.
thing when the spade is the spade type of
Yeah.
thing right now. I'm sitting here. So yeah, and that's a great feeling, because then I know it connects it for people that way,
Yeah.
and that's powerful for them, because I want people to take some very intentional massive action in their life, because I know how powerful it can do it for it. And you have a tribe to support you in that realm, where a lot of us tell these stories from zero support, or at least if the support was kind of like, you might bounce it off a person, but they're dealing with their own
Mm,
story and their own stuff that way and stuff. And maybe there's tons of stuff that comes into it, but asking for help is so freaking huge. You're scared to ask for help. You don't want to do it. You feel like, especially as a man, that's like not a
yeah.
thing you do. Like, you got to figure it out on your own. But like, invest in yourself, ask for help, take those extra
Yeah.
leaps. Don't put that ego aside for a second, because you'll be so much farther along,
Mm,
and your ego will be so much happier that you made that conscious decision to do that. Don't let this upstairs freaking keep you from moving forward that way, when people are showing you the way that way, and you're like, nope, I'm gonna still do it on my own because that's the way my father taught me. And it's like,
that's, yeah. Oh, that hits
uh,
deep too,
or
though.
whatever, paradigm, society, whatever.
Yeah, but it's exactly that. Like you're being brought up by people who know their truth, and most people would just transfer their truth to their siblings or their kids or whatever, whomever is there to listen. And it's
Yeah.
up to us to kind of, subscribe to that truth. And
It,
most of us
again,
do.
they whether they understand it or feel it or not, they come carbon copies. You know, we're half them, or half of each of our parents that way. So that's a battle too, of
Mm-hmm.
stepping out of that, like keep creating boundaries and making sure that you become your own individual with your own thoughts and stuff, and that you don't just become stuck in this box, in this paradigm that way of what your parents created. Because if we just do that forever, like, maybe it's a great paradigm, great narrative, but like, we gotta evolve.
Yeah.
There's always been improvements along the way, and that's all this is a collective space to bring those
Yeah.
improvements. Maybe other people have gone through that problem before. Oh, here's the resources I picked up on the way, or here's the tools I picked up on the way that helped me with that. And there's so much farther ahead.
Yeah. And the
And
Legacy Forge is just the composition of all that. Like the tribe, you and me, we've been connected since 2018 or 17, like a long time.
yeah,
And all the other people who have been coming into this journey, every single one who has been on this frequency has found themselves in the tribe that is just expanding. Like many of us didn't even realize that this was what it was. But coming in where everyone has that experience, like right now, people can come into the Legacy Forge, find Brody, find Shanice, find Marcus, Marius, the other Marius. We have so many people with all these diverse experiences that can actually help people shorten their journey a fuck ton. Like you said, you've been on this for years. I've been on this for years, and in November 22, we had a tribe experience physical. There, Stian, who is currently in the chat right now, he had a dream of going down to Peru. Well, he's now sitting in the Sacred Valley. He's been there for months. So it's like, how much of an action are you willing to take, and how much fear are you willing to face to get what you say you want? And when you have people who have walked that distance before, and they can literally just take the flashlight and point it backwards so that you can see the path you're walking on, it's nothing more than that. Like, you're getting a map through other people's hellhole. Like, sometimes you went through some stuff that you had to really work to get through, but you learned stuff that can help other people integrate this in the fraction of a time. Yeah, I think that mentorship and the practice of transferring information and knowledge and wisdom has been lost. And I think that's what we're doing here. We're basically bringing back the campfire from olden days and just sharing stories that is going to elevate other people. It's powerful.
It's powerful, and it's this constant evolution and growth. And yeah, if I could summarize what the hurt and the pain of the world is, it comes down to communication and our loss of these teaching and these wisdoms from the older teachings that way. Because before we can even learn from our elders that way, they're getting stuffed in homes, or they're getting pilled up, or whatever it is that way, right? So having these conversations earlier on and carrying on that torch is so freaking powerful that way.
You're never too young to teach. You're never too old to learn. It's so simple.
Oh, and this is the point, because I was like, if you ever see me pausing, it's because I'm thinking about something that I thought about before, and then I'm trying to remember it. But it's this constant expansion that way, right? Where our trials and tribulations from trailblazing become literally golden nuggets for someone else, so they don't have to trip and fall and stumble. Essentially, this whole like nurture nature version of how that goes down. And then with that, now when you come in and you're trailblazing, there's new obstacles, stuff that wasn't in our environment. You're coming through because we're in this expansion and this growth that way. And now the trials and tribulations you went through now become the value, the golden nugget that another person needs along the way. And so begets this like huge monkey chain
100%
thing. But yeah, great conscious elk monkey chain. Conscious ape monkey chain.
Maybe we should make something for that, like the conscious ape monkey chain framework or whatever.
You know, like whatever it is, monkeys. There's a lot of symbolism and stuff there. But the monkeys that used to all click together, or they used to hang together that way. It's kind of like you're creating a big long chain, but
it is. But see that, and that's the fun thing about this, because you're here right now, less than 24 hours after I sent you a message about, you didn't even know that this was going to happen 24 hours ago, which is a very interesting turn of events. But now that you are here, and if people like what Brody's talking about, we will spend a whole ton of resources and time and energy to create epic experiences that convey these concepts and these teachings and this wisdom. Because now we're at a place where we can have fun. Like, we had to build the plane before we could figure out how to navigate the autopilot. And now I feel like we're just hooking up the electrician or the electric wiring, and we're able to now create the things that we have been creating for so long, and everything is just now falling together or coming together, and just, it's weird. It is so weird because it
is nuts, but like we're being pulled and being guided by something that's larger than us, right?
Yeah.
There's an energy that moves to and through all of us, that connects all of us. And that's a big truth. Even that's a big truth to start integrating and understanding that people don't know, or they don't believe, or have never experienced for themselves. And this isn't like you having to attach on to our beliefs. It's just, we want you to experience what we've experienced, and then you take it for yourself and decide what you want to do with it that way. But I think a good example is my story. Like, it's always going to come back to my story is the best example on like how I can teach and share with everyone. And my story is like literally coming to fruition in the last
Yeah.
week here too. That's
Yeah.
the timing and everything is so powerful that way. And
Coincidentally.
I had to trip and stumble and fall to actually even fully articulate this idea because I had been experiencing, but it had been such over a long period of time. Getting outside of that layer of that onion, you're just lost in the sauce, man. there's
Yeah.
that. There's the one "lost in the sauce" quote. That's funny for people to have. Lost in the sauce.
Lost in the sauce.
Gucci Mane
We have a lot of
has
things, by the way. Do the spew,
Gucci Mane has a
sputed, lost
quote.
in
It's just funny. But
Yeah.
Gucci Man says, if a man does not have sauce, then he is lost. But the same man can get lost in the sauce.
Oh, the wisdom. I love it.
Yeah, it's a little wisdom drop with that. So I was lost in the sauce, just like literally 48 hours ago. I think it was
Yeah.
was when I had the kind of aha. So how it had been was when I was down in Vancouver and we were on the island,
Mm.
and that was like a weekend experience, a thing that me and my fiance wanted to do forever, and we just packed up a trailer and we went and we did, and we loved it down there. And there I was like, we got to build this thing, we got to build the Legacy Forge with Tor, and also we had this idea of like helping others create their dreams the same way that we have that way.
Yeah.
And that was the general purpose of it, at least in my eyes. You fleshed it out into this beautiful thing along the way too, that I just love and admire so much that way. And then it's going to evolve with everybody else's input and everything that way. It's going to be this growing, living human being
Yeah.
that way, living thing. And back in Vancouver, like I was close to the source. I could feel it, but there were still other poles, other
Yeah.
things that were telling me like, no, no, it's not this, it's not that. That old life
Mm.
trying to pull away and stuff like that. And we didn't have this location at the time. We weren't in it. There was talks of having it, and but the deal, we were in workings of the deal, and it wasn't closed. So there was that time, and I wasn't telling anyone about it because I just wanted to focus my energy and my manifestation. That was my that maybe might become a essential tool to help people or not. I'm still working on what that kind of like system. I kind of tried something new, but it definitely worked. I didn't tell anybody that we were buying the place within my like family circle that way because I didn't want anyone that didn't know about consciousness manifesting or anything to start thinking ill thoughts on the manifestation, that I didn't need that decrease in energy at that time. Like, you got enough of your own stuff that you're working through
Yeah.
and stuff to just like keep it in that container for that moment. And that could be for limiting those people that you share it with, and then finding the people that it is good to share it with that way, because then that can charge the idea and everything. So there's definitely a balance there. But anyways, was so close to the source. We were like almost literally a day away from launching it, and then the stepping out of the onion happens, right? And it could be a whole course of different stuff that like goes into it, but essentially taking actions and unconsciousness that are stepping you out. All of a sudden you're in this unconscious layer where you think you got to do something you don't enjoy to make money,
Yeah.
and and it's just like, in my experience, it's like because I went through all different types of marketing, Facebook ads, e-commerce, all these different types of like things that are promising that it's going to make you money, blah blah blah, right? And I'd been basically hoodwinked into this loop so many times that way. And I came back to the source and said, you know what? And then so you're on the outside doing something that you hate to do to make money, right? And then you move into the layer of, oh, I'm so smart, I'm going to do something I love, but then you don't really connect the money piece after it. So then you're not really actually doing that as a thing. You're saying you're doing that as a thing. Let's say woodworking. Oh, I love woodworking and passion. I have this Etsy store, but then I'm also working this 9 to 5 or at this place. That's what's actually paying the bills. But this is my passion that way, right? But where's the disconnect again, right? Like, you're doing something you're passionate about, but it's not actually connecting you to any value or any in the market that way. And that tends to be for me with like when I start to go completely into something passionate and not necessarily giving back or helping to others that way.
Mm.
And then once it came full circle again, I was like, man, one's if I help people
with addictions, ones if I've helped people with manifesting their dreams again. And so you come back to that center again of what it feels good and what it feels real that way. But you can slip away from that so
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah.
And then
You.
you can
Yeah.
get stuck doing something that you don't want to do and it making you not the money that you wanted to do for you. Or you can get around the source, you can get closer, you can get the right ideas, you can restructure that vision so that it actually feels proper. And
Yeah.
you'll know when it feels good. You'll know when you're on track and you're in alignment. And like I said, you also know when you feel when it's out of alignment. It's an understanding when to ask for help, when to pause, when to meditate, relax, and go for a walk in nature and just like let that whole busyness, unconscious, whatever habit loop thing that's got you in this outer layer just quiet down. So then you can actually, and sometimes for some people it's as immediate as just that quieting, that meditation, that walk,
Yeah.
listening to music can then bring them back to more that original you thought of where this was headed and what this was all about type of thing.
100%. That is essentially what we're doing in the Legacy Forge. Like, to the word, because in the autumn months from August to October, we have Essence Anvil. Essence. Find your essence. And if you do that, I see, like, it's very easy. It's very simple, because I see in chat people are saying like, but we need money to survive. And it's extremely simple to make money doing something you love if you're willing to take that plunge. Because if you go to work 9 to 5 every day and you're so tired when you come home, you don't have any energy, then it's going to be very hard for you to do the things that you need to do in order to do whatever else that you really love. Like if you have a passion for creating clothes, but you don't have time to create those clothes, like knit that sweater or whatever, it's going to be hard. But if you focus all your attention at that one thing, that's just going to be exponentially quicker to achieve. Because if you keep fragmenting your energy, let's say that you have 1 hour a day over the span of a year, compared to having 8 hours a day. Like if you set up contingencies to say, okay, right now I have 2 months of leeway. If I do these actions like that, and if I keep consistent and I just go out there and I put myself in front of the world and those people who need my value, that's it. Like you just talk to people and you share your genuine value, your magic. If you have something that you are passionate about, you will know more about that than the common person. And most people underplay that. Like your experience, your story, that has value to the people who are currently in there. So if you just list out the biggest things that you have gone through, the biggest hurdles that you have crossed, and you figure out how to say like, are you struggling with this thing? And you find people who are, I can promise you, like people are going to find that value so much more valuable than you can think of. And then to make a lot of money, like this is going to be a practical, very simple guide to make a whole frick ton of money. Mm-hmm. We have 8,000 people in a group. Let's say that 1,000 of those paid $10 per month to change their life. That's $10,000 per month. That's more money than most can comprehend. That is half of a yearly salary in Norway per month. And you just have people paying you $10. You're probably paying for Spotify, Netflix, Disney Plus, HBO, Amazon, all the different things we have. That is not really giving you a lot. Like you're consuming a whole bunch of content. Great. You know the last hit of whatever artist is in the wind right now, but you don't really know how to transmute your energy into something that can create more of what you want, like where energy attracts more of the same. This is the community. This is the tribe. You're getting in there, you're getting these ideas, and you're seeing that other people are doing it, and you know that it is possible. And then you have access to these chronological step by step, like a video game. That's why this is so freaking amazing. Because we've gone from carving things into rocks, to books, to radio, to video, to all these different things. Now we have freaking wireless invisible signals coming from outer space that is transmuting into video and audio on a screen that we created. Isn't it then kind of arrogant to think that we are not able to create some pure magic with the things that created the technology that we're currently using? So if we just go out there and we are creating from our essence, that energy will come back to you. And just being affected, like being in this energy over a span of not that long, actually, having a few conversations like this with people who see you and can give you practical steps is going to make you start your video game of life, like the adventure game of life. You're just following set resources, and you are the one who decides what to do with that. Like, here is a checklist how to do that or how to do this. This is an idea you can ponder. What would you do if you had all the money in the world and you had 2 months to live? What would your day look like? Things that people don't really consider. But it's going to change how you view reality, and it's going to set you up for something new. Because honestly, statistically, based on experience, I don't know how many people are on this stream right now. I don't know how many people are going to see this in the future, but I can almost guarantee that 70% at least have no dreams or goals of what they're doing right now. There is a minority of people who have sat down, thought to themselves, what do I want? And then started to create it. And then with the support of people who see that.
It's literally probably the biggest hurdle that a lot of people on ground one are facing is the fear of getting started
Yeah.
is so much larger than the actual desire.
Yeah.
Because you're comfortable and it's okay. Like you're just getting by and it's good enough, you know,
Exactly.
type of thing. But deep down, there's that freaking pull where you know you are unsatisfied. You have not lived to your full potential that way. And it might look like different for like that's one thing where I was trying to give some real tangible stuff. Although it's so nuanced to the person, just even being here and listening, you'll come up with some good direction that way as well too. But for some people, it's going to be a Steon type of experience. You literally drop everything, you put it all into a backpack, and you literally catch whatever you can catch to get out type of thing, you
100%.
know? Might be a little bit rough and rowdy off the beginnings and stuff like that, but incredible story, incredible connections, a little bit maybe on the more rebellious, adventurous side of personality types for sure. But it could maybe favor to someone that's really introvert to just dive in and go into that aspect of things too, right? Like there's so many nuances to it, but I think there's value in find a job that doesn't suck the life out of you.
Yeah.
That's the first thing to do. So if you're working in a job like Tor is saying, where there actually is no other time to work on this and it feels like a prison, you're like, how am I ever going to get out of this if I'm so exhausted after work, kids, bills, blah, 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 everything, and paperwork done by the end of the night? I just have enough time to like pour myself a glass of wine and then pass out or whatever, right? It is like type of thing. Well, then you need to change and get out of that job that's sucking all your life and energy and basically essence away. And then once you're in that position, that might be taking a lower pay, but then getting more actual time to then start focusing on this dream and this vision that way. And with low, and it doesn't actually necessarily have to be lower pay, but finding a job that doesn't suck the life out of you is super crucial and important. It will probably, if you're in that system where you're driving to go to work type of thing that way, that's what you're comfortable with. That's what feels secure. It's probably going to be a similar job like that. Now you have more time to actually start focusing on something for yourself, something that is you, something that you're building. The low hanging fruit is like, oh, I seen this guy. He said I could make money making ecom. Oh, they seen this guy. He said he could make money doing social media management agency, running Facebook ads, designing websites, doing all these different things like that. And then some of them are straight up like, become my salesperson for this product. And like, your best to don't get started with things that aren't your essence or aren't you that way.
It is just for money, basically.
Yeah, you know, and it's just like sometimes there's some good pairing where it's like, oh, I'm really passionate about this and it's involved with this. There might be some cool scenarios like bring it to the group, see what people feel, see what people think about it like that. They might be able to see it from a different lens, whether, hey, that's actually is a cool opportunity, is something interesting that you should from your perspective or whatever, give it a shot type of thing. Or some people might be like, I tried that avenue and it did not work for me, but like all the power to you that way. And the reason why a lot of those things don't work is because there's a true essence, there's a true thing that you're here to provide and a purpose and a place for you that way. And it takes a little bit to work that out. But if you have a tribe and you do have your job and income coming in that way, but it's not sucking the life out of you, now you can start spending some time working on that dream and that vision that way. And that is an exit strategy. It's a slower exit strategy, but for people maybe with kids, other responsibilities and stuff like that, that might be the more that might be taking the plunge for you type of thing. And honor that. Every single action is honorable that way. Some are able to take larger actions and it happens quicker for them. That's that's completely your fate and your destiny and how that works for you that way. So
100%. And I'm speaking from as a father, like of two, and I have made some sacrifices and choices that has felt impossible in the moment because you have to provide for these humans, and everything just seemed like it was not going to work. But because of the experience of going through all these things and people I can lean on to ask for advice and just to feel better, because when you feel better, you're going to be able to create more things. You're going to think more creatively. You're going to not focus on the problem. You're going to more go ahead and see what you actually want in life. And that is something that I don't think a lot of people are really understanding often. Because, and I'm saying this based on the conversations that I've had, many people cannot know how it feels like to all of a sudden not see the problems, all of a sudden just see the opportunities. When that happens, you are able to do anything, like creating this event in the span of few days, because it just felt like, let's do that. That was awesome. It's insane. Like, you have this, you're channeling, you're not creating, you're not trying to find a solution to things, you're doing it because that's the game you're playing at life. And just figuring out who are you? Like, that is a huge question. It's a huge question. And I think people who say that they know who they are and still work at a job that is just paying them 20,000 euros per month because that's why they want it, I think they're deep down they feel like something is not right. I'm doing this for the wrong reason.
me and my fiance had a conversation about it. Like, uh, at the lodge here, we have some cabins as well. We rent them out on Airbnb, and get lots of different people from all around the world that come in. But the people that can afford it here tend to be in the oil field and work these like really intense oil field style jobs that are like, I've been in the industry,
Stressful.
I've seen it's very stressful, very energy sucking, toxic that way. They have the money to experience that way, but you'll notice in certain people's personalities that if they're really ingrained in the workforce that way, they're really out of touch
Yeah.
with any of this type of conversation that way because it's so locked into that security. They're apprehensive, they're very skeptical, they're very disconnected from their essence that way. They're very much a number, they're very much attached to that system and stuff, and that's where they're gaining all of their identity from. And yeah, it's great. Like, I'm glad that they get to come out and enjoy this experience because of that job. And they drive a nice vehicle and they look things look on the outside like, yo, that's looks great. But you can see it in their eyes, you can see it in their conversations with each other and how they're interacting with each other. It's just like the essence is dead
Yeah.
there. And they know it too. Very hard to explain that in a hey, how's it going conversation that way. But that's where we're opening up these more type of deeper conversations for people then to go, huh, I didn't realize that was what I was feeling. Like, it might be conscious to them, but they just don't know what it is. Like, why do I not feel fulfilled right now? Like, why? Well, I'm doing all the right things that society said I was supposed to do, yet I'm still super unhappy. You can see why that's not an effective plan anymore.
100%. People should watch Soul by Pixar. It's a good movie. It's about this. Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
Bro, I think we have been talking for a long time, and I knew it was gonna. I know that there's gonna be flows, and maybe we're gonna jump back on a little later. But I think that if Ray, are you watching right now? If you are, send me a message on the Facebooks. We can start to think about how to transition this into. I was thinking as we're talking, because it's gonna be much of what we're talking about is going to be about setting yourself free. And today, honestly, if you don't have money, you can't do shit. So we're going to talk about money, but it's not about the money. It's about the freedom that you get from the money. So I'm going to bring in a few people to kind of just give you an example. That's it. Do not think that you have to do the same thing. That is the first thing. Like, if you have gone through shit and experiences, Marcus, I'm looking at you in the chat. You're saying that you've gone through some stories. You can help another person with that. And it's a valuable thing that people will appreciate. So you saying that you don't, ironically, you wanted to help people with that, that's your superpower because you have now seen what that can do. So getting perspectives from people like Brody and Ray, and there's going to be another Marcus coming on sooner where he has been living the fame life of being an actor, And I think that hearing the perspectives of these different individuals will really give you a new perspective of what's possible, because you have a unique thing that you have to do. And we're just going to try to install that little thought, if needed, to allow you to see that is completely possible. By the end of this stream, there's actually going to be, like, I went through the slides earlier, Brody. Like, I called Marius and I went through, I have 44 slides. And I knew that 3 of them is like 2 hours if I go into it. So we're going to try to just go back and forth and just talk about a few of the concepts, because all of this, there's a reason we had to build the Legacy Forge, because you cannot learn these things in a day. You have to take it incrementally and just seed one idea at a time. So there he is. Raymond Langdon is in the chat. Let's do a little like transition, like one of those epic Legacy Forger transitions, and then I'll set up everything on the back end. When we come back, you are going to see Raymond Langdon. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Brody. You're gonna be part of this.
I'm so excited to be here and learn and share with everyone. So thank you.
The honor is all mine. Like, I actually, before you go, you want to hear a very on the fence kind of joke I made yesterday? Which is it's a testament to the creativity that you can find, all right? And it's gonna be on the fence. I'm just saying right now, this is not PG-13. It's something that only a few people can understand, but I think it's a good joke. I just wanted to share with you, as like we have had a song. What did the man say to the woman after she thanks him for introducing her to anal? The pressure is mine. The pressure is all mine. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you here. And I will see if I can get you on later too. I love you, bro. Really.
I love you too. Okay, chat soon, everyone.
Chat soon.
Bye.
Bye. There we go. Let's see. We are here with Raymond Langdon. Now, we've been talking a little bit about what we want to share from this because Raymond is a man of many facets. He has stories that I haven't heard, and I've known him for quite some time. So the reason I'm taking him in right now is because of the transition from Brody's story, which is that of challenge addiction, starting to take the leap and breaking out of a situation that you really don't like, and just burning the boats, see what happens. And he's now living his freedom life. Ray has been living his freedom life for some time, and that's kind of the essence of this. Just giving you a few perspectives of what this looks like so that you can see for yourself, like, if this is possible for you. And I know that many of these ancient, timeless wisdom nuggets is going to apply for a lot of people. So, with that said,
welcome to the Legacy Forge, Raymond Langdon. What is your tale?
No place I'd rather be, my friend. And thank you. You always come up with those intricate introductions that I'm like, damn, he's mentioning things I totally forgot.
yeah.
I take little notes even when you did your introduction. I'm like, oh, there's a couple other things to talk about, just like what I'm thinking of as you're introducing. So thank you. Yeah. It's cool that you mentioned that, the journey. I was just thinking about it, like freedom. When you mentioned that, I wrote down 11/15/19. That was the date, November 15th, 2019, when I left my corporate job of 20 years. And then you and I met within about 60 days after that.
Wow. Yeah, that's
so you might not
insane.
have even realized how soon it was into, because at that time I don't know how much I was talking about that, right? We were talking about whatever we were on that call for, and then you and I built the friendship. And when I left that particular company, we stayed in contact.
Yeah, and there was essence. Like, I resonated with you, and that's why we stayed in contact, because the company was horrible. Like,
I agree. That's why I was only there a few months.
yeah.
It was one of those things with that company. There was I'm not even going to name them, but they were about a $20 million a year digital consultancy at the time. And as with many things, you just don't know what you don't know, right? So like, I worked in sales there. That was my first job there. And my first job kind of in high ticket sales was with that company. And like, they did a really intentional job of keeping sales and fulfillment separate. So you didn't actually know what was going on behind the scenes. Here, you're selling this product and say this, but like, then I'd have people come back to me after 60 or 90 days of coming into the program. Hey, Ray, you said they do this, but they don't. And then, like with anything in sales, once you lose faith in the product, how the fuck can you sell it? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Ooh, that's a good one, actually. Just to put that down on the digital records. The frequency of belief in yourself. That is like, if you don't have the frequency of belief necessary to sell a product, you're gonna fail. Turn that belief into yourself as the product, and you can now benefit the world insanely. Like, just energy attracts more of the same. Thank you for that. That was good.
I never even thought of that way, though, the way you just put it, because no matter what you're selling, you're right. You kind of, yourself is the product, whether you're selling your own services, somebody else's things. They're not just buying that, they're buying you, the relationship, and the bridge you're gapping, whatever that, I mean, the gap that you're bridging, right? Whatever that may be.
Yeah. And this is literally that. Like, in my eyes, to reframe salesmanship or selling in general, it was the product. It was not the product, it was the person that people bought. That was one thing. But also, selling is not what most people have been taught to believe it is. Like, I'm selling to you if I'm telling you about Avatar 2 and how insanely fit the whole symbolism between the universe and the water is. Like, that is selling, to help other people understand, bridging the gap from not knowing to knowing. That's literally it. And if you can explain something good, then they are selling themselves. That's the weirdest thing about it. It just changed this paradigm.
No, that's true. That's my biggest phrase in like my sales training to students or reps that come through my stuff, and I train them. The number one motto, I think, is telling isn't selling. That's what we. So if you want to tell somebody, so hey, my program's the best, and scream it, like, they're going to take that with some bias, right? Because you're the salesman. But if you can ask the questions to get them to say, I need this program, even though you want to tell them that, they're always going to believe what they say. So I didn't think we were going to jump into sales that quick, and we'll probably
we can go back
into the journey. No, but that was just a good point. That, like, when you said that, I'm like, you know, and again, I looked at sales much differently too. We just had this conversation before you introduced me, and I was like, most people don't know this, but I used to despise actual professional salesmen and like the whole persona of that, especially for 20 years working in a corporate American job, you know, 40, 50, 60 grand a year throughout my 20 years, not making a ton of money, but decent, right? Like, kind of what the last guest was talking about, how a lot of people are just in that comfort zone. If they make enough, they get by, but they don't really live, right? They don't really enjoy. You know, they set aside their money for their 2 weeks of vacation, right? And they, you know, or whatever. and it's so like scripted. And even when you're out doing fun stuff, when you're living that lifestyle, it's still kind of all planned and scripted.
Yeah.
It's not much of a journey. You know what I mean?
It's like
I
a
think part of a
resort.
journey is the, you know, the impromptu things that you do, right? The
Yeah.
unscripted things. And I always like to say one of my core four, I think you and I have talked about it before, having core values when you do anything, like when you start a new company or an offer, I know your values are embedded in it. It's not just a product, but it's gotta, it's gotta represent you. One of my core four values in everything I do is just being unfiltered, right? Just say what
Yeah.
you mean, be straight up, right?
Yeah.
People always say like a wolf's in sheep's clothing. I'd rather be a wolf in wolf clothing and tell you I'm a wolf, right? Like just be
Yeah.
straight up.
That's good. Be a wolf. It's like a jaguar won't tell other people what a jaguar is like. It's a jaguar. You see that it's a jaguar because it is. Yes. I love that. Freaking warrior of love.
Yeah, but that's
not a
really cool.
jaguar,
But if we want to go back to like, so everybody, whoever's watching now in the future, whenever, I'll talk a little about my experience. But pretty early on, I got into like, I graduated high school kind of high in my class. I was pretty smart, I guess, when it came to book smart. Not that that really ever mattered too much, but school was easy for me. I could look at information and go take a test and ace it. I just had that luxury, and I saw a lot of people having to work hard in school to get good grades.
Yeah.
It came easy for me, but I didn't go on to college. I just went right into the workforce. And then for me, that was the right decision. I think a lot of people, younger people, debate college, and a lot of people go just because that's like the social norm or maybe what their parents expect. But I think, unless you're going for something specific, doctor, lawyer, right, where you need those certifications and that schooling, sure, go to college. But, most of the people that, back from my high school days that I talked to 10, 15 years later, they went to college, they paid 80, 100, 50, whatever, thousands of dollars for an education, and they come out making less than I'm making in a workforce working 40 hours. They're making 25, 30 grand after paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for an education. It's like, think about it. If you're going to go in and just become a tradesman or a plumber, or there's a lot of respect in that. There's a lot of admiration for just going out and doing something to help people. Those guys only need to go to 6 months of a trade school, get, a little apprenticeship, and then they're making 60, 70, 80 grand a year. So people shouldn't shy away from like blue collar work either. Just because you and I live this digital lifestyle, I don't want people to think that that's the only thing out there. Like, and
Exactly.
the only thing out there also isn't a college education. Go out and do some blue collar work, get your hands dirty, right? And actually provide services. Turn on somebody's heat today that was cold, right? All those things still have value in the world, and people overlook that going for a fucking master's degree in ancient artifacts, right? Like, where are you ever going to take that and go get a job unless you plan on being, something to do with that? But people take some weird college courses and spend a lot of money, and then they come out and they're making 25 grand, 30 grand a year and paying back, 6 figures in education. So anyway, that's my high school and like thinking about college. And I went right into the workforce. And after a couple of odd jobs, one I may or may not have talked to you about, most people don't know, another revelation here. One of my favorite jobs I ever had was actually cleaning ductwork, heating and air conditioning, ventilation ductwork. I used to work for a duct cleaning company. Some ductwork big enough where I had to crawl through it with a Tyvek suit and a little vacuum and a scraper. Ductwork big enough I could walk through. It was like a cave. And then I got to the point where I started running jobs. So I'd go around and cut holes in the ductwork and shove my crew member, and you have to crawl out. I'm no longer that guy. And then when he comes out, you patch it back up. And but that was actually a cool job. There just wasn't a lot of money there. And I was young, 19, whatever. I was hungry, and I got an opportunity for like an actual career, a corporate job. And I took that. And that was in a kind of obscure industry, industrial laundry.
Industrial laundry.
Yeah, I worked for 20 years for big industrial laundry companies. Yeah. One is over $1 billion a year company. Another one's a $500 million a year company. Some big corporations, and then one mom and pop little. They have like one location. That one was so much different than the corporate world there, but they both had their pros and cons, I guess. But yeah, I would get in my truck, load my truck full of my products and my clean laundry, right? Napkins, uniforms, towels, aprons, shop towels, all kinds of things that we would wash for people. Go out, drive about 1,000 miles a week and make my delivery to 20 or 30 places a day. Just getting conversations with real dudes, going to machine shops, right? Restaurants, just, and that was cool. I guess my job was actually route sales, but I was more of a service-based individual, and I would upsell, hey, you want an extra carpet for your front door so people can wipe their feet and save your floors here for $5 a week, right? I'd sell little shit like that.
Yeah.
And that was so easy. It was sample selling, lay it out. They'd come in next week. I'd be like, dude, that rug's filthy. Like, I obviously stopped a lot of dirt from going into your building. You want to keep that there? What is it, right? $5. Oh, fuck yeah, keep it on my bill, right? And that's like what I did for sales. So I had a different perception of like actual salesman. I didn't consider myself a salesman.
Providing the experience.
Yeah, and something that they needed. Hey, man, do you need this? If not, I'll take it back.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's what it should be like. Instead of forcing yourself upon people, this is what it's like. You want it? I love that.
So yeah, and then about 2017, my real transition and what kind of everybody I think kind of goes through some of the same steps of like they see somebody else can make a transition to a better life, right? And then they kind of think at first like, okay, they did it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's feasible for me, right? But then they get to a point where they maybe they either have an epiphany or something happens and they kind of have to make a decision at some point. And for me, with that job, there was a lot of repetitive bending and lifting over 100 times a shift, and I started to get degenerative back problems. And I was on what's called FLMA in this country, which is Family Medical Leave Act. I was out of work often, had to go to in all kinds of back problems. So like I started to think there had to be a better way. In 2017, I stumbled across, I think it was maybe Russell Brunson or somebody like that in digital marketing. Bought a Billy Jean's marketing course. I think I shared it with you when you and I first started. We were going through my Billy Jean stuff to set up it was definitely good at the time. And then for about 2 years, I got the whole trilogy right here on my book thing in front of me. I do a lot of reading, but so from 2017 to that date I said earlier, November 15th, 2019, I just kind of digital marketing. I read books, take courses, block out a few hours on the weekend. I was still working my day job 45, 50 hours a week. But I just started. And then once I felt like I was good enough to help people, I believed in myself and I got a job. Although I was working for a company, I was still 1099 self-employed. So I was betting on myself, right? I could go out to this market. I know enough to deliver value. I can start to help people.
Yeah.
And that's what I did. And I never looked back. And you basically know my journey since that time. You and I have been pretty connected, right?
Yeah, that's fascinating because that means that I've been with you since the very beginning.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and just seeing you now, seeing what has happened, and it is insane. I think that is the biggest insanity of my entire freaking existence. It is to see the transition in people, in the journey, and to see how they do things that you cannot even fathom if you think back at what would I expect this like 6 months ago?
Yeah,
right? No, exactly. It's like you're trying to remember something that's going to happen before you knew it's going to happen. And it's impossible. Like it blows my mind. So it's been a fascinating journey to follow you. And we still haven't talked about UFOs or any of the things that you have.
Awesome.
Right? And all the history stuff. We have talked so many times, and there are still so many facets that I have yet to discover in your story, and it just blows my mind. Just your beard today got me all excited.
That goes both ways, our stories. The beard's actually kind of a funny thing too, right? Thank you for that. You brought that up when we first joined before you had it live or everyone was watching, I think.
Yeah.
But in that corporate job, something that again a lot of people don't know is that in all of my company policies, because I worked for a private company, right? They can make their own policies and kind of do what they want. I couldn't have facial hair below the corner of the mouth. And I was never just a mustache guy, you know what I mean? So like now that I work for myself, this is kind of a F everybody. I'm doing what I want and just let my beard go crazy.
Yeah.
Because for 20 years I had to be clean shaven every day or you'd get freaking written up, and you know what I mean?
Oh wow.
That's the world I used to live in.
I would not have
prisons that we break out of that you never even think about, you know what I mean?
Yeah. There is an energy to the beard. Like right now, I would say that there are people who can resonate with the fact that there are people with a shirt much like this one who has a beard, but they don't really realize that person knows the exact distance and direction to the nearest mountain. There's some superpower that just comes, and you get really good at chopping wood.
They do go hand in hand, huh?
Yeah. No, but the beard, it's important. I would not have accepted a job that required me to take the beard. That it's happened once. This is free growth since September 2016. Actually, no.
Really?
Actually, I went to the barbershop for the first time ever.
I was going to say, I think I've seen it longer than that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I went to the barbershop. I figured out if I'm going to style it now, I can have it like equal length and just actually tend to it. Maybe I'm going to get more beard. I think so. But I have a terminal length.
This is my first summer having it. I thought summer would be the time maybe where I give up and shave it because it might get too hot with all, this hair on your face. But we had the coolest summer in history and I loved it. We had like a few days above 90 degrees here, which was great. I don't like this steaming hot weather. I'm not that 90 and up guy. So we had the coolest summer on record. Everybody talking about global warming. I'm just telling you, in New England, it was the coolest summer I can remember in my 40 years here.
That's interesting. We have talked a little bit about these things, but the cold being a teacher. Where are you on that kind of the journey? Do you take cold showers and stuff? Do you reset your system?
I haven't done that in ages. I used to do that before it was a thing and anybody ever talked about it years ago, but I actually haven't done that in a long time.
Me neither. Like we're gonna do ice bathing and stuff, but that's interesting.
That still sounds crazy to me. I think I would try it, but it still seems crazy. But I do crazy stuff, so I probably would try it.
Dude, when you're with us at the TTX event somewhere in the future, we have these. We're trying to make these adventures throughout, and sometimes that involves going down to a ice cold freaking lake and just jumping in. And I guess something happens when you do that in a like not just willy nilly. You're doing it with preparation, and you're doing it with the intent of discovering something, and you know what you could discover. So you're really going into it with a different perspective. And to be honest, it's documented. The 11th of the 11th, 22, when all this started, we had one of those ice baths that just hopped my consciousness, basically.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's interesting. But
I think you mentioned something good earlier. I think it was when your last guest on, but just like I mean, you were talking to me about it in the segue as well. Just about the people we get to meet on our journeys. That's been probably the most fascinating thing for me too, right? Like, you know more than others, but I'll explain really quickly. Like, all I do is talk to people all day, every day
Yeah.
too. Sales calls, client calls, fulfillment calls,
Team
team
calls.
calls, management calls.
Yeah.
You know, I went from again quitting that 20-year corporate job in 2019, working for another company for a handful of months, and then I went right when the pandemic hit. It actually worked in my benefit, where most people thought like that was the worst time, but it
Yeah.
was the best time, in my opinion, to launch a digital business, helping people get their knowledge out there for money. You know, at the time. And since then, now I'm co-owner of 3 different companies, 2 7-figure and 1 8-figure companies we've now hit within them. One geared all around sales called the Sales Lab. We have our original PDOX method, our copywriting, communication, research, and organic outreach system. And then we have our new kind of the 10-figure, the 8-figure, $10 million run rate company is Audience Lab, our new data and tech platform. So like, what's happened? I mean, who would have guessed that would have happened in 3 years? No freaking way I could ever predicted that. And most of that's from the people I met. Yourself, I met working for that company. Jesse, one of my 2 direct business partners still, who you know Jesse a little bit, was from cold calling from that same company I met you. One of my at least 13 clients from that network enrolled into my stuff later and said how much better it was than the company that charged 2 or 3 times what I charge. And then since then, over 2,500 students, currently like 1,000 private clients, like all the conversations and the people I meet. I got on yesterday onboarding a new guy into one of my high ticket programs. Turns out he's just like a beast entrepreneur in so many different lanes. We just vibed the whole call. I don't even know if I got into everything I was supposed to cover in terms of like curriculum, because we were just like having a good conversation. He's like, and then he's like, oh, right. Well, now that I know that, I'm going to come into your other business as a client. How much does that cost? I'm like, okay, well, like this stuff just happens because you're building relationships. I wouldn't have pitched the guy anything.
I would actually, I would say that is your energy. Like, people respond to energy. It doesn't matter how much of a curriculum you have, if you can really provide the energy so that they know where you come from.
That's true.
Yeah, and so the more people you talk to, statistically, you're just gonna hit the right person. And I mean, I've met so many people on my journey, and when you stop to just think, how many people have you really built a relationship with over the past few months, or how many times last week did you send a message to a person just saying, dude, I appreciate your work, or hey sister, I love what you're doing right now, I see you. Those things, I don't think people understand how huge of an impact that can make on a person. Just doing something good and making them feel better, it's gonna come back.
That's a good point. I don't even think about those things, but now you mention it, I was like, oh, yesterday I sent somebody a message telling her how awesome she was as an entrepreneur and how she was always creating explosive, innovative shit. And like, she's like, oh, thanks, Ray, you rock. But those are just things that are like part of my daily things. So I don't really think about it. But you're right. It's not normal, I guess. Not everybody does that.
No, because most people are following a recipe. Like, and that goes for love as well, bro. I've seen many things where they think that there's a structure to follow, and if they kind of jump a point, or they don't remember what to do in that point, it just falls off the vibe. But if you have that genuine essence, you're just doing it because you're a jaguar, you're a fucking wolf, right? And you don't need to explain it. Like, people, that's why that removes rejection. Right now, I have no idea how many people are watching this live. And that doesn't bother me because I love doing this, right? I'm doing this because I want to do this. I need to do this. And so if you send someone a compliment, or I sent you the epic fucking image yesterday, it became better, actually. That
was cool.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
And in those things, like, I sent that to a few complete strangers. Like, I've seen them on Facebook. I never met them again for the first time, basically. So I just sent that, and they're like, what is that? what is that? Oh my God, I look good, right? And I was like, yeah, you do. You should really see you for who you are. And then when
I'm a
people,
badass.
yeah, exactly, that makes you feel something. And then you can't help it. If Elon Musk received one of those things and he loved it, and let's say that it was also coupled with something that he needed, then Elon Musk can pay more than most people would think is reasonable to pay for something. But it depends on who you're talking to. Do you like to be with people who see things as you are? High vibing, not talking about problems all the time? It's so interesting and simple.
And what you said there about, like, it's just about vibing with people on calls, not whether it's sales, whether it doesn't really matter, or like you said, covering the curriculum. It's more about vibing with somebody.
Yeah.
And when you're doing that in the process, like you said, you're going to vibe with more and more the more you talk to. Yes, but you're also going to figure out who you don't vibe with and who you don't want to be on these conversations with. And that's very powerful when you can do that.
Yeah.
And say no to people. And no, I don't really want to work with you, man. I mean, let's just be straight up. You're just not my vibe, right? I don't think I'm best to help you. Go talk to this guy, whatever. But like, I think when you get into like the online business and client acquisition, not that I want to talk about that too much, but I think people just feel like they need to take in all the revenue and all the clients they can. And then stuff breaks because you're working with the wrong clients and you don't fulfill. Then they're complaining. Then they charge back. Like, all these things happen.
Yeah.
And that's why I've seen so many people start their business, get to a little success, 10, 20K months, and then boom, they're gone because they couldn't sustain because they brought on the wrong people, and it effed them in the long run.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It wasn't real. Like you can feel something that is real when people are just going unscripted. And that's like, we talked about this with Brody as well. If you're doing something that you hate, that energy is going to completely mess you up because you're doing something that you have to consciously focus upon. And it's as easy to focus on the bad as it is to focus on the good. And I just a very practical, realistic experience, like my life experience. I was a criminal kingpin. I worked hard to rob people. Like I worked hard to plan the robbery, to go in there and know exactly what to say. Like, I'm saying, this sounds horrible, but it actually required effort. It required less effort than what it does to create something of value to other people, but it required effort. So you have to go on both sides of the scale. You have to choose. Go to the good, high vibing, or do the easy, low vibing. Like, we can go into 3D, 5D. We can go into all these different things. Hating, loving. It's so simple. Like, it's logical. I guess when you're attuned with yourself, you think differently. You don't think about the things that you have to do at work tomorrow. You think differently, more free, more able to actualize yourself, which means that you are going to expand your consciousness just by doing that. And then it's going to go back to the place where most people are talking about things that does not even matter. Like, you're focusing on problems that there is a waste of energy. And because of that, you can just, well, I don't need that. I'm jaguaring myself out of there. Yeah.
Yep.
And when you do that over time, it's going to be a habit. You're going to start to praise people just because you're an amazing person. God damn, I love your style, right? It's insane. Thank you for that.
I love the way you worded. I love the way you worded that. You could vibe with high energy people and do good, or you could do what's easy, right? Most people pin good versus bad, but sometimes it's just doing what's easy or comfortable, or that's a great part about personal growth in any development, right?
Yeah.
Personal life, relationship, business, whatever it is being comfortable being uncomfortable, if that makes sense to people. Like, you got to be able to put yourself, like you mentioned, like people with relationship and where they get lost. It's like you don't have structure. Oh, next I'm supposed to ask her out after the third date and go study or whatever. There's a structure. When they lose that, they're like, oh, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Right. But like, you got to be uncomfortable with the lack of structure and just being yourself and then vibing in that situation. And if whatever you decide without the structure doesn't work with that person, then it wasn't meant to be. And you live and learn. Right.
Exactly. And it is that simple. You live or you learn. It goes back to, like, I think that I'm blessed. I'm beyond blessed. Because I woke up more or less at 28-ish. And my kids...
Much sooner than me. I wasn't until I was almost 40. I was about 40.
That's interesting. Because I think that, the level or the timing of your ascension or awakening or whatever you want to call it, when you're just fed up with the bullshit. It's so... Man. Yeah. Like, my kids are 5 years old and 8 years old, and they're talking in a way that I am right now. Like, they are limitless in the way they think. I can ask what is the strongest power in the universe, and my daughter will say, well, love, duh. So she knows the practical implications of quantum physics. I just haven't told her that is what she's doing. But she's doing things limitlessly creative, so that she has more empathy than most others. She's drawing people to her. She's always lifting people up just by her presence. And there's all these different things happening because she loves to learn about life. And I just said this a few days ago. Life is a video game if you learn how to play it. So imagine what happens if you learn how to play it at 5 and 8. Just as a point, I'm going to make my son more wealthy than his mom by the end of his 12th birthday. So in 4 years, he's going to be more wealthy than his mom. And how? I'm going to create a YouTube channel with Roblox because that goes viral. That's it. That's it. It's so simple if you see what tools and resources we have today and just doing it because you wanted to. And then a few simple things like, what should you call a YouTube video? You should probably call it something that would interest some people who are looking for something, right? Just these simple frameworks. Yeah. It's so fascinating because it completely opens up every single possibility that you have. And when you have the opportunity to think about every possibility, don't ask me what I'm doing in a year because I get overwhelmed thinking 2 weeks ahead. You know, if I do the things that I do now every day, I can't think 1 year ahead because there are so many different variables that could happen, and it's impossible. I just know that it's going to be epic.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Again, going back 3 years to where I am now, there's no way I would have predicted that. So I'm not even going to try to predict the next year. But
Exactly.
I will tell you, I'll be helping people. That's one thing I can guarantee.
Yes.
I've been doing that consistently. That's not going to change. I wanted to ask you a question that I don't think I've ever asked you. You may have never asked me this either. It's not something a lot of people ask, but just curious. If somebody asked you, do you have like a favorite experience in your life, whether that was like a 2-week stretch, a weekend, or whatever, but like, do you have somebody said, hey man, what was the best time of your life? How do you answer that?
How do you answer that? Because that depends on the definition of.
It's only your definition.
Yeah, exactly.
You're the only one
and
being asked.
You're asking me things that I'm now like, oh shit, am I that sadistic?
That's what I was trying to do.
Oh damn, that's a good question. Okay, so I have a lot of I have milestones in my life where I see that there has been most change, and my life has always been kind of a uphill struggle, kind of, if you choose to see it that way. But when you're in it, you know, you don't see the end of the storm until you've come out of it, or someone came into it with a flashlight saying, "Hey, you're lost,"
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
this is the way.
yeah, exactly. So I'm looking back at my journey now on the 100-day challenge and stuff, and I see the video of my daughter getting deported, right? I have this in this exact presentation. So you're going to see a little bit. I'm going to talk a little bit about that in this live stream. I'm not going to spoil too much, but the changes in me that happened from that moment was the best part of my life, even though it was the worst freaking experience I could ever imagine, and my soul got washed out like by the fart of a overweight, smelly, like it was bad. It was really, really bad. But at the same time, it was what had to happen. So today, my best experience is my life. Like this, the tribe experience, the things we do physically, all the different things that we do on a given everyday basis. Teaching my daughter to swim, teaching my daughter to root me on when I'm trying to do a backflip from like 3 feet, 30 feet, 10 meters ish.
That's 30 feet, yeah.
Yeah, when I'm trying to do a backflip and like scared shitless and looking at my 5-year-old for support, like I'm feeling fear. Might not be fear, might be the exhilarating feeling of something beyond that fear, the feeling. Right, it's insane. She's not saying it, articulating it like that, but she knows. She pushes me, and when I go into those experiences with my kids, when my daughter comes to me and says, "Dad, can we practice fear?" I'm like, "You mean fearlessness?" She's like, "Yes, that's the one." And she wants me to kind of flip her over on the chair fast so that she gets that, "Oh, fuck." Yeah. Right? And then just seeing how far can she push that. And as much as she does that, she's pushing herself subconsciously in other areas of life. So all of a sudden she just decided, I'm going to do the bomb from this diving board, and I'm going to do it with no floaties. And she had been with floaties all along up until that point. And she just knew that Dad said, if I just hold my breath, I'm going to buoy back up. Luckily, she did that. So,
yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah, and just seeing the expansion of their reality on an everyday basis is amazing. Like when you see the world for more than problems, I see my son sitting with the iPad a lot. And here's my thought. There is a educational framework called constructionism. And also, if we think about, I've mentioned this several times the last few days because it's so huge. We used to carve information on rocks, and we used to transfer information over the fireplace, and we had books and TV and all these things. Now, having a video game is taking you by the hand from level 1 to 100, and you're getting the information you need at that level, right? And then when you're done with that level, and you're just like, fuck it, then you're gonna transcend. You're gonna go to the next level. So he's sitting there with the iPad. He's now intuitive. He's so good at it. He's kicking my ass in Bed Wars, and like, also the adventures that you get from just living like this.
Yep.
Who can say that they have been on a pirate ship hunting the oh my god, the Moby Dick, hunting a white whale on a pirate ship with my son and my ex, his mother, just going into the unknown and seeing if we can survive. Like, that's a story that we had. It's actually recorded, right? So just seeing that right now, our kids, everyone is being impacted by this technology. My kid is actually taking offense. He's reacting to a reality virtually than he would do in the school yard, like in physical person. Like, I'm blown away by this because I'm seeing now how the technology is impacting how we see the world. And just to make them conscious about what this is, so that they have the technology under control and it's not controlling them,
Yeah.
to want to create a game in Roblox. Like, he's 8 years old and he's like, oh, well, we can do that and that and that and that. He's monetizing shit. He's talking to me about how he can raise capital, basically, based on sharing value and getting the energy in return. And just to prove my point, he was in Sweden. And there has been a lot of different ups and downs during this journey, where you have money, you have no money. You have a lot of money, you have minus money. Always, right? It comes and goes, ebbs and flows. And when he was in Sweden, I didn't have a lot of money. He had been saving from his birthday. So he bought shoes, he bought a freaking epic One Piece, and he bought this cup.
Nice.
8 years old, and he comes back and he's like, I bought you a present. I was like, you are going places, my son. I'm gonna treat you like, go down to the Sahara and dig for pirate treasure. We're going on an adventure. So that to really sum it up, your question, is the best experience of my life. It is just to experience these things. And I'm almost emotional talking about it. Thank you.
I expected you to have a crazy answer, and that's what I got.
Yeah, I love the fact that you know how to navigate my my thing. Because I don't talk like other people. Yeah, I don't talk like a lot of people. You have the questions that just digs down. Epic Dad Award. Thank you, Brody.
Makes it fun. Makes it fun.
It does, and it's an honor, right? So this also, just to really, maybe some people are gonna get a paradigm shift for this, but talking about the whole adventure, knowledge, learning phase, evolution through life, and how humans have done this thing in different phases all of the time. Now, when I create a video like this, it could be seen in the year 3500 for all I know. Right? It could be seen by my great way down the line. And the whole thing started because I had a blood clot. Right? I was in a victimized mindset when I started this journey, and I started the 100-day challenge so that my kids could get to know me if I was to die prematurely. And now it has grown into, like, how do you transfer that knowledge down through this? So that whenever you say something here, my son is probably watching this now. If this became such a huge event that it was like, did you hear about that thing? Oh my God. Yeah, you have to look at that. And then he goes back and he sees this. It's going to impact him. Like, it's going to impact his life and how he sees what's possible, because that's what he's been taught. So just seeing that whole thing, usually people read a biography when people wrote. My granddad did not write. My other relative, I guess, is on Disney right now. Togo, Leonard Sepola. He's known as the world's best musher, and he didn't write a biography. People around him wrote them. So I was like, fuck, people need to write down their stories, or they have to create their stories, their saga. They have to really tell the world who they are. If it is online, good for you. I think that there's more growth in doing it in front of other people. But just sharing your ideas and who you are, people don't do that anymore. I don't know
No,
how we
yeah.
got into that, but just this whole thing is so much more impactful than what most people might consider, because we are used to instant shorts and stuff just being there in the moment, but they are actually there forever. Depends on what you do with that.
So many fascinating things when you think about it. And
Yeah.
that's why you're like, I don't know how we got there, because you talk about fascinating things and you go down, you don't know where you're going always, in terms of where the conversation is going to be led.
Exactly. Channeling is just a journey.
I think for me, in a very simple answer, like my favorite experience, maybe I'm a little more selfish. I'm doing it more from my point of view than like life changing, right? Of course, your kid's birth and all those things, but I'm just talking about like in the moment how I was enjoying it and like, felt the best I might have ever felt, because I have 3 kids as well. Well, I have 3 kids, 23, 21, and 13. So 2 of my 3 already grown up and moved out. And my daughter Brooke, you probably see all over my Facebook posts and everywhere, because we're out doing adventures and stuff kind of every week. We go do pick-in at antique shops or go to carnivals or live music festivals. We're kind of doing something like that pretty much every week. Which is cool. But yeah, that probably you do know this. I'm kind of a live music junkie. I've been to somewhere between 500 and 1,000 live concerts. I don't really know anymore. But probably my favorite like life experience was probably the summer of '98 for about 2 weeks, traveling through about, I don't know, 7 or 11 different states and seeing 7 different concerts in a 10-day stretch, all from my favorite band, just kind of touring with them around the country, down to Virginia Beach. I went through what at that time what's called, I don't know if you're familiar with, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel here. It's like 17-mile bridge which goes under the ocean and then back over. It's like the coolest bridge I've ever been on in my life. It's freaking crazy.
Nice.
I woke up one morning just on Virginia Beach in the 90s. Again, I'm like 20 years old at the time. I woke up on Virginia Beach and I didn't even know where my friends were. Like, it was just like all kinds of cool, weird experiences that I don't remember. I remember going shoeless the whole trip and just going everywhere barefoot, like a total hippie would, you know what I mean? I was following the band Fish, so that makes sense. But like that was just that 2-week stretch. I'll never recreate that. And for me, like live music, that's like my happy place. Some people, whatever, they go out to bars, they go to whatever. Some people go to drugs, right? Like for me, I don't feel better anywhere than at kind of a live music. And I use that almost for therapy. If I don't go out and see a concert for a month or two, I'll kind of like start to get frustrated or irritated, or I'll notice differences. And like I do that and I just reset. I'm like, oh, cool, this is where I need to be, right? And then I'm like back relaxed and vibing. So that's kind of how I use live music. People, I don't think, look at it that way, but I think music is therapy for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're talking about how to share our message through music as well, just expressing ourselves through music. It's interesting. I had never sung before, never played the guitar, but it was this need of just seeing how can you use this language to transfer that feeling. Do you sing? Do you do anything like in terms of musicians or like?
No, I just criticize and support. Well, my best friend that for 30 years, my best friend Dean is the drummer. He gigs like over 100 times a year. He's a drummer in a Grateful Dead cover band. Now they play other stuff, but they're kind of known as the Grateful Dead. Well, as they should be. Their name's the Deadheads Massachusetts chapter, right? Deadheads MA or whatever. But my buddy's always asking me, and I'm like, I watch from a fan's point of view, but I also watch to like tell them how tight they are, where they missed a change. I notice stupid little things in music that most people wouldn't catch. So I'm not musically talented, but I have a good ear for it. And I can tell when something misses a note change, or they're just 1 second off on a beat or something. Like Dean, in the 3rd song, you guys kind of had bad transition. He's like, yeah, you're right, man. Like, and like, I'll give him the proper feedback because he likes that. Like, he wants to get better. So, and that meant everyone else goes up and says, great show, gives a big hug, right? And I tell him the same thing, but I'm like, also, this you could have done better. It's like, cool, thanks for that, And that's like the difference between certain friends. Everybody's all supportive, be supportive, but also help somebody grow and get better,
100%. One question that is like, it's interesting because I never really considered it. Some people listen to the rhythms and the melodies. Some people listen to the message, the vocals, like the lyrics. What is your preference or preference?
Definitely the music is more impactful to me if I like the melody, the rhythm, but definitely, all the best songs by critically acclaimed and, top voted, I have a great combination of both, right? Like, I think on every chart I ever see, if you look at best rock songs of all time, they might be flipped 1 and 2, but you're always going to see Freebird and what the hell is the Zeppelin songs? Stairway to Heaven. Are like always going to be the top 2 because they have great like musical jams, changes, intricacies, but they also have a very powerful message, and the vocals are strong in them. So I think you need both to make, like, you know, a mass pop, like a population hit song, right? Like the masses. But I think to individuals, I think you're right. I think a lot of people listen more for the lyrics. I think
Yeah.
that's secondary to me to the actual music. Can
That's
have good
interesting.
lyrics, but if like I don't jive with the actual lyrical, I mean the musical aspect of it, it's just I'll listen to it, but it doesn't do the same for me. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I guess you can, but I picture myself like closing my eyes and swaying at a show. I'm not thinking of the lyrics. I'm driving to the vibe, to the rhythm, right? It's not really the lyrics.
That's interesting. It's like with Brody, he played the song in the beginning, and
I heard it.
yeah, and it's like it was different compared to yesterday. And every time he does that, I think it's gonna be different, like he said, because when he's channeling that creative energy, he's gonna be in a different vibe. Like he's just gonna be taken by the music. That's a very fascinating thing, because then I think even if you suck at the music, like the actual melodies, you're able to transfer the emotion that you're feeling behind the lyrics if they come from you. But that's also like instead of rehearsing and instead of just seeing this thing and just really getting down the chords and stuff, when it comes from you, there are no wrong routes to take because it's just you're trying to get something out and seeing if it resonates. And that's interesting.
And that's why I love the type of music that I love. I think it's very improvisational, right? Like there's so many music, like, you know, pop music, whatever, pick an artist, Taylor Swift, whatever you pick in like pop mainstream, it's so the same every time you hear the freaking song.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas like what I call jam bands are much more improvisational. The Dead, Fish, Dave Matthews is another example. I never was really a Dave Matthews fan when I heard him on the radio. I was like, yeah, that stuff's okay.
Yeah.
My buddy Dean, who I was just talking about, one day just buys me a ticket. Ray, you're coming, right? You're gonna like seeing him live. I go see him live and probably seen him 15 times since. He puts on a great live show because they're always different. I could see the same song in New Jersey as I see in Massachusetts, but it's totally different. The way he played it, the arrangement, timing, he just changes it a little bit each time, which is great.
That's the experience.
And that band Fish, I'd said, was my favorite band. I've seen them 60 plus times. That's
Damn.
over the course of 20 something years. My first show was in 96, and my most recent was when I see him last year. I didn't go on tour this year. So last year, I think was the last time I saw him. But yeah, and I've seen, you know, Fish can play a hour and a half long set that's 4 songs just because they're going on forever. They just get lost in it. But that would never work on the radio, right?
No.
You know what I mean? You can't do that. So like that's the big difference between live music and finding bands that, like, you know, improvise. It to me is much more intriguing and fun to see than rather than the same freaking song every time played the same way.
Yeah. It's very much like this, the thing that we're doing right now. It's improv. It's just seeing what happens.
True.
Yeah. We have no idea how
Could be 5 more minutes, could be 5 more hours, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I said that I had no idea how long this is going to last. It's going to last as long as it takes, and then just see what happens. I love that because it's like the creative authenticity. Like you're just doing it because you are. Like you're the wolf, you're the jaguar. This is you. How have you been? Have you been recognized as like an honorable Fish band member? Like if you've been followed, why?
Oh, dude, if I was in the
times.
Fish community, if I'm in the Fish community, I'm on the lower 20% of how many shows I've seen.
Oh, damn, they're active.
Yeah, most Fish has a huge live following. That's where they make their money. If you look them up, their net worth for each individual or the band, they're actually one of the top grossing bands, but almost nobody's really heard of them in mainstream, in radio play. But they actually bring in more revenue in live ticket sales than the Rolling Stones and almost anybody.
Yeah.
Which you would never get. And it's because so many people, I talked to so many people shows. This is my 183rd show. This is my 311th show. I'm like, oh, I'm at 50 something, you know, whatever.
Insane.
I stopped counting at a certain point, but like for when you first start becoming like a, you know, a fan, you're like, oh, you like take pride in it. And then once you get to a certain number, you're like, I don't know, I'm around 50 or 60, something like that. You know what I mean? But you still got people that I talk to in the Fish communities. 318th show today. I'm like, holy shit, man.
Wow.
Like, yeah, I'm not as diehard as you would think. And again, that's over the course of 20 something years, right? I've known people that have done 60 in a year.
Wow. And it also just respect Fish. Damn. And
yeah,
also
it's like a lifestyle. Their whole following, it's like a huge community. Like when the first Fish show I ever went to, I was 16. I had no clue what to expect. At the time, I was into bands like Nirvana, Bush, like grunge rock, 90s rock, right? My older brother, 6 years older than me, Kenny, and still to this day, the smartest person I know, a lot of wasted potential, but still the most intelligent person I know that I've ever met in my life. Anyway, he kind of lived Kenny has the most interesting life out of anybody I know. Talk about people that should write a book. That's my brother. He has written one, but crazy life. But anyway, takes me and my buddy Dean at the time, Dean's 14, I'm 16, to go see Fish up in Plattsburgh, New York. We had no clue what to expect. This is the year after Jerry died from the Dead. So all of a sudden, this is where Fish and Dead get the association. They have a lot of similar fans. Their music is quite different, but they have a lot of similar fans, you know. So I had no clue, right? But Fish just really blew up that summer because the whole Dead following kind of started to go over to Fish. So I go to this show and there's 70,000 people there to see one band.
70,000?
70. Yeah, 70.
Oh, 70.
I believe it's still in the Guinness Book of World Records for biggest single band concert ever held in the US, right?
Wow.
Like Woodstock with multiple bands, those get more maybe, but like I don't think there's been a show with more people to see one band. So like we get there and it's just like craziness everywhere. And I said to my brother, I'm like, this is what he's normally like? He's like, no, he's like, this is fucking crazy, right? And my brother had been already following them for a few years.
Yeah.
But that whole weekend was just a big hippie fest, and they have what's called shakedown in the middle, where everybody sets up their own little canopies, and they're grilling garlic grilled cheese and what they call ganja goo balls made with THC, peanut butter, chocolate. You can buy this big handful of goo ball, and you just start chewing. It's delicious, but it's full of, I mean, the whole shit. It's go to the next thing. Here's your glass pipe. You want to buy some fresh hand blown glass? I mean, there's just a whole shakedown community of people. Here's beers, $1 per beer, ice cold. It's just. We had a guy, we lost our money or something happened at one point, and we had this guy giving out free grilled cheeses, right, for donations. All he had was a hat there, wasn't charging anybody.
Yeah.
So it threw a little nugget in there and $1, you know, at the beginning. Then we ran out of money. I remember my friend Dean going back toward the end and reaching out, looking the other way because he'd taken like 4 grilled cheeses, but he couldn't put anything in the donation. Just little shit like that. Like the whole weekend was crazy. I remember he and I leaning up against a couple porta potties, and we're 14 and 16, and we're on LSD at the time.
14. Well, hold on. You're 14 years old. 14 and 16.
He was 14. I'm 16. Dean,
oh,
yeah,
no,
myself and Dean. Yeah, we're leaning up against this porta potty, and a cop rolls up in a car and looks over at us and goes, "You boys all right?" We're like, "Yeah, thanks." And he just rolled off. Like that was like the whole vibe.
Just smelling my thoughts over here. God
It was
damn.
just a whole crazy experience. But yeah, like that was my first introduction to them, and I was like, dude, this is nuts. Like, and then when I heard the music, I didn't think I would like it. My brother like put on a, you know, back in the day we were still listening to cassette tapes, put on a tape as we're driving up there. And even the drive up there, dude, we were going to Plattsburgh, New York. So where I live, we have to go through a town called Burlington, Vermont, which is kind of like a hippie. That's where Fish is known to starting. They started at little bars there. A bar called Picture of Nectar actually is kind of where they got their fame. And they were, you know, 40, 50, 60 people, turned into like 200 in that bar, and then they expanded out. So we had to go up to Burlington and then take a ferry over Lake Champlain into what's called Plattsburgh, New York. But that night we were in Burlington. We had nowhere to sleep. We were just kind of women it. And my buddy's like, come on, my brother, he's like, come on, I know this kid, we can go sleep in his tree fort. And like he had, I don't know how he knew this was there, but we ended up, my brother, my best friend, and myself sleeping in some kid's tree fort in the backyard, and then waking up in the morning having no way to get on the ferry. So my brother went and schmoozed up with this girl and hitched a ride, and she invited him along. So we get on the ferry. It was just like this whole impromptu trip that was just like so many memories that are just, you know, so vivid that when I think about it, explaining it, it's just crazy.
An adventure. Damn.
Yeah. No, my brother, I remember recently did a post, and he's like, something about nowhere to stay. He's like, oh, I know a tree fort where we can stay. And I just fucking start cracking up. I'm thinking back to 1996. I was like, fucking idiot. We realized the next morning that like he didn't know the person, and some little kid like tell their dad, I think someone's in my tree fort. We're like, oh shit, I think it's time to go.
God damn. Thank you for that. Also, something just stood out, like herd mentality and tribe mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 70,000, like Fish having that kind of an underground audience. It kind of makes you see that what we're all presented is not the whole world. Like there are people probably sitting there knitting Taiwanese cat sweaters somewhere, and they have a huge following, and they can just live completely free based on that. While others have been taught to believe what the masses are supposed to believe. So having a tribe and having a herd, two different fucking things.
And I think that goes back to with a band like that, the energy they put out is what they get back. They put out great energy, good vibes, a positive experience, and then people flock to it and they tell their friend, like they grew based on word of mouth. And that like you said, that really cult following, for lack of a better phrase, like people are just diehard. I mean, I can't believe when I talk to people, it's my 486th show. I'm like, wow, crying out loud.
Yeah,
I mean, some people turn that into their whole economy again, like just loading up their cooler, cooking supplies, bringing a grill, and just flipping at every show, selling cheese and sodas and beers, and they're making enough money to hit the next town, and that was their life. It was just a tour on the road, make enough money to get to the next show, and that was always the goal.
that is beingness. Like that is
Yeah, it was
awesome.
really cool.
Yeah,
I
that's
never
awesome.
did it that die hard. Like I wish I had a chance to, but I just didn't. I had mortgage, kids, house. I
Yeah.
could take my 2 week adventures and go, follow them for like 7 states that year in '98, like I did, and that was great. The first show we hit in that whole '98 run, we had tickets to go down to Virginia Beach,
Mm.
and we didn't know there was 5 of us driving down in the car. I remember one kid was even unaged to drive, and he's driving part of the time. I woke up at one point in the trip, and he's looking in the back seat, going, "Hey guys, am I driving okay?" I'm like, "Hey,
God
look
damn.
that way." And B, you're the only one in the car without a license. Why the hell are you driving? But we on the way down to Virginia Beach, which we all had tickets to. I think I remember the date still of August 9th of 1998, if I'm not mistaken. But on the way down there, they had a show in Maryland, which is on the way to Virginia Beach geographically, and we had an extra day. So we're like, we don't have tickets, but let's go. And we had never really, we didn't know what to expect. We end up buying some tickets from a scalper in the lot. Turns out that they're fake, right? But we find out they're fake. So we go confront this guy. We get our money back, but he doesn't take the tickets. So there's 5 of us. One of my friends, when there was that money exchange and we got our money back, he gave the fake ticket back. The other 4 of us kept them. And when we went to work, they actually worked. When we got in, the scanner let the fake ticket in. So now 4 of us get in. My other friend doesn't have a ticket. So the last one of us to go through, this kid, Eric Schlegel, by the way, rest in peace, Eric's passed since, drops his ticket after they scan it. So the 5th member, my friend, picks it up and they're like, "Where's your ticket?" He's like, "Oh, right here," even though it was the kid. So all 5 of us get in absolutely free with fake tickets, getting our money back. And that's how we started our little run. Then we went down to Virginia. Then we hit them on a show in New Jersey, then Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and then we finished up in northern Maine in Limestone. Oh, we did Vernon Downs, Vernon, New York as well. So that was like the kind of little thing we did. And that was the time I was talking about. But even how it started was just like epic.
Yeah,
It's pretty cool.
Like Brody says, it's like a modern Oregon Trail on acid.
It's a good little analogy.
Yeah, dude. Thank you so much. I have another one that I have to get to because he's currently in Taiwan, and right there I
Oh
think
hell yeah,
he's
man! I get it. I've been going
above
for a
me.
while. I'm
No,
glad
I love
we
this.
kept it. I'm glad we kept it more like we did though than going about sales.
Yeah.
I like the way you titled it though. I was like, I told somebody, I was like, I never thought of it as sales magician. It's like everyone says sales professional, sales trainer, sales this, sales that. I was like, sales magician. I was like, that's so good because if you do things right, it's almost like you made the magic wine and helped somebody make a decision that's going to further their life or their business or whatever, right? So that was really cool. Just even like a little phrase, like I was like, why did I never think of that?
It starts with a thought. It's
right?
like
sometimes I don't do that. Sometimes I just do and I don't think.
Yeah, but see, that's the genius juice of this whole thing. Like we're just talking to people of the same energy, and just a word, just a phrasing of something, just unlocks a completely new path to something epic, and I love that. So we're gonna have, because I've already kind of installed you into the Legacy Forge without actually asking you. Just
I went and actually created a profile today.
Nice.
See? I took initiative.
You took initiative. You took the first leap, and the idea is that people get to know the Legacy Forges within the Forge. So coming to Ray, you see the story you come to learn who you are, and then to really vibe. That's the best word.
Build a connection.
Build a connection.
I say life's really about 2 things: actions and connections. The actions you take, you're responsible for, and then the connections you make with people. That's kind of like if I had a manifesto, it'd be actions and connections. That's what I kind of like to focus on. Be responsible for making good actions and make connections with powerful people. If you do that, I think you can enjoy life.
I think so too. Because your network is everything, and just doing it alone is also really lonely. Like it's boring actually to be alone all the time.
Yeah, and I think people also think they need to focus on 10 things to change their life. Like, no, pick like 2 things that you can really, want to focus on. Don't you're setting goals or tasks that are too daunting to actually do. Yeah, I got to do these 10 things today. Well, what's the odds you did all 10 when the end of the day when you go through that checklist? So I did 4 of them. So let's focus on 4 then. Something we can actually achieve every day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Rome wasn't built in a day. You don't have to do a marathon if you're just learning to walk. You just do one little step at a time. And then the funny thing is it takes way less time than you might expect, but you think that it's going to do, so you never do the action that is going to provide the result. But
100%.
Yeah.
Well, this has been a blast, man. And to kind of leave it off, if anyone ever wants to talk sales or wants to hear some sales expertise, let me know. I'd be happy to talk that, but I'm glad we kept it just like, on a impromptu topic. And last thing I want to say is you alluded to it. We got to get on it, even if it's not live, just you and I, and have that conversation like UFOs, aliens, and some of the other fascinating things that I've done a lot of research on, and that I think behind whatever we all do, your previous guest, your next guest, me, doing digital marketing and sales. I think you still have to have your passions and your interests that really keep
100%.
people going, outside. Like I love what I do, but I like when I take time off and I go focus on, researching certain antiques because I'm into antiques and collectibles, or
Yeah.
checking out a new documentary like I just did a couple weeks ago, a new UFO story that I never knew about, and just so much more cool shit. Like I
Yeah.
try to batch out time to really get my interests and passions in outside of my professional life as well.
Yeah.
So that's the last thing I just want to touch on. I think is important for people.
I love that. And also that's kind of the vibe in the whole thing. If we see Legacy Forge as a school, there's a classroom with the name Ray. Like in the
Ray
wing
101.
of, yeah, in the wing of Ragnarok or Saga. We have many places inside of there where we can really just get to know all the different things, just get new ideas on all the different topics that has any, like, just vibes. I can't wait to hear your stories because you kind of been alluding to them for years and we haven't really had that conversation, as you say. So I look forward to that.
I finally booked up and recorded it and put it on YouTube. I normally don't create much YouTube content, but I finally did what I called like Project Evidence or whatever I named it. And it was like 4 years of hardcore research that I compiled down, and I put it into like a 30-minute YouTube episode. Might have got a couple hundred views, I don't know. But I actually did challenge myself and say, hey man, everyone always hears you talk about this, Ray. Actually create something. So I did.
Holy shit!
Nobody knows about it.
No, that's the
shit I
key.
do.
That's the thing. So you send me that link so I can.
I will.
Yes.
I'll send it over.
Fantastic. All right, Ray. Thank you so much for sharing energy.
It's been a blast. We'll catch up soon, I'm sure, my man.
Oh, we will. You know it. You can't avoid.
All right.
All right. See you
All
soon,
right.
bro.
I'll catch you next time. Thanks,
Yes,
man.
you will. All right. So this is shaping up to be very interesting. Now, to take things to the next part, I was wondering if we should try to get Marcus on here. If you're watching there right now, Marcus, I would love to. Oh, we just had someone leave. I would love to have your story on because I realize that in Taiwan, in Taipei right now, it's getting late, and also, Stian. All right, cool. If you want to join back on before we stop this, you can do that, and we can kind of jump on. You're looking for the link in the forge, Brody says, and that is exactly right. We were gonna have all the different things in the forge. Is this gonna work? Ah, it worked. Today's topic: the tribe experience, day 1 ceremony day. Oh, so I've been jumping the gun on this one. We've been having other things as well. If you guys are loving this, give me a thumbs up in chat. I've never done that before. While I think of what to technically do now to kind of make that transition again, get in touch with Marcus and then have him coming on. And then also, I drink too much coffee, so I'm gonna get some water. And in the meantime, guys, I love your faces, and maybe I can do something creative here. Hold on. You see, we're literally building this plane in the air. That's just how we do things. People don't like that? Well, that is not my problem. So if I am not here, I can basically have you guys see something regardless, like that. And then I will turn on some music because it's important to have some sort of a stimulus, even though I'm not here to blast your ears all the time. Let's see, like that. can see you, but they cannot hear you. So I'm just gonna say, Marcus, so good to have you on one of these things live. It's a big thing. How you doing?
Yeah. No, it's awesome, man. I really enjoyed the last couple of guests who came on, and say hello to everyone watching here. And yeah, this is me, live from Taiwan at the moment. I'm ready to jump into whatever we're going to jump into at the moment. So hopefully it's going to be of use to some people who have logged in to see what we're all about. But yeah, where would you like me to start?
Well, we have a fascinating story, you and me as well, of course, as we.
Yeah.
It seems to be a pattern, but I found a post of yours a few ways back. I remember I was seeing your post in the library actually here, and then I responded to it, and took a little while. We kind of got into each other's fields incrementally, and then all of a sudden we
Yeah,
just
figuring
started.
each other out.
Yeah, yeah, and then after that, it's just been a journey without comparison. So
Yeah.
I think the best one to share that journey is you, because I look forward to
Yeah,
that.
okay, well, that's a good starting place. And for anyone else, obviously for other people who are kind of tuning in and working out, what the whole legacy forge and these kind of things are about, I think a really important part of it is that that life happens, sometimes, and people go through ups and downs, and it's so good to have other people we can really connect on a level that you find someone who's got the same stuff going around in their head as like you have. And for me it started off a few years ago, like probably quite early. And without being without having a massive cliche, it's kind of like the whole Matrix scenario. I was doing everything what I was supposed to do. Went through university. Was parents wanted me to do to be an architect. So I went through architecture school, and then kind of dropped out about 1 year before I was going to graduate. And going through kind of society's steps, and there always seemed to be something that was a little bit off. And I think it's quite a common thing with people who do have this kind of itch. You know what I mean? It's you're in society, you're doing what's expected of you because that's all you know, and you kind of just feel that there's something else out there. And it's not until you find other people who are on that vibe, or have kind of gone through the process, that you can kind of go, oh shit, there's actually nothing wrong wrong with me about it.
Yeah.
There's other people that actually don't want to conform to the whole, not to say the 9 to 5 thing's a bad thing. If that's what you want, you're completely happy with it, man, there's nothing wrong with it. But it's just, I think we pick up a lot of things along the way from our parents, from schools, from society, and we start to put extra things on our personality that wasn't there before, and they can kind of weigh people down. And then it becomes this big suit that we're carrying around with that gets heavy, and we kind of forget how to be ourselves and forget what our passions are and conform to a life that possibly we don't really want. And on the other side of the coin, if people are completely happy doing that, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But I think there's more and more people now, and COVID seemed to be a catalyst for that, of people kind of waking up and going, well, I've only got one shot at life. I feel like there's some stuff that's been holding me back. And then having a group of people, or having that kind of a support system where you can navigate that and start to unload and come back to your kind of your true self and your true passions, and then figure out that maybe it's transformation and these kind of changes. It's not like a walk in the park. You're going to have to do some work, and you're going to have to do some soul searching. But the alternatives just don't really weigh up if you're going to continue on a life that you're bringing everything into existence is really not your true self. And maybe your relationships, your work, you're just going down that road. And then I guess a lot of people get to a point in the future where they're 50, 60 years old, and they think about these questions then. And I think that's a shame. So for me, that's kind of basically the grounds on how I met you, because at that time jump ahead a little bit more just before COVID. You know, I've been in the entertainment industry in Taiwan for 7 years. So that's been, you know, weekly on national TV. I speak Mandarin Chinese, and doing hosting work, and then everything just spun off from there. It was basically like a pretty steep curve for me from, you know, being in a foreign country and doing other work to suddenly kind of being in the public eye and everyone knowing who you are. And that lasted for about 7 years, and you know, I really enjoyed it for the first part of it. But towards the end, it's that same kind of thing that was gnawing at me, the superficiality of the content that we're having to put out, and the pressure of, you know, keeping up appearances, and basically, you know, we're kind of being an avatar, because the things that we were supposed to be promoting and talking about, and things like that, we didn't have 100% of control over. You know, we were told like, oh no, you can't say this, you know, it's not culturally sensitive and stuff like that, or you can't, you got to be more funny or more outgoing, or you can't talk so much, you've got to be more quiet, and that kind of thing just got to me in the end. And I think that's about the time that I met you, because to cut a long story short, for people who are trying to put the picture together, I basically had a Facebook group of, you know, over 50,000 people, from like a fans page, and then on Instagram it was like over 20,000. And suddenly I just wasn't feeling the vibe. I didn't want to be this kind of celebrity person, and I didn't want to be in the, you know, the limelight talking about things that I wasn't passionate about, or that were out of touch with my values. But because I've been doing it for such a long time, I wasn't even sure what my real values were. You know, I'd forgotten that part of me.
God damn.
And it's a similar thing to what Brody was talking about. It's like, you know, there's no instruction booklet for life, and we do go through and we do pick up things, conditioning and things that we might not really like, and then, you know, we get unhappy, or we get anxious, or we get depressed, and we don't really know why. And it's just because basically our true self, or true nature, we've just been putting a whole lot of stuff on top of that. Like, just as I said, like putting a suit, we're just patching things up from other people's lives and expectations and things like that, it's pretty easy to get a little bit lost. And if you don't have people who you can kind of talk to about that, or other people who have gone through the whole scenario of it, and everyone's got a different story, but there are similarities between a lot of people's stories. And
100%.
having someone there that you can just kind of bounce around ideas, not only does it make you feel like you're not the only one going through this, because the world seems to be, I don't like to use real spiritual words like awakening and everything like that, but it's pretty hard not to use them.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know, but for people to kind of awaken into this kind of a state, and then go through taking out the trash and working out, you know, how they actually want to live the rest of their lives and be more authentic, and that's so freeing.
Yeah.
And just having other people that are there in the same boat, or have had a similar story to you, and you can kind of go through things like that.
100%.
It's so helpful.
100%. It's like, I've been thinking about how to make it as easy to follow or understand or see or visualize, whatever you want to call it, a journey that they have no idea where it's going to lead. But it is, as you say, it's like a huge mountain, and everyone is trying to get to the top of the mountain. Some people have just climbed a little further, and they are now facing the next layer of clouds or whatever. Nobody has really seen the top of it, but it just continues to grow. But because you have gone that path, you can look back and say, like, there's a fucking bear in that bush. You should not go there. That mushroom will kill you, right? Just normal stuff.
Yeah.
And the only difference between those people who really feel this and don't are the ones who are climbing that shit, and those who are running around the mountain telling other people it's not possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just to emphasize that fact of I pretty much had what everyone else wanted or what I
Yeah.
thought that I wanted. Um, you're basically like a celebrity in a country where, people ask you for autographs and things like that on the street. You've got a lot of women that are interested in you. You've got that profile. You're kind of going out. Everyone wants to be your friend and
Yeah.
kind of know you. And then I just wasn't happy
Yeah.
with things. And then I started looking around at the people who had been in the industry for even longer than me. And it's not all bad. There's a lot of good things, but it depends how you go about it. But a lot of people who had been in the industry for even longer than me, I kind of looked at their lives,
Mm.
and I didn't really like what I saw.
Mm.
Um, it's
It's like a
yeah,
depth syndrome. Like if
yeah,
you, yeah,
it seemed like that.
yeah. I mean, if you can't be yourself and everyone expects you to be someone, imagine going around the world, anywhere you go, and people call you Jack Sparrow, and you didn't even see the movie. Like people don't know who you are. They just, I saw you on that screen once. It's insane, and
Yeah,
it also ties into what would happen if you had $1 billion overnight, and all of a sudden people knew that you had $1 billion. Who are your friends? Who are not? Who will come and who will go? All these things that
yeah,
people really don't think about. Money is not the answer. It changes a fuck
yeah,
ton of things depending on who you are, or fame, or
yeah.
whatever we have. Yeah.
And if you follow this kind of societal, epitome of success, that
Mm.
you're going to be happy once you've got like a shitload of money, or you're going to be happy once you're famous, and you buy into that.
Mm.
I really think that there's a lot of, it's not gonna, it's just kind of shiny object syndrome.
Yeah.
And it's a shame that a lot of people, you have to kind of do it and get there and then just go, oh, I'm not happy, so I'm missing out on something.
Yeah.
So I think that if people who are listening, or are signing up for the Legacy Forge and things like that, I think that it's a really good way of working out what your true values are, what your passions are. And it doesn't mean like, I think in the comments people, and the same thing with me, when I started on this journey, I was like, well, how am I going to make money?
Mm.
um or is this going to make enough money for me to live on? I can't just drop my 9 to 5 and all this kind of thing. I think for everyone it's different, but for me, I was in a situation where um, I was unhappy enough that I just needed a break, and then
Mm.
things just came up for me that made me take a break. One, because I felt that kind of split in my personality of being this persona on TV and everything, and that authenticity getting more and more out of line with me.
Mm.
I started suffering from anxiety, which was a pain in the ass for me, and I didn't really know where it came from. But looking back and connecting the dots now, you
Mm.
can see why, because you just get so out of kind of touch with your true self, and you're wearing a mask the whole time. And the other thing was, it didn't really make it that easy to do my work.
No, exactly. Yeah.
So things will happen in life, and I think if some people are going through different things, it does help to realize that life will throw things at you that may be, at the time, it seems like a disaster, or that you're not holding it together, but it's basically your body's way of saying, yeah, okay, dude, enough of that.
Yeah.
Get real, and have some rest time, and go back and
100%.
work out what you want to do, and get back in touch with yourself. And
Yeah.
then if you keep ignoring that, I think a lot of people, like Brody said as well, you can be in that zone of kind of feeling something off and then just delaying it, and whatever, going to alcohol or things like that to kind of get
Mm.
through or numb out the pain. And that can go on for a few years, and the universe will keep tapping you on the shoulder.
Until you
um
learn.
yeah, yeah,
100%. Yeah. And
definitely.
I think that because I've talked to a lot of people with jobs they hate, right? And some people are working their health to, like, they're destroying themselves. And
Oh, definitely.
yeah, and I think it starts with that mindset of just, I have to do this. So I'm going to just force myself to do that. The more you do that, the body's going to react and you're going to manifest new things. I think the reason I don't have a blood clot anymore, which was inoperable, is not because of the plant medicine. It's not because of anything that I did. I think it's simply because I focused on the good instead. I focus on what could make me feel more aligned. And the more I did that, the more I was in flow, the more my body was in symbiosis or in harmony or complete just agreement of anything that we did, so that my heart and my brain was communicating. And I just knew. It's like what we talked about with Ray. It's like you become the jaguar. You understand that you are the jaguar. There's no need to explain what you are, but you are,
Yeah.
and that's it. So,
And
yeah,
sometimes you've really got to let go of a lot of stuff to actually
yeah,
have more.
yeah,
And that was a big thing for me, because coming off that, and I basically just stopped doing those TV shows and certain things. And I felt, you know, from having to face up on social media for daily for all those times, and having, fans and everything like that, and then me suddenly disappearing, I felt really bad, because I was
yeah,
kind of like losing something, and I had all the expectations on me as well. But in the end, it is a process. It's like you really have to kind of give things up and be okay with that, and make yourself your own your first priority. And for some people, it could be, giving up some bad habits. It could be changing a new circle or an environment. It could be changing a job. But the thing is that if you do have that feeling that you want more, or something's out of alignment, then you have to make that choice,
yeah,
and you have to make sacrifices. And when you do, it may be scary and unsettling at first, but as you get through, you'll notice that that was actually a necessary thing to do that, and so much more space opens up for more good things to come into your life. But just kind of clinging on to like a bad situation, thinking that it's not going to get better, is it's not really the way forward. Yep.
absolutely. Comes down to play, I think. In my case, I think that if I just play as much as I can and having fun while living this
Oh,
experience,
yeah.
yeah, because it's like there was one thing that that popped up while we were talking about
Yeah, sure.
the money and the fame and that stuff. Like, if your goals is to make $100,000, then what do you do when you reach that? There will never be enough money that can satisfy your need of getting more. And the more money you make, the more stuff you have, the more stuff you have to maintain. You're gonna get different problems. So money is not the thing. It's like what is keeping you on the track to stay sane while you're doing these things. Because if you're not
Def-
happy and you have every single person in the world at you, let's say that you're just Elon Musk and you're not because I think he's pretty zen, almost. Like, I think he knows who
yeah.
he is, so he doesn't really care about the people around him. What if he did care? The entire world is looking at you. Like, the amount of money that he has is probably not going to fix that problem. It's just making it worse. You need to just have a goal that is so aligned with yourself. For me, it's Valhalla, or it's whatever it starts from
Yeah.
Valhalla. It's just the next step. And from Elon is Mars. If the decision does not make him closer to Mars, then it's not worth focusing on. And as long as he has that thing, everything else is problem solving. Just like Brody said earlier, like you're going in, or yesterday. I'm not sure. I have so many interesting conversations. You're basically
Yeah.
problem solving based on what you have. You're reacting to the opportunities. That
Yeah.
everything
Yeah.
is a reaction. How do you react, good or bad? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, the conversation with Brody was really. I'm gonna have to go over it again, because I kind of felt like I was talking to myself in a way,
Yeah.
with so many of the things that he was saying, and also problems with addiction, and because that's what people do when they're kind of unhappy. If you find yourself in a situation where you are kind of putting things off, and doing drugs, or doing things that are actually just not healthy for you, it's just a sign that you're just not really that happy. And if it's working for you for the moment, but it's not a way to it's not a way it's not sustainable, man.
No.
And something does come up, that knocks you on your head with that. So health and everything like that, it's just the way that the body's, I never really used to understand that or believe it, but the body's a really sensitive thing. So when you're out of alignment with things, something will come up. You'll get
Yeah.
anxiety, you'll feel shit, you'll get depressed, or you'll get sick.
Yeah.
And it's just a way of kind of going, well, something's not working, we're going to change things up here. And then having, like, I keep saying it, man, just from even the conversations that I've had with you and the similarities in our story and our thinking and the actual steps that we've taken to kind of move forward and find other things. It's so valuable
Yeah.
to have that, especially in society now. I think, if you want to put it under the title of mental health or self-development, that's fine, but it's still not really a super open thing that everyone is talking about. But it's funny because I think it's everybody goes through something like that at some point in their life. And yeah, man, just definitely to have those people who are going through things with you, or you can get advice. I mean, me talking to my parents has been really difficult. One thing, because I've been in another country and a different culture, and I was kind of stuck here during COVID, and with COVID, everyone was wearing masks, so the whole
Yeah.
thing with the entertainment industry just stopped. So that was something else that came about
Yeah.
to give me a rest. And I mean, if you want to say it was kind of meant to happen to give me that time to reassess things, then sure, that's a way of saying it. But yeah, definitely having people that are going through stuff and can give you advice, or a tribe like this is so helpful, man. Yeah.
100%. And it becomes your family. It becomes your soul family. Like and this is going to sound so weird to so many people, but and I can give you context as to why it was necessary as well, because not every person in the world is good at communicating. And as you said, it all comes down to communication. Like or was it Ray? Like I've seen now, I have slept 3 hours tonight. So that's also a testament to what happens when you're in alignment, because you don't need sleep. You're operating at a level that you cannot explain, and you're creating things on the fly that shouldn't be possible. But
Yeah.
communication, I was like, not being able to fully express the things that I was talking about or thinking about or doing, because nobody around me, my physical vicinity, was really into it. Like coming in and being all glee like for the family, like, listen up, kids, quantum superposition. I mean, seriously, let's talk about it. People are not going to be vibing. So I had to find other people to talk about this with, and kind of bridging the gap of understanding, getting feedback from other people who saw things the same way. And when you see yourself as a subatomic quantum composition of a vibrating vacuum in a Planck scale, basically, it's hard to find other people you can resonate with. So I had to figure out, what is this? And then the tribe expands, and all of a sudden I was becoming a better father and a better partner, because I got my fix. I got my tribe input. I could go and talk to people who saw me, who valued my inputs. Like I have been contemplating for years, and all of a sudden I was like, but where are your thoughts when you're not thinking of them? Right? And then I was just airing out what I thought, and other people were like, yeah, right? It just does something to you to really be seen and heard, and it impacts every single part of my life. And I could honestly, right here, right now, say 100% truthfully, I would not be the one I am today without the tribe. So a lot of people would see like, oh, this is just a thing where they're trying to do something, an agenda, whatever. The tribe is fucking vital. Like when you really find your people, there are no explanation to what could happen. Like Marius came from being sentenced, diagnosed, and treated with 16 hours per week group sessions, and medicated with chemically cut off drugs from energy. Like he could not feel bad.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, then you cannot even feel good. So he was like really cut off from the whole thing. But the tribe took him through it. Like he's now at a place where I love you, bro. Seriously. Like it's insane to see the transformation in people and all the different stories, and just feeling that the mountain, we have fought the mountain together. Yeah.
Yeah. you can get so, I think people can get so cut off when they do find that their lives that they've been living is, it's not making, it's not sustainable, and it's not making them, it's not giving them that sense of real kind of satisfaction with the world.
Purpose.
And then just the medical system right at the moment, it's just not designed for people to, come in a safe way to kind of, go back. And a brief kind of explanation of my thinking on things is that we come into the world as kids and we're full of creativity, we're full of inspiration, we're spontaneous, we say what we think. We don't really have these filters. We're basically like, we're not split yet. That's our kind of personality. And then when things, we get a little bit older and we pick things up from our parents, and our parents are not perfect, and that's where you find out that your parents are not God, and they'll say things that can be damaging to kids. We take all this stuff on all throughout our lives, and then our personality kind of splits. We've got the kind of the true self that we were born with, and then all these adaptations, and some of them are good, some of them are bad. Some of them tell you to look both ways before you cross a really busy street or a highway, or not to put your finger on the oven or something like that.
Yeah.
These are all fine, but the other things that we pick up that we're too loud, or we're too quiet, or we
Doing it
can't do
wrong.
this, or we can't do that. Or we're just not, we're not worthy of different things, or that money is really hard to make, or that we have to be a lawyer or something like that to feel like we belong in the world and for other people to accept us. At these points where people do feel like they're waking up, and I'll just use that real spiritual
Yeah.
word, but that's the only reason, that's the only other way that I can explain it. It does kind of create things like depression, anxiety, and from what you said of kind of Marius, you go to the doctor and you say, well, I'm not feeling good. I'm feeling depressed. I can't get out of bed. I don't feel like doing normal things. I've lost interest in the things that I used to be able to do, or I'm feeling anxious. And they just go, well, here's some pills and you can take them. And it's not the way out, because as I said, in my belief, I think there are some probably mental health conditions that do need that kind of medical attention.
Yeah.
But I think the majority of them are just from us losing touch with who we are and going down the road of other people's expectations and getting out of touch with ourselves and feeling bad. That's our body's way of saying, hey dude, wake up and take a good look at yourself. And to start taking a whole lot of medication is just, if it helps you get through something for a couple of months. But if you're having to rely on that stuff, like during COVID, for me, when I was still, in the entertainment industry, and I was having to perform, and my anxiety was getting worse and worse. And at that time, went through, relationship breakup, was just an extra kind of a thing to it.
Yeah.
I wasn't sleeping, and you go to the doctor and they give you sleeping pills. And I was having anxiety, so you go to the doctor and they're giving you, they give me
pills.
Xanax. Yep. And they're just, they're your brain chemistry just, it's just mixing things up even worse, and it's a real bitch to get off, to be honest.
I remember that.
And I had, because I didn't have any other help, and I thought that because I'd gone to the doctor and I wasn't feeling great and I was having anxiety, the doctor was saying, oh, okay, you've got depression, and you've got like an anxiety disorder. And I took that on myself as, okay, there's something wrong with me, I need to take this medication. And I didn't at that time have the knowledge or have other people in my space that I could talk to about my past and the things that I've gone through. Because as soon as I did, people were like, dude, you're a foreign guy, you're a guy from New Zealand, and you've grown up in this society where there's so many expectations on you. And then you've been in the entertainment industry, like high stress environment where you can't really be yourself. I mean, of course you're gonna have like anxiety and stuff like this. And then it was then that I realized, okay, it's not taking a drug that's going to help me. It's going back over these things and working out what's out of alignment with me, and you know, the stuff that is in the, you know, Legacy Forge and things like that, the people who have gone through it, like do some meditation, look after yourself, try to
Have
start
fun doing it.
undoing some of those negative beliefs and have fun. You know,
Mhm.
go out and do some of the things that you did when you're a kid. Go and pick up the guitar again. Go out and spend some time in nature.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I say that, and I haven't picked up the guitar since like I was in a band in university, but
You were in a
you know, that's
band?
on my list to do. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because yesterday we were playing. I was playing the Legacy Forge song, which is still in development, but the lyrics are
Yep.
there, and we just had to work on it. And you know, Brody comes in. There's a lot of other musicians. That was a harder word than I expected. But
Yeah.
yeah, having these vibe sessions, just that is in itself so freaking healing. Like if you're just going on I don't know how many people have done that. You go on a Zoom call and you start screaming your lungs out, or blowing a freaking horn until you think you're gonna die 3 times, or play the guitar, or listen to poetry. Like there was a time where I
Yeah.
was like, poetry, right? But now having heard V talk, and I'm gonna get him on after you, having him recite
Definitely.
poems that comes from the heart, where he has put in the repetition over 10 years, right? He said yesterday that for the first time ever he closed his eyes and he recited one of his own poems to himself, and that is a
Yeah.
powerful fucking experience. So I
Uh,
don't.
Dude, yeah, I wrote a poem randomly the other day,
What is it
and like I
about
used to do that
poems?
when dude, I used to do that when I was younger, you know what I mean? And like I think we just for me anyway, like I just lost touch with that fun side of me and thought that
Mm,
life was really difficult and making money and all the success and dragging on through all that kind of thing. And now, you know, I've made a conscious effort to, you know, just go and have some more fun, give yourself a
yeah.
break, and pick up some of the stuff that you used to do when you were a kid. But like, you know, poetry is awesome, man. It's just a way of being a kid again, expressing yourself,
Mhm.
and like getting a pen and writing stuff down, actually writing it down and not typing on a computer. Just those kind of basic things can, you know, free you up in a way and kind of let that creative juice flow, the source.
Exactly, and that's source because I figured like this is a good time to kind of try something new and see if we can see what happens. Because right now we talk about a lot of things in the actually we talk about a lot of things.
inside of the Legacy Forge.
We try to have fun while we're doing it, and we're trying to do things that is kind of like emotionally felt or physically felt.
Yeah.
Like, and now we have tools like AI. I'm just gonna drop it right there. Like we have AI, and people don't really realize how huge that is. Like you can use AI as a platform for you to kind of program it. And I'm saying programming, but it's not that hard. AI is so powerful because you're talking to it like a human. So if you know how to communicate your own thoughts, then
Yeah.
articulating your sensations is kind of a hard thing to do. But if you can do that, AI can take out insights from the whole populace of humanity since like way back when up until 21. Like now it reads the internet, so there's no freaking limits to what you can do. You can have an app coded for you in a Python language, and you don't even know how to turn on the computer, and you can have it done in 10 minutes because it does everything for you. It's insane. So to bring
Yeah.
this to the point,
Yeah.
yesterday I was trying to play the guitar to get this Legacy Force song out, and I'm struggling with rhythm. I'm struggling with the pattern of strumming, all the things, and trying to sing on top of it. So it's always an interesting journey. And I want to show on the stream now today 2 things. First, I'm going to take V up on a thing and Brody because we had a little coaching thing yesterday where they taught me what to do in order to find my flow creatively in music and art, right?
I need that too, man.
Yeah, I know it's huge because like he was like, you're trying to do it from here, but you're supposed to do it from here. Like you don't stay in the box, don't follow the thing. You're trying to
Yeah.
strum a pattern, but there's no pattern. Get it out. And they
Yeah.
kind of hated on me because I had used AI for this, but I had used my own thoughts to kind of make it say something in a musical language that I could not. And then at TTX 4, I'm going to show you this. I played it for the first time. I've never even read the text. I just saw on my computer or my phone and I started strumming. So you can see how that act of using AI kind of got me to express myself and start to play around with creativity. So I don't know.
Oh,
Is
yeah, definitely.
would it be better like this? Because I think here we have two scenarios. I could be like this to try to find my tone in my frequency of voice.
Or it could be like this, where it's more of a Legacy Forge thing, but it's dramatic and it's not really the same.
Which one has more kind of impact? You're smiling from the last one, so maybe if I'm making it like a epic tale of the Legacy Forge and then use that.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't. I just can't picture their voice singing.
No, that's song that can't sing. I can't try to sing too, just without any music, like we tried yesterday, and then we're gonna have another transformational, like transcendence event, whatever you want to call it, like the frequency shift, the elevation of frequency. That's what happened. And we
I
can,
think really just doing anything like this that can get you into that zone.
Yeah.
Like I don't talk a lot about kind of plant medicine stuff, but I think that it is a useful tool for some people.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go out and recommend it for everyone, but I actually did a ceremony. Like I've done a few ceremonies, and it was ayahuasca, and
Yeah.
the guy who was doing the ceremony, he was like a Brazilian guy, and like a year before he started, or 6 months before, I met him. He couldn't play the guitar,
Yeah.
and during the ayahuasca ceremony, he was just strumming along on the guitar while singing, and it's just been doing something that you're totally in the zone with.
Yes.
It's so.
I'm gonna get the guitars.
Yeah, it's infectious, man. It's infectious.
For those people who have a really good ear for untuned guitars, bear with me. This is just to try something. Doesn't sound too bad, right? I'm gonna try it. Okay. Let's try this. I'm just gonna see where it goes. So this is very much like the live stream we're currently at. It's just gonna be, let's build that plane in the air so that we can refuel the plane we're currently fucking building in the air. Yeah. Okay. Gazing at the cabin, nestled neath the trees. Whispers of the ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy Forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight, we dive deep into realms unknown. With plant medicine's guidance, our spirits have truly grown. Tribe experience calls, as the stars do shine. And in this quantum dance, the universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, and demons we have defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. Now, love is our armor. And this is just the start. Mystical moments as fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic, epic is the journey. The soul's wild ride. With the Legacy Forge, though, you take it all in stride. Okay. I had something last time I did this where I went into the chorus and I just went rip. For tonight, we ascend into dimensions so vast. Embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flame stands high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience and tales of rebirth. Legacy Forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. So here by the cabin, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment, come what may. For in the heart of nature, with the fire's warm embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical place. Found our true calling in this mystical space. I have to work in the outro, but damn, see, that's the magic that happens in the forge.
Dude, fire, man.
That's it. It's
That
insane.
was awesome, man.
That felt
Yeah.
awesome.
And dude, you haven't. I mean, God, that was only a few months ago. You said, "I'm gonna learn how to play guitar."
I know. And I
Here
want
you
to
are.
perfect bridge, bro, because I want to show you why I wanted to learn how to play guitar. The only thing that is missing is that I wasn't doing it around a campfire, and that was kind of the idea. I wanted to play "Fuck It All" by The Lyrical around a campfire when people sang with me on the chorus. That was the entire idea. But now I will do something that I've never done, which is going to include a little transition for those people watching the stream. And then for you, Marcus, you're going to see from your end like this. Then I'm going to click on this little bam. See, this is amazing, right? We have so many things that we can do.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Right? It's interesting. So people who have not seen this, this was the first time this song was ever created. I have never read the fucking lyrics at this point, and nobody knew what was going to happen. And I wrote this the day before. Like the night before I had the lyrics. I had never written or read anything. Legacy forgers, it's time to go. Very mystical at that point. For tonight, we dive deep into realms unknown. With plant medicine's guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine. Then I have to scroll on the fucking phone to find the lyrics.
I love it, man.
I wrote this 10 minutes yesterday. In the quantum dance, the universe is thine. Listen to dragons we've battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. God damn, it's so insane. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near, laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride, while the legacy forge take it all in stride. For tonight we ascend to dimensions so vast, embracing
Nice, man.
the future, honoring the past. That's the flow. Tribe experience
Yeah.
beckons as the flames dance high. In the cosmic embrace, we touch the sky.
Huh?
Our spirits here by the cabin as the night turns to day. You remember this moment, come what may. For in the heart of nature, with the fire's warm embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical place. Yay!
That energy is
I love
hard
it,
to
bro.
match anywhere. That's this tribe experience. Like, it's insane how
Yeah.
the flow just takes you along. You don't have to work for getting it. It just grab it or let it rip. Like, it's insane.
Yep. And from you doing that, man, it just kind of opens the doors for other people to do it as well.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, because it's, to be honest, like, we don't know how many millions of people are going to see this, but screaming your face off, trying to find that pitch between those horrible, right? It's just hard to find
Notes.
that note. Yeah, when you're trying too hard, it's going to require some trial and error. Like, it's going to be like, okay, shit, I feel weird. Maybe I should. Yeah, that works. Thank you. Right? It's a process.
Yeah. And that's what life's about anyway, bro. We just take
Yeah.
things so, too seriously, and I'm guilty of it as well. But just to go out there and do new things and not, making mistakes, it's like a human nature thing. And but yeah, just having other people that are around, like, just even me listening to that, man, it's like, dude, I feel guilty. I've got a guitar over there that, dude, I probably have to use a paint scraper to take all the dust off it. You know what I mean? And yeah, totally, dude.
That's the fucking magic of tribe. You feel like when you feel kind of almost a little physically impacted by your own kind of shit, it's time. Right, let's do this. I don't like, if enough is enough. I love that.
Yep.
And it's so
Back into the
genuine.
flow state.
Yeah, back in the
Yeah.
flow state with love and support by other people around. Like, we have a lot of brothers here now. I've been just interviewing
Yeah.
men, but that's not all. We have female energy as well in the tribe. So, and this,
Yeah.
it dawned on me earlier. Like, the stream has now been 3.5 hours, and I realized that we have to go for 15 days to reach all the magic that we have. So
Yeah.
this is just going to be the start, just the beginning, just as the song said. It was proclaimed long ago that this was just the start. So the epicness that we have to
Yeah.
look forward to, brother. Like, holy
Yeah.
shit. And also, just to
Yeah.
leave a cliffhanger here, we're gonna have like I said that we're gonna have a TTX in Canada, but where do we should go to Japan in this summer.
Dude, Japan totally works. Anything's possible, man.
Exactly. Like, what we can do if we just put our minds together and everyone works as a tribe of creation, it's insane what could happen. So
Yeah.
it's just, how crazy do we want to be? And you're going to see a lot of craziness. This is just the first step. Some of you have seen this going on. Other people are like, holy shit, they're doing it, right? And then next time is going to be TV. Like, they have already been, there's a lot to talk about. We're not going to go into it. Do you want to have...
man. And I want to say that everyone you bring on, it's like, they've all got like a really unique story and all got so much knowledge. And from being on a couple of calls that we've had over the last few years, like every time I kind of meet one of the people like that you get on, it's like I really click with them, and we've got so many similarities with our stories, and to be able to just kind of bounce around ideas and this kind of thing is just so valuable. And everyone's totally authentic and able to talk about whatever, and help each other along the way. That's what it's all about, man.
100%. And in that, like, it doesn't matter if you're living on the streets, zooming in from like using the McDonald's Wi-Fi, or you're making hundreds of millions a month sitting on a private plane, because you're going to meet all of them on this stream. Like, this is a good idea for me to just start being serious about the podcast again. because now I realize I have just opened Pandora's box on myself, so I have to figure out the best system to deal with what's going to come. And Marcus is going to be a recurring item. We're going to really get to know about Marcus, Brody, Ray, all of the people inside of the Legacy Forge. That's the easiest way to say this. Just get into the Forge.
Yeah, I look forward to meeting everyone as well. In
you've met
person,
so
hopefully
few.
in the future, man.
Yeah, it's soon, like within weeks, I predict.
Days?
Maybe even days. Who knows? Like anything that we don't do now is like, this is the disclaimer. I've said this disclaimer to so many people. Whatever I say is not a dream. It is the things that are happening right now, things that we going to do based on the things that we have implemented or things that we are going to do straight after the thing that we're doing now. So it's something that is already in the works. It's not like we're sitting there thinking, I feel like I'm sitting in a $90 million mansion and that's why I'm going to get it. No, it's like we see what we want and we have a lot of fun creating it, knowing that if we just do these steps, we're going to create it. It's like you put a brick down every day, you're going to have a freaking mansion.
Yeah.
If you're many people doing that, then, just, you have to coordinate. Too much cement there, no bricks there. We just have to coordinate the idea and create. That's it.
Yep, and if you don't know how to build a wall, there'll be someone there that can, knows how to build a wall and tells you how to mix up the cement, so it doesn't fall over. And there's so many skills of different people, right?
Yeah.
Like, something that you've got skills in that someone else may be missing, and they've got some skills that you might be missing, and things come together like that with people who are really open to sharing and just being authentic, man. It's just growth is so fast.
It's exponential.
Yeah, definitely. Just being able to, just the last couple of calls we've had and just meeting some of the other people on it, it's made such a difference in my life as well. And I'm kicking some bad habits at the moment. So definitely. I mean, everyone's growing. It doesn't really matter if you're listening to, Tor or like Brody or me talking. Everyone's, we're all working on ourselves. It's just that sometimes we're just at different levels from other people. And, it's kind of one of those progressions. We help people that are in the earlier stages of the process than us, and it's probably going to be people that are like at a higher stage, a higher level than us, that can help us
and have fun by being in there. Like that's because that's like the whole, what's your perception of success, right? Every single person in the universe is made of energy, because we are the energy, right? So if everyone is the same, then there is nothing should divide anyone, making someone more or less than anyone else. Like if you're one and the same, it doesn't matter. Like if you're, let's do marketing analogies here and how strict and stupid it is. Like they're selling you this chimney on top of the roof of the house instead of focusing on the foundation, right? So that's one thing. They just build willy-nilly. As you said, you have different things, different qualities and skills and experiences that allows you to build everything in the logical order, starting with the foundation and then from there. And then when you're doing this, it makes sense that if we spend all our energy talking to people who are just now seeing that there are more things, who are still affected 100% by the problems in life, so they are more negatively inclined than positive, then yes, they would have a life-changing event just from one focused conversation from a person who has been there is enough to just exponentially change that person's life, because they've been there. They can say what you feel, what you think. But at the same time, the person doing that is spending a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy to stay high when you're focusing it on low. And it's not like, it's just not low and high either. It's different energies, different frequencies. And some frequencies will impact negatively, it feels like, other frequencies. Like if I go into a room full of depressed people, I will feel depressed. I don't like feeling depressed. I would rather sing a song somewhere and feeling like I can create anything and then just create. So we have things from free to $10 to $20 to $100 a month to $500 a month. Exalted Hammer is 20,000 euros per spot. That doesn't mean that we are only focusing on making money so that we don't service the people who don't have that means. We teach people how to make that money for free. And then based on how much you've implemented of the information that we give you, we are able to service you with more constructed and logically set up systems and talks and topics and just take you through the curriculum of life. Like we literally in the game, we're level. I don't know how many levels there are, but let's say there are 1 to 100. I feel like I'm on level 3. Like, seriously, if we put this in perspective, and I want to help everyone at level 1, but I can't. Not all the time. This is to help create a system around that, because a lot of people just have a lot of value seeing this. From there, we just logically guide you to get to level 2, and then to level 3, and then join us as we try to learn how to get to level 4 if there is one. Because I'm having a fucking time of my life at level 3. Like, when I have everything that I would ever need, and just in March I didn't have a house. I was so happy to be able to shit on a toilet with water instead of a bucket, because piss and shit doesn't smell good.
Yeah.
Doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, no, just a second that, man. I mean, it's really difficult, because when you start talking about kind of money for services and all these kind of things,
I know.
it's like a tricky thing. But I think all this kind of stuff, for example, with me, it's so invaluable to have this kind of a community and people who, when you listen to them, they really actually want to help people, and that's what they're doing. And they have to spend a lot of time doing it. So it's kind of like the value that people are providing. It's really invaluable, because basically how I look at it is there's 2 points. If you're unhappy, if you're stuck, if you've got a voice that's not talking to you very nicely in your head that you're stuck with for a long time, that comes from your conditioning and all this kind of stuff, and you don't really know what to do about it. All these things are just going to take you down a really painful path in the future. And this is not like a guilt trip on everything, but I know that there's so much more.
Yeah.
And the invaluable experience of other people who are just genuinely, they've gone through stuff themselves, and they genuinely want to share their experience and make other people's lives better. And you've got to do the work. That's one thing. You've got to be prepared to do it. You've got to be prepared to make some sacrifices, and do it while you're having fun is the best thing. But it can put your life on a completely different trajectory where you look back after 6 months or a year, and you're just like, dude, I can't imagine. Like, for me, real talk, for me, when COVID hit and I was just coming out of the entertainment industry, and I wasn't, I was having insomnia, and I went to the doctor, and the only thing that they could offer was, pills.
Yeah.
And I can't, even now, looking back at that time, I can't imagine what I was, going through at that point. And things can happen, so much can happen in 2 years, and just the fact that was my reality before I kind of really went full in on personal development, and the journey, and meeting people like you, and really focusing on myself and getting myself better. It's funny, because other people will come out of the woodwork, and you have conversations with them, and they'll be like, dude, I've been having some similar problems, can I help me out with that? And just to be able to make that difference in someone's life, where it might just be a seed, and it might be you kind of holding their hand for a year through things, and just kind of bouncing ideas around. But it's like, we only get one life, man. And
Exactly.
to be stuck in one of those situations where you just feel stuck, and you don't have a support system around you, it sucks. And to get out of that and have a scenario where you've got people that are rooting for you and have got your back, and have got so much different experience at hand, whether it be kind of more spiritual stuff, or kind of like getting out of your head and doing the marketing stuff the right way, or like so much stuff like that, man. It just fast steps you through, and it's something that you can't just go to a doctor and get a pill for that. You got to do the work yourself, and
Exactly.
and really having a like a support system around you like that's just
Priceless.
that's it, man. Definitely. But I know, dude, you have got other people that are coming on, and I said I'd keep it short and sweet, but we've been talking for a while again, as we always do.
Insane.
But yeah, I'd really look forward to meeting some of the other people who have been on the stream with you, and some of the people in the comments in the future.
Yeah.
So thank you for the opportunity to come on and share my story with you, and we'll be in touch, brother.
Thank you so much for joining. Like I'm every time you join for a talk or just in passing or see, some people have seen or heard something because you've been around for some time, you know.
I have.
Yeah, people say like, "Oh, interesting." Like I heard something Marcus said, and I clicked instantly. So I know that there are a lot of people who just can't wait to meet you, really meet you, and we're gonna set those
Yeah.
things up. Like this is just the beginning, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I
bro.
look forward to it, man. No, definitely. Thanks for having me, man.
All right, I'm gonna talk to you afterwards, or maybe you're gonna go to bed. What time is it at your place?
Um, oh, around 12 o'clock,
Oh,
12:30, 1 o'clock. Must
not
be 1 a.m., something like that.
so
Yeah,
fascinating. We're
time on
talking.
time.
Yeah, we're going like 3 different time zones here, people. We have been talking to
Dude, we're
Canada,
all over the
USA.
place here.
It's insane. Now let's call V from India. Well, actually, he's not there, but goddamn.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I'm gonna stick out. I'm gonna stick out a little bit for V as well because
Yeah.
it's been a while since I've seen him. But again,
Heck yeah.
thank you, brother. Look forward to everything in the future, and look forward to everyone else getting on board and just being able to like vibe and help other people. And dude, it's gonna be a really interesting year.
Share the light. That's how we grow. I love it.
Peace, man.
Peace. All right, V, if you are here now in the stream, are you my friend? Oh, I'm blown away actually. This is quite overwhelming. Did we mention the fact that I slept 3 hours last night? I went to bed at 7 a.m. this morning and I was back up at like 10. Insane. But that's the energy that we're talking about. I do look forward to getting some sleep, but we have a lot of things that we want to do before that. So I'm gonna see if I sent V the link for the Zoom, and then I will get him on. And also, there are a few people that is probably around here now. Let's say Gordon Paul. If you're here as well, I'm gonna see if we can have you also on here, but don't wanna like for the people in the future. Like if you've seen the entire stream so far, kudos on you because that's a commitment, and that doesn't go unnoticed. Okay, there we go. It's insane. The stream has been on longer than you have slept. That's insane. It is so, and it's true. Oh shit. Going ahead of myself here. I'm gonna find that. There we go. I love looking at my Legacy Forgers and my fellow Trab members, but jump to gun. I have literally this whole setup was created yesterday. I'm not in. Okay, I respect that. I'm not going to say that out loud. I have been in contact with V. Unfortunately, he is. He's doing good, but sometimes you have to head out for a barbecue. I totally understand that, brother. We're gonna create a whole freaking bunch of amazing things in the future. I have so many people I want to introduce you to. Like I befriended this guy today, Russell Bronson. Like befriended is a very wrong term, but I put him on my radar and I have taken some actions to get him on. And I'm gonna do the same with Paul Stamets and Joe Rogan. Well, you know, we've been talking as soul brothers for some time now. There are things that I see is in the works. It's going to be interesting to see where we're going to go with this. Because I'm talking to people who are more interesting than I have probably put out there. Like, let's say that one of my dear friends is an inventor of sustainable energy solutions and economies globally. And has built factories and airports and hotels. And he's known as the building whisperer. That's all I'm gonna give you on this cliffhanger for now. He's an amazing person, and I'm looking forward to introducing him to you as well. And all the other ones who I am blessed to have in my network. So now, I think that 3 hours is good. Now that V has coincidentally said that he's not in the highest energy, I will take that opportunity and just say that this is just the beginning, and next time is going to be even more energy, because every time we create, something new happens. Every single time. I can do something, like just to give you a little my story kind of at the end here, because there has been a lot of years where I've tried to kind of sum up things, and I'm still kind of doing that. I have no idea where it's going to lead towards. Well, to some degree I do, because I'm literally in here right now and you're seeing it, but there is so much more than what I've been able to communicate on this stream. So with that, I think that I'm going to go and just show you a very tiny sneak peek. So disclaimer, I'm going to go through slides. There are 44 of them, and I'm not going to read through them all. I'm going to just click through to give you the overalls, and then know that all of the things that you're seeing right now is nothing. It was created to communicate the things that we have. And that has been hard, because we are going against industries that doesn't really like to be fought. So let's do that. What do you say? Let's jump into the Legacy Forge and just share a little bit about what it is. This is also a very impromptu, kind of in the moment thing where I have created something and I haven't tested it out. So it's very much happening at this very moment, which means that we can kind of amp up the scene a little bit. I'm going to show you something that I really love. You're going to see my passion right now. And it's going to be interesting to see how he reacts. Because I can do things to kind of... I'm very dark. I don't mind, actually. Because changing the freaking Logitech technology right now would be hard. But we can talk like this, which probably looks a little bit better if it wasn't for that thing in the video. God damn it, we're going to do it halfway amateurish. Because for some reason my lights are not as they should be. Do you like building the planes in the air? I love it. That's better. But see, when you have experience, it doesn't really matter if you're building it in the air, because that's what we do. So Legacy Forge, what is that? Well, you have had a little idea by the experience, the energy that you felt by going through the stories of our guests so far. Like, they're not guests, they're Legacy Forgers. They are in their own right, freaking magicians at what they do. And some have realized their gift, some have just found it, other people have no clue that they are amazing. So you're going to see a lot of things just shifting as I'm bringing in all these people that I see. Some people I've seen for a long time and we know each other. Some other people will just be, welcome to the Legacy Forge, actually. Hi.
My name is Tor of the Legacy Forge, and I invite you to elevate your frequency.
That kind of vibe, right? Because people pay attention when something like that all of a sudden pops up in their newsfeed. But let me tell you a story. I'm not going to do this very scripted. I have very little text on these. So I'm going to just jump through a wrap up of the years that has led up to this. And it's going to be interesting because I've never done that in this kind of way before. So a lot of firsts today. And I know that if you are like me, you appreciate those firsts because those are pretty epic. It all started in May 2005. This I can do. Now I can have fun. I've talked about this story so many times that this time I can make fun of my past. This is something that we should note, I think. I think this might be a frequency elevation. I have talked about my past so long, going from being trapped by it, to focus all of my energy on it, to tell it repeatedly, just to say it all the time. At some point, you're starting to see like, yeah, okay, that happened, but what am I doing right now? Right? What is your current situation like? And then it gets interesting because you're going to see some patterns and you're going to see some transitions that you might not have realized before. So when I'm going through this, I can do it with humor now. I am at a point where I can kind of make an experience out of my past. And I guess if you can make your past into comedy, almost, not a comedy, it's going to be a drama, like it's going to be a comedy in the oldest sense of the word. I think comedy just means that you're going to feel something, in essence. But let's go in.
In May of 2005.
You have to click the right button. I was diagnosed. No, actually. In May of 2005, there was a young boy who thought he knew everything there was to know about life. He was about to turn 18 and he was at school doing something that he had been told to teach or to learn. He was about to become a computer scientist, a tamer of digital dragons, after having been sentenced to electronic work because that's where the money was. If you want to make your ruples,
You have to go into electricians.
Okay, Mom, I'm trusting you, or Dad, or any other people that we have around us at that age where we are very much susceptible to other information because we don't know any better. Like, seriously. We are taught what to think because we are creating our reality from within, and our within is very much affected by the outside. And whatever is on the outside, be that a box, a programming, or just teachers teaching from an ancient system that they didn't really want to let go of, or whatever it is, you're learning very much how and who you are in the early ages. And I guess depending on your foundation from that, you are more open or more limited to other suggestions as to how you should live life. At that point, I was not loving school, but I was sentenced with a blood clot after I woke up with my arm being 11 centimeters bigger in diameter. It was looking horrible, weird. And then after this, my entire life shifted. Like my entire fucking existence had gone from normal, what I would perceive as normal, to now being fatally injured and no life. Like those were the thoughts that went through my mind when I was sitting in my car in the passenger seat of my mom's car, looking out of the window, and it just dawned on me that fuck, my life has changed. You know, that realization that your life is never going to be the same again, and in the tone of frequency basically that I had that thought, it put an imprint. Now I had identified with that kind of situation and that feeling and that future and all those things. I was now labeled X, and I would die a lonely X, right? It was dark, and that just prompted me to do things differently. I was in the hospital for a few weeks where they found out, going from, that is a tick, definitely. No, he has a flu and this is a unhealthy side effect. What did you eat? All those stupid fucking questions. Until one person with experience went by that room and he said, blood clot, send him to the frickin' national hospital with a plane. I'm gonna call it in right now. And so it was. Rushed to the hospital and was in there for like, I was just hauled over like luggage. I felt like I was gonna be just driven to the morgue. I was fucking freaking out. Because all of a sudden I had teams around me doing all they could to just transport me. But I was kind of, I was lucid. I saw what happened. So I came to the other hospital. They forgot me there for a long time while they were figuring things out. And that felt like an eternity. And then I was shuttled with a private little plane. I didn't know they had those. To the national hospital, where I came in to the receptionist. And she said, well, you should not be living right now, because they had gotten the results from the other hospital, and the CRP, like the amount of bacteria or whatever you have in your blood, it's supposed to be kind of low. I think 50, and you're starting to get in the high side. 12 is probably where it should be. Something, I'm just from the top of my head. It's relatively low. I had 400 and something. And I was like, interesting that you say that I shouldn't be alive. That's something that I've never had to contemplate before, right? Interesting how these words have power. So I was in there and they did a whole bunch of things, could not figure out. They actually operated once with an intern who forgot to put in the anesthesia before he cut into my arm to put in the camera. It was a shit show. But after that, I turned 18 in the hospital, I think, or was it 19? And yeah, there we go. 400 is a high number. I was basically coming out of there with a completely new way of seeing life. Like everything has shifted. And now my entire reality is impacted by this whole condition. And that mentality, it just cements. It pulls a seed that you can't really control. So I started to hang around with wrong people, and just to get that high that, I'm gonna get other kind of people around me so I can be with my people. As I said before, you can run the other direction on the frequency scale, or you can just focus on the good. It's easy to focus on the bad because those people will find you because they are seeking other people who see the world like them, and if you're victimized, your friends are victimized. You're the sum of the 5 people you hang around with most. So the thing is, this kind of escalated quickly. I had friends that wasn't really good for me, and I had been diagnosed, so I was the person who was going to die with a blood clot. I couldn't do the things that I wanted because I had high bleeding possibilities, and they said that I couldn't be a stuntman. I wanted to be a stuntman because I could die if I had a little bump on the noggin, and I was told a whole bunch of rules as to how I should live my life. And then, as I started hanging out with these wrong people, I was drinking a whole bunch. Interesting how alcohol is always the preferred drug when you want to fuck things up. I was drinking, and all of a sudden, this guy who was there said that we should get a PlayStation, 2007. This was right after the PlayStation had been released, and I was a really big gamer, so I had the PlayStation, so I didn't need it. But I was like, okay, I'll be along with the ride to get that PlayStation. Long story short, we tried to get into the electronics store. We tried to get in over every place in the like we tried to get that PlayStation. It would no cost what it would. And we went over to this mall, even though I said that they have no PlayStation here. I live here. You know, I've been in there many times. They do not have the console you're looking for. He didn't want to listen. We went over, and it burned down. Like, I was drunk, smoking, bored, and he comes around with a can of gas, throws it over, and was like, I wonder. I already have my lighter, so I put fire to this little puddle, and all of a sudden, that little fire was not that little puddle anymore, and everything just... That's an experience that kind of shifts how you see reality, because the fear of standing there as this exploded took over so viscerally, so primally, that just ran. I was afraid to be caught for setting fire to the pallets behind the building. That's not a stack of pallets. We ran from that place, and as I turned the corner, I see this orange hue at the end of the city, where this mall was, and I was like, that's not pallets. Scared shitless, I went back to our place, which was very short distance from this mall, and then we figured we should go back to see how things are. We did, and one of us had a sweatshirt on that was imprinted with my ego. It said Sleepy Sepola on the front of his sweater. I was like, yeah, right? What can you do? The next day, I woke up hungover and really couldn't sleep much that night. I tried. I did everything that I could to sleep. And I don't know how many minutes I have had when the door started to make sounds. Like, I heard this hard knocking. And outside stood 2 police officers in a uniform. And they took me down to the police station. In there, I had never faced this before. I had never been in such a situation. So I go into this interrogation room where a person of authority is kind of screaming at me. And I don't know what to do. And after a while, my mom comes down and we talk, and she advises me or recommends me to put all the cards on the table. And I did. There's a story behind why I have cards and a chopped off hand holding cards. Because I put all my cards on the table, and that was going to be the thing that would benefit me the most. At that time, I had not even considered that fact that there are prisons. People are put into prison, and there's a process before they do that. So I was pretty much building the plane in the air, right? So I was hit with a shock of his response after I put my cards on the table. I was hit with a shock of him saying that, all right, so I'm going to put you in the holding cell, and then in a few hours we're going to go into the van and we're going to drive to the prison. Like, okay. 3,000 perceived years afterwards, I was in the prison. I heard the echo of a metal door slamming shut in a huge stone hallway with other metal doors and screaming individuals behind them. The sound of that echo cannot be felt in a TV. Like, you can't really feel how that feels to be locked from the outside world, knowing that you are locked from the outside world. And then turning on the TV, because in the beginning, I was fortunate enough to be put in a place where they had TV and a bed. So I put on the TV, and there were like 2 channels in there. One of them showed the fire. I was already all over the news, and I could not really understand how that was possible. Because I had been there. It was not that long ago. It was still fresh in my memory, and I think I still smelled like smoke. It was crazy. So it was a crazy experience, kind of tapping into what Marcus was saying about how it is to be famous. But infamous is also a thing, because when you go into the prison and everyone knows your name, you've never met them, but you did one thing. So, put logically or just black and white here, it was really easy to get known. But the people that I got to meet, people of that frequency, some people were high vibing, other people were not vibing at all. And just the inputs that you get in that environment is not good. So I was there for 13 days. My partner in crime got released after 11 days, I think. And I remember the feeling of how I was going to, I remember the feeling of the fulfilling thought of how I had planned out my response. I'm going to leave it at that because things could be taken out of context. Let's face it, it's online. So I went for 2 days thinking, how the hell is he free when I put all my cards on the table doing what I did? When I was supposed to be the one benefiting from this. And then during those 2 days, I was efficient as fuck. I was talking to people at a rate I could not understand. I was really stricken by the emotion of the hate. And I was darker than I thought I could be. There's a song by Skillet called The Monster, or Monster. There's a monster inside of me that I don't want to let anyone see or something. I keep it caged, but I can't control it. I felt very much like an animal that had finally broken out of the cage. I felt like I could do anything. And in those terms, I thought about negative, bad things. So I got released at day 13 after God knows how many processes I went through. And not knowing that there was processes at all at that time. I came out and my mom picked me up and I was like, okay, my life is forever changed now. Now I have to wait for the court that is going to sentence me to whatever happened. And the news had already said that this was going to put me in as a debt victim for life. My lawyer said that before I ever spoke to him in national news. And still to this day, I have never spoken with that guy. I knew that I was going to pay a lot of money, and they said a number in the news, so I had this reference point. And then I tried to live life as best I could, knowing that something is going to change, not knowing when. The waiting is the worst, because I had time to reflect on the fact that I earned or I owed this much money. This had now become my reality. So I figured out ways to fix that problem. I thought of ways that I could pay the money, millions. What's the best way in my current mental capacity? Probably to go and rob people. At that point, I'd already met people in jail. I'd met other people who had been in jail. My people, right? And we started to plot together. We started to make money on selling weed and stuff and doing all these things that everyone does, basically. And seeing how easy it is that can take complete control over your life and actions and thoughts and behavior and everything, how you see the world. To be able to just go out and do something and make 5,000 crowns, for instance, just to buy a thing the next day because you wanted to. It felt easy. It felt like I was powerful. And also people were looking at me differently after all that stuff happened. They had labeled me the criminal. I mean, people crossed the street before I had a chance to kind of brush shoulders. They saw me coming down and they just crossed the street. So I had been labeled the criminal. And I figured after a while, fuck, if they're going to see me like that, no matter what I do, I'm going to be the criminal. And I became the criminal. So the empire had started, and the empire consisted of 3 people. After we had committed 3 armed robberies, and after I had been arrested, thank everything that is of higher frequencies for that, I had been arrested by the side of the road and tossed up against a bus by a team of SWAT that ambushed me as I was trying to keep up with the bus because I was dropping off my then girlfriend. And she was forced to be on that bus for the entire drive from where I was, and I might get 2 or 3 hours in the bus to where she was going. And the entire bus saw what happened as she came on. And I was in such a shock that I would just, with handcuffs and people pushing me up against the bus wall, I said, I'm going to call you as soon as I can. Love you. That's not fucking normal. I said, I don't know how, or if I was cold, I have no idea. I think I had turned off my emotions. And I think I had to, because you know you're doing something wrong. And at some point, you just have to deal with however you want to deal with that. And I think that once you see it, really feel it, the consequence of your actions, to be honest, the prison stay is the best way for that. If you're not there at an open location with summer activities, it's the best thing that could happen. If you face your mortality, if you know that this is rock bottom, there's no way out. I was 7 months at complete solitary confinement with no visitation or news after the robberies. No person could get in contact with me, but they tried to break me by introducing me to my mom sometimes. Like, my mom could come in because they saw that last time that happened, he just said everything. This time I didn't say anything. So 7 months on complete solitary confinement. Every turn is 2 weeks, because legally you can't have people isolated over a long period of time because it fucks with your head. But at every 13th day, they got a new rotation. They got a new instance of that same application. So technically, like legally, they hadn't broken any Geneva Convention. They hadn't broken any law. So I was in there for their term for 3 months. 3 months after 2 weeks incrementally, or every other week, I was told that, no, you're going to be in here for 2 weeks more. It's that, and you can't call, you can't do anything. You don't have a tribe. I was really trying to contemplate how to, if I was to put my neck at a 90 degrees angle and just drop my body weight, would that do the trick? Right? I was thinking things that I never thought before. And once the 3 months were over and they didn't reapply, they came to my cell and asked, which cell do you want? Like, now you can go in and be with Gen Pop. You can go in and be with the others. I was so fucked up that I couldn't. So I was in there for 7 months total. 4 months overstay because they had fucked me up so royally that, I think that people who are working in that environment, who are sitting there knowing the injustice going on, they feel for the people they are currently torturing because it's their job. Like, it's their job, and then you have what you feel for another human. And it's so interesting to see the system from that point of view. But I came out, and after that, I started to really put my life around, and I wanted to change everything. I was never going to go back into prison. That was a vow that I made. I did notice that I was being trailed and I was being followed, because me doing 3 armed robberies, of course, there's a huge story leading up to that, which has to be unpacked in ways that I can't do right now. But I came out and I got a job at a factory, loving the job. That was after being, unemployed, playing World of Warcraft, being known for the first person in my guild to ding a Pandarian monk to level 60. I was rolling. I did a lot of things, started a few YouTube videos, trying to be a gamer, tried to do a whole bunch of things while I was sitting there, not able to do anything because of the blood clot, and also because, I didn't know what to do, because I'd been in prison for 3 years. So we started a pub together, me and my friend. And it worked brilliantly. It was fun. Like, it was something new, and I figured I got a sense for this entrepreneurship, to do things based on who and what I am, and then can provide people with value and then be paid for that. That's good. It's not a job, because I didn't have an employer. I was the one trying to make sure I found solutions to the situation, and that worked. But we were still young. We were like barely starting, and we didn't know a lot about what we did. I had to pull out because my mom is an accountant, and we had a whole bunch of different views, and I was very susceptible still, because I was still learning how to write a contract, all the things. But I pulled out, and I went into transportation, where I was long enough for me to fuck up my back, because it was just another job. You're just meant to do this. There's a pallet of things there. You don't really need the equipment to deal with it because they don't come as often, right? So I was basically just driving a car trying to deliver these huge fucking parts to different car shops. And it fucked my back after a while because these pallets were fucking heavy. And my arm started to act up again. But I had to have a job, right? So I started to go through these governmental freaking programs to learn how to file a CV. And just going through those, you see how freaking surface level we actually are. How stupid it is to think that the system that we have in place right now is meant to do anything other than keeping you zombified or really taking you off the board. It's insane. I'm glad that we are waking up to this now. But back to where I was leaving off. After that, I got that factory job, and I couldn't hold on to it. Like, I was there for 3 years. I had money. I could take up a loan, and I was a big shot. All of a sudden, I had money for the first time. The dude with $4 million in debt. That was the total of the debt that came out from this whole thing. And you might wonder now, how the fuck did you remove $4 million in debt? Well, if you're not inside of the forge, you don't know. I'm gonna leave it at that. Basically, I had money, so I started to accumulate more debt and more debt. And debt had become this familiar thing now. I wasn't really fearing debt because debt couldn't kill me. Debt was more of like a label that they used that was meant to threaten me. And I see that how people are acting in terms of getting a payment mark. Like if they don't pay the bill and on time, they get this warning and they freak the fuck out. And I'm like, God damn it, if they want my money, then they should provide the service. And if I get the service that I want, I'm going to pay for it, right? So if I have power bills that I have to pay, I get the money to pay for the power. That's been how I've done this for a long time. And it's always like, if I have to focus on my job or this whole thing that we've been doing, if I have to focus 100% on that, which makes the power go to a, like if they all of a sudden send you a draft, no, not a draft, like it goes into the next level of debt. Not a bill anymore, but a inkasso is what we call it in Norway, where you get a mark on your file, right? It could go all the way there until I even bothered to pay, because if I had the power, then I could focus on creating what I was creating, because I knew that if I was creating what I was creating, I was going to create the vehicle that's going to make it possible for me to just fuck the debt, fuck the bills, all that stuff. And, after a while, that happened. I'm getting ahead of myself, because in the factory, I had to quit again, and I met a girl, and we had a son. That son changed my life. That's what gave me the first purpose. When I stopped the factory job, I was now a father who had to bring up a child in this world, and I didn't know how much that was going to impact me. When he came along, I was trying to be a Twitch streamer. I was trying to be a YouTuber. I was trying to do all these different things, and I was just putting in the reps. I was working 8 hours a day. I was sitting there streaming 8 hours a day. I was playing a game for 12 hours at a time. Like, I got people into the whole community. People started following me. They called themselves Sepolites of the online STD Sepolitis. Sorry, my body was attacking me there for a minute. Sepolites by the online STD Sepolitis. That's the level that we were at. But it was fun. It was the first tribe. Actually, one of them, the very first, Macy Joe, love you to bits, he was the first person to really show me what it means to be a mentor or role model. Because I was playing a game and he was there because he was seen. And then we started playing Dungeons and Dragons and he was joining us in the games. And he really got a lot from that. So I saw that these things that we do, they have an impact on people. But even though they had an impact, I had no value in myself. So I couldn't sell anything. I was living off donations. I was doing all these things that just hopefully is going to work out, while I was seeing the financial side of everything was just falling apart. So I have my son, and I get tipped off on this sex chat operator gig. You write a whole bunch of words or messages to simps all over the world, this case just Norway, but you write on behalf of other female profiles on a website. That's how bad it is. So if you're watching this right now and you have done and contemplated whatever in terms of a dating website, do not trust the shit. Don't trust anything of those things. because my job was to go on and read through a chat log where other people on the same team, sometimes 20 people, had been playing the character of this one person who was a female. And the other people talking to this perceived real female was paying a lot of money to talk to her. And you can see the chat logs where people have been like, oh, I'm sorry, my mom died 4 times. At what point does a person see that he's duped? So I started to feel bad for these people. They were sending me dick pics. I was trying to help them in their life. Like, and it escalated because I was also a bouncer. So I was seeing these people when I was bouncing at the club. I was seeing this person that I had just made an arrangement. Okay, this is, God, let's go here. Okay, I had been talking to a person, and I tried to wrap the bow on a conversation so that I could spare him some pain. And the last thing that I kind of said was that, dude, I love you, but I feel like you should go out and spread your wings. You should be yourself. And he said that, okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go out to town. I'm going to go and look if I can find the perfect person who will see me for who I am. And not just the epic pictures of me naked in a borrowed fireman costume. I saw a lot of weird things. But the thing is, I was there at the club, and here he comes, the guy that had just said that he was going to go out and find a person. And I was standing there. Look, that situation was extremely, extremely interesting. Let me know, by the way, if the stream drops out, because I see that OBS just had a little... And I'm also recording this, so it's going to be inside of the Forge. So yeah, I was a sex chat operator, and I had received a son, so I needed to get out of there. Like, the morality, I could not stand what I was being faced with every day. And it's one of those things that you have to just be conscious about what you focus on. Where are your energy going? So the moment I started to focus on more of an education thing, where I saw that, okay, I have to learn something, a skill, whatever, things shifted. But it took a while. It was a transition because I had my son, it was bringing me money. And then I had another thing happening where I was going, me and his mom was splitting up. So I was moving out of the apartment, trying to figure out how to be a single dad and all that stuff in a tiny apartment in the city. And we did this whole settlement where I gave her some of the things that we bought together, and she gave me some tickets to a festival, which was in 2016. Vardruna played at Midgard. It was the first time I would ever be exposed to Midgardsplut, but that moment, this is the interesting thing, that very moment was the moment that my life shifted. Look at the glee on my face. If you can't see it right here, that picture is going to be inside of the Legacy Forge as well. But the thing is, we were there because of the bands and because of the festival. And I was drinking a whole bunch. But after, long story short, I was sitting at this log one morning and just seeing the whole festival come to life. And I saw this silhouette at the end of the pier of 2 people who were having a swim, and they were just bathing. So I thought of all the beauty. I was also just admiring the female body at that moment. It was like, So I was sitting there, enjoying life in my current reality. Couldn't really believe that it was this perfect because I was stricken by the energy again. And I don't know if I wasn't conscious, so I don't know if that's why I couldn't really appreciate it for what it was in the moment. But I was sitting there just really taking it in, and at some point my brother came and his friend, or my friend, dude, we are gonna have to catch up again because holy shit, that story. I haven't spoken with him really since that time. But then these women came up and they sat with this bench, and I looked one in the eye, and it was the same woman that had approached us this night before, all full of ashes and stuff. And that's when I'm not going to go into detail here. PG. So I saw this woman, not the best first impression, to be honest. Just going to say, like, full of ashes. She looked very drunk. It was a very interesting experience. The next day, when she was sitting there, just freshly off the ocean, and sitting at the bench, looking at me, I looked at her, and something shifted. Something felt different. And we just kept the gaze. And after a very short while, she just got up, and she went over, she sat down on the log behind me. I put my face or my head in her lap. She started to stroke me inside the t-shirt. And as this was happening, we looked at each other in the eyes and said, "Hi." Again, like, you can't deny that. That is insane. Like, you feel those very much out of the ordinary moments. So I was sitting there then, talking to her, getting to know her for the first time again. And we said that we are going to meet each other up on the festival area, like for the main concert and stuff, a little later. And she said okay, and they went to make themselves ready because they needed a little time to freshen up and stuff. And at that moment, a conscious soul from that perspective had been watching this whole ordeal and said, "Did you know that person?" And I'm like, "Never seen her really in my life." And she said, "All right, because that is special. That thing that we just saw now was not something ordinary and is going to shift a lot of things. Can I take a picture of you?" I was like, "Okay." And she did. And that glee on my face is like, what is going on? Sitting there with DJ Sindri's cap on is first real feeling of tribe experience, I would say. And I didn't know how it was going to shift my life, but it did. It shifted my life completely. And she is now running for a Norwegian citizen. Like, we have had a journey unlike anything. This is now 7 years ago, and we have redefined love for each other. She has put love in a completely different perspective for me, and I could not possibly communicate in words what she means to me. Shit! So, it's a very touchy story that is still kind of, I'm still having the honor of being in it. And it's a saga. I'm actually going down there now. Like, now it's up to me to go down, and I'm not going to go down too late. So if you're watching this now, Mish, I'm coming down soon. And it evolved. Like, it didn't take long until life happened again, and I have this incredible freaking multi-dimensional reindeer rainbow unicorn being. Like, my daughter is the most awake person I have ever experienced. She's so different. She's so open. I opened up to these things like over the course of the years. She is now 5, and she is looking at the world through kind of a same perspective. Like, the things that we're talking about, the things that we are feeling and doing, and the things that we are going to do in the future, I cannot explain how insane that is. She changed my life again. She was like, I had to go and leave that sex chat operator job because of my kids. My son got me open to, like, I can't be known for this to my son. And my daughter kind of pushed me the fuck over the edge, because now we were there. We had no money. I was trying to figure out all this stuff, building the plane in the air. I was now with Michelle, who did not have a job and was still in the gray area of her stay in Norway. And we're just trying to survive. We're just trying to be the best we could be in what we had. And it became a beautiful thing. At the same time, like, this is a fairy tale. My life has been a fairy tale since, like, the last 7 years. That's why everything here is so impacted by folklore and just magic and fantasy and adventure and sagas and stuff, because it is literally my adventure. So in 2008, I had started this challenge, and you have seen the 100-day challenge, where, you know, I just went in, I documented my freaking journey, past, now, current, bad, up, down, like all the things that I could think of as just sharing that in the journey. But that's also where, like, everything really started. So without further ado, we want to see something. I wonder what this is going to look like, because, like, do you enjoy this so far, by the way? Do you want me to stop? Because I can take this incrementally. Are there anyone still here? Because, yeah, sync. I love that, Sven, because there's a lot of synchronicities going around in this entire tribe. Like, you've seen it. You've clicked with people. The story, the journey, it has similarities. There are milestones. All right. I'm going to continue. This is also going to be, like, imagine the content that the right individual can create with this dream. This is the deportation. This is what happened. Like, just a little build up. I got notified of the deportation of my family a year or so into my daughter's life, and during the 100-day challenge, it kind of documented that. It documented us having the news, my desperation in trying to raise the funds for the ticket because I had no money, and everything that kind of came from this. So this is the moment I lost my family.
Full time. I feel mad, straight jacket. Feel like going on a junket. Travel light within a bed. Being right, fear the net. Mind of a man better than a market. Aims on hours. I've been lost in the full time. Watching the moon rise. Full time.
Ah, damn! I got hit by something. Like, damn, that was an emotional assault. Just as I saw Michelle's face on that. The damn. So yeah, that was the hardest day of my life, and it changed everything that I knew to be reality. And I swore in that video. I also say that Norway, fuck you. I'm gonna show you that you have not beaten me. I'm gonna take you down. And it sounds hard. Like, I'm not gonna be a terrorist taking Norway down. I'm gonna break the flawed system that is currently running everything, so that we can remove the problem, which is the flawed system, and just, introduce other ways to think. That's the whole idea of the Legacy Forge. But it continues, right? Because this was already at day 79. Hardest day of my life, but it had already been for 79 days. And this is when it got real.
That's not the point. I have to think about filling up $3 just to get to the store to buy a bread. Because if I fill for $4, I won't have enough money for the bread. That's the situation right now. Okay, you're doing good. That's the situation right now. That's bad, right? You can't, if I can do it, if I did it, that all, I'm gonna do it. That all depends on when you're watching this. Actually, I'm sorry about that. If you're watching this 100 days from now, when I'm celebrating the end of the challenge and the changes that came with the challenge, and the work that has come into fruition, yeah, then you can see that it was totally possible. I have worked so hard for this.
I'm also saying these things just to make sure that people understand that once I roll around in what you perceive as success, some people will say, "Oh, you lucky overnight success story, you." No, it's just now you see it. I've worked so hard for this. It's insane the amount of work that has gone into all this. And that's why today is such a cherishable moment. Like, we're literally just doing something that is almost a habit by now, like something that we just do regularly. But to come here to see what it has become and really just start to fix that whole shit in the brain, you can create things based on that. And that's why this picture was so aptly coincidentally fitting, because it started with my mind. It started with, what could I think of, what can I do to think differently. I had to learn. I had to go and do uncomfortable shit. I have to battle my fucking dragons with a fucking pair of tweezers, and it's not easy. But if you know where to hit the fucker, I can promise you, you're gonna die. Like Smaug in The Hobbit, right? He had this one little piece that was missing in his impenetrable armor, and they just shot him through there. So you just know where you can take your demons by listening to the people who have taken down theirs, and because you resonate with the people who are taking down the demons. And all this, it leads to somewhere, because you start this domino effect that you cannot really explain. You don't know how to explain the insane changes you see in the world, and all of a sudden, like Marcus said, you are faced with a reality. Also, like Brody said, you have reality A and you have reality B. You have two perspectives. The one you have been taught to live, and the one you have been feeling into and experienced and figure out, this is how I want to live. But it comes down to figuring out who you are, because one of those parts of your life is not really helping you, while the other one is the one you need in order to be your fullest self, actualize yourself. But who are you? Most people really don't think about how they show up in the world. Who are they to other people? Who do they want to be? What kind of person are you at the core? I said this 2 days ago. I don't know why I did that. If you keep teaching a child to see the power of a superhero in herself, at one point she's going to look back from a superhero in the mirror. Like, they're going to identify as a superhero, a limitless creator, someone who can do whatever. And that's just how it is. It's like the Jaguar, as we talked about with Ray. Like, you're being it. But who are you? Because you have to choose. You actually have to make the choice to be what you want to be instead of what you've been taught to be. It makes sense. We've been talking about this for a long time. That's a t-shirt. Fighting dragons with tweezers. I like that. Also, where are your thoughts when you're thinking of them? Different presentation. But it all leads to SLS. And that's something that we haven't really spoken about. V, you were on the way in here. This would be a good time if you want to jump on, because now V is the Asas of SLS. SLS was a joke. We were talking about what do you call this thing where you're so much more free than free. You're more happy than happy. It's brighter than white. And you feel like you're harmonizing in a way that is just pulling you towards something bigger than yourself in short terms. That we felt was a feeling unlike anything else. What do you call that feeling? When your soul string is harmonizing. And then V says, well, in Hindi, feeling is asas. And I was like, interesting. In Norwegian, feeling is følelse. And then we have this documented, so I just have to find it. It might actually be on the hard drive that died a few days ago that I have to fix forensically. But then we just go like, SLS. It's so simple. SLS. It sounds good to say it. SLS. And then it just became something. When you heard it, you can't really unhear it. It's there. Like, now it's like, okay, everything we're talking about is about this thing, SLS. What is SLS? SLS is just being in your truest alignment. And I believe it's individual for everyone, but I think that everyone is energy, so I think it is staying at that highest frequency and having a high frequency of belief in yourself. That's more or less how I would explain it, because if you put your belief system, that could be your BS, by the way, that can either help you understand or it can keep you back, depending on how firmly you believe, right? If you believe that every ounce of truth is written in a book, you will automatically follow the book, and you will not really consider other inputs, external opinions. But if you take the power of the belief from the book and you put that in yourself, knowing that it was something of yourself, a like-minded being like yourself, that once wrote those words down at the beginning, then it's like, okay, but why did they write that down? Like, what experience led to that? And then you're starting to write more than you read. Because, information without implementation is mental masturbation. Let's face it. You can learn as much as you want, but at some point you have to do. At some point you have to do something with the information. You have to implement to get new results. If you continue to do what you've always done, you're always going to get what you always got. It is logical. Depending on how much effort you put in to change the energy, to elevate the frequency, is going to be directly reflected in how much you receive back, because energy attracts more of the same. The more love you share, the more love you receive. The more hate you share, the more lonely you're going to be without really understanding why. So SLS was just to be in that energy of yourself, always chasing that higher frequency while always walking the talk. Do the spew, as my 5-year-old lovingly says before she blows her horn. Do the spew. If you're spewing words, you should do them as well. Don't just talk about things because. Don't just fill the air with things because you feel like you are entitled to be there and fill those words, right? Do the thing. And if you share what you do and people like what you do, then that's not a completely different thing. Then you're doing something that is helping other people. And as we have always come back to in this whole event, broadcast, live stream, it is the helping of the other people that will bring you more fulfillment. And every single person that I can bring on, and there are hundreds, can attest to that same thing. Love begets love. Energy attracts more of the same. How you spread your unique magic is up to you, but we have resources to help you do that. And the more fulfilled and the more free you are, ironically, the more compensated you will be. In terms of energy exchange, just feeling happy is in itself a very worthy result if you go onto this path. Because if you're happy, you're creative. If you're creative, you're probably doing things. If you're doing things, you're fulfilled. If you're fulfilled, you're creating. Like, you're manifesting things. We can go into this in the Legacy Forge because this is a long conversation. The journey of the thought. Where are your thoughts when you're not thinking of them? That's going to change how you see yourself in relevance to the universe and see how you can make things happen based on that. It is beyond words. That's why it's called a tribe experience. Speaking of tribe experience, you will meet a lot of freaking fantastic people along this path. These are just a few. We have V. Didn't I have Ray? Ray? Sorry about that. All this was created yesterday. All this has also led to something. Like, this is the unveilment, the reveal of the Legacy Forge, if you will.
Welcome to the unveilment of the Legacy Forge, dear Legacy Forger.
It's basically, what is this? Like, all this has led up to what is this? And we can see it as a school, and in a modern fashion. Because before, we were always taught that we have to go to school, we have to get a job, we have to get a mortgage, we have to get a wife, we have to get all these things until we can retire and then live a few years after we have gotten enough money to just barely hang on to our life. You know, the pension things are not really good. The education is not really fulfilling. And it has been proven time and time again through different exercises and trials that we do learn that which we are impacted or affected by. We learn in a way. And we have forgotten how to learn, in my humble opinion. We're watching TikTok, and sure, you can learn a few things, but if you don't implement the things, if you don't do the things, I don't think you're going to learn to the degree that it's going to change anything in you. You have to do the things yourself. You can't just listen to other people talking about their experience. So you have to take the information, you have to put in the implementation so that you just don't let it atrophy. Like, if you're just having information for just the sake of having information, it's not valuable. It is not going to elevate the people around you. It's not going to evolve humanity. And today, humanity is at a point. Believe it or not, you cannot deny this. Technology is here to stay. Like, technology is not going to go away. So far, we have seen things come and go all the time, that there's something that has always been here, and that is the storytelling, the whole energy, the transference of knowledge, the rite of passage. All these different things have always been there for a reason. They knew what they did back there because they didn't have all the distractions of today. Today, we are distracted by everything. Everything. Back then, it was really pure. It was like, well, one bird in the hand is better than 10 in the bush. You know, those things had meaning. It was to transfer the knowledge. Today, we have other means. We can transfer knowledge. Instead of one person over a campfire, I could transfer it at the same time to millions of people. Imagine that. Take a second and just realize that if I fart right now, it's going to be heard on 3 continents. It used to take weeks, maybe years, to hear back from the people you send a letter with over the ocean. You didn't even know if it actually came over. So the technology that we have today has brought us together. We are united. We can actually start to talk about how it would be if more people came together to create their own best reality. A reality that is based on your fulfillment, your authentic truth, and not what other people want you to do, but because you are the person who you're the only person who can live your life. To be honest, everything that you do is based on everything that you know, basically, or your reactions to your environment, and your reactions to your environment is based on your values, and your values is based on what you were taught, and what you've learned, and the insights that you've gained, all these things. So nobody can really go into your body and remember the things that you have gone through, that you have never shared with anyone, the thoughts that you've had, all these things. You're unique. That's basically what I'm trying to get to. You're unique, and you have an experience in life that you can help another person with. Now, to do that, you have to have a system. You have to be able to share this in a non-overwhelming, chronologically structured way that makes sense. That's the hardest thing about teaching. You're going to try to hit people at their level of understanding. So what we did in the Legacy Forge, which is one of the things that we're going to come up to right now, is your personal saga. It started with a 100-day challenge, but it became so much more than that, as you can imagine, because you're currently watching it. So it became self-awareness, growth, adventure, saga. That program is the most valuable thing I've ever seen in my life in terms of transformation. And I've done a lot. I've invested a lot of money into programs that were supposed to teach me something, but every single person assumed that I had to learn what they knew. Saga flips it around. It allows those who are ready to go on their journey, to do the talk, to walk the talk, do the spew, and actually do the things that you're talking about. And we have done that in a very interesting way by creating a video game out of life. So we have chapters. We're making this whole thing into the Viking-inspired cool thing. And the support system is so important. Exactly. We have the people who have walked the talk, who have gone through the saga, who have seen the results of it, who have gone through their journeys, who have all these different insights and experiences that you can't even fathom. Like if you were trying to create a program for something like that, it's impossible. You cannot in 1,000 years, well, maybe today with AI, to be honest, you can't get everything that you want to do out to help one person if you don't know how to basically get to that end, that information. It's hard to communicate. Basically having a tribe around you that can see you where you are and just have one sentence. One sentence. A bird in the hand is better than 10 in the bush. One piece of nugget that you learned. It's going to just wipe away a whole bunch of things. It just starts with a thought. And we aim this to install that thought at these milestones up the mountain, as we said. First, you have to be feeling called to do it. Then you have to cross a few bridges of bravery. And then you have to go on the path of perseverance. You have to, the meeting with mentor. What do you think about that? We try to make it fun, based on the things that we have seen in the evolution of someone going through shit, and going through change, and going through a frequency elevation. Whatever you want to call it. People go through the journeys at different rates. And we tried to make it so easy to follow that it was fun, and people they didn't even know that they were part of it. I have a few people in chat right now that was kind of, oh, so that's what that was. The tribe experience. This whole thing has been an emotion, but before I could tell people what it was, they had to feel it. And if I was the only one going around talking about this, it wouldn't have any effect, because who am I? If I have other people who have gone through the same thing and we're speaking the same language and we all will know what this feels like, then you're just living in denial if you're seeing this and just thinking, no, it's not going to work for me. Because it is you that has to do the work. That's a t-shirt. We're going through a whole bunch of things. I'm going to just click through these because I really over-delivered. I'm going to go through one exercise at the end of this to really just put things into system of how to manifest everything that you want. Basically wrapping up everything that we've talked about today with a practical way of seeing it, a practical perspective to view it through. But as you see, we have a lot of things that we go through inside of Saga, and this is just right now. The more people that join, the more input there's going to be to make it better. The more interactions, the more meetings there are going to be. These are mainly for Saga, like when we're talking as a tribe. But sometimes we like to do a display publicly for free for everyone to see. Because there is a lot of things. Like if you're looking for a path, we've basically made it so simple that we could. Like based on what we know so far, we want to make things as good and epic as they can be, having fun while we're doing it. So with that, this is Orpheus, by the way. That is Orpheus the Wise. He's currently inside of the Legacy Forge, helping all sorts of people with their things. And he's asking you, do you have questions? God damn, it's so much bigger than what we even could contemplate in the beginning. It's huge. Doesn't matter if you're janitor, artist, broker, or in rehab, or on the streets. Be the best you are in this stage of experience. It comes with divine time, so that might be pressure, no hurt or pain. Yeah, exactly. When it comes, you're gonna feel it. Like it's very interesting to see that whatever happens is gonna happen no matter what. The more you resist it, the harder it's gonna be. But it's gonna come as a trigger first, and then it's up to you to open the door, which is a very interesting thing because you have no choice. You know, as Shanice says here, is divine, and that is something that you can have a lot of associations with the word, like the spiritual words, the ascension, the awakening, all these things. But at the end of the day, it is that feeling of now something is wrong, something is off, and I have to fix this. But you don't know what you don't know until you know that, oh shit, that indication right there, that could be something else. The Legacy Forge map design, I love that. I love that. I haven't been paying attention to the chat, so I love the fact that this has been so active, that you have been talking like this, because I have been peeking over and just a little word of the wise after experience. If you're trying to go by script or trying to always keep your focus on the chat and what is happening in the community, it's easy to fall on tangents basically. But I have something.
Thing is, you've reached.
Yeah, I think that this is also going to be a little interesting because it's kind of talking about the things that we're talking about now. In the beginning, still in the beginning, rather. Let's see if I can go back once and then go back in.
Thing is, you've reached out, and there's so many more of you than I thought. And some of you actually says that just by me doing this, that helps. That you are getting some guidance and perspective from just watching this. And I don't feel I honestly don't think that I've started yet. I can't say that I feel like I've started because I'm still in the shed. But
So it's crazy, right? Because I'm now talking from my past to my future to kind of create this thing that we created on the fly. So speaking of divine and just trusting the process, when you fully let go, you're gonna know that everything has been playing towards the ultimate truth, and it just takes a while to kind of see it and accept it. If you have other people who see it at the same time, it's easier to kind of get into that energy. But you see, I still feel like I haven't started yet. And I think that is the frequency. I'm chasing that. I feel the frequency or something. And before you can kind of stabilize yourself at a the level that you want to vibrate on, when you feel something that is like higher, it's going to come in like, oh, interesting. And then you're going to start to know how to get into that. And then it's just going to continue. Love seeing the transformation. You held the vision the whole time. Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised when I'm going through these. I haven't gone through the 100-day challenge. I've just seen a few videos, and I want to go through that just to see the transformation, because it is insanity to behold for me. Just talking to myself from the past. Okay, so this is one more thing before we begin the departure of this stream. So there is a very easy framework, as far as I can say, as to how you can create anything that you want, and that is what we provide inside of everything that we do. And this is meant to be before you even join. So this is proof of concept. You're now watching something that I hope and think is going to be valuable to a lot of people, and it's even before you have gone into the actual Legacy Forge. But once you are in, it helps to have a map. It helps to have something to peg your knowledge on, and we have, because we talk about goals a lot and trying to reach our goals, and people are often like, "Oh, I have goals." But it depends on the gravity of the goal. Like if you want to have an address, a house, and you work your entire life to reach the point of you having that house, your effort might not be very impactful. Because let's say that you're saving a few $1,000 every month, or according to Billie Jean, the money that you are able to save with a normal job throughout a year is insanely low. But what if you had a goal of, like, let's take my goal for instance. I want to build a alternative health center that is kind of like a physical school, the physical representation of Valhalla, or the Legacy Forge, called Valhalla. And it started with just a field, and then having people coming and talking around the campfire, and then leaving the phones behind, and then it ended up in escalated into having a roof, and then it was maybe we should have more people, and then it just kept on going until I saw that holy shit, what if we had this compound for that? Holy crap, that would be amazing. And then it escalated from there, and all of a sudden there was like 9, because my daughter's name is her middle name is Yggdrasil. Nobody else in the world has her name, basically, and we made almost sure of it. It's like SLS, it's unique. And Yggdrasil is the life tree of Norse mythology. I don't go and subscribe to the deities and live my life through how a god of Norse mythology should have her and his followers behave. I like the ways they did things before. It was easy, it was simple, it was smart, it was with respect. It was a lot of things with values and everything, and also the symbolism. So because the life tree had 9 realms, 9 dimensions lying in this tree, 9 universes, it's an interesting story. I figured it would be cool if we had 9 centers. We could have Midgard in Bali, Jotunheim in Nepal, and Valhalla in Norway, and just keep on adding to them. Because there are 9, right? And then that goal just kept on growing, and I started to think, how much do I need for that? 25 million euros should get me started. And then when the goal was of that magnitude, if you receive 100,000 euros or 1,000,000 crowns into your bank account, it's not going to feel like much because you're still so far off the target. It's insane. It shifts your entire reality, because then money is nothing more than the energy that you receive for the energy you put out. It's just an agreed upon system of value, a token of success. But it's a tool. So once you start to see that the more value you provide, the more the money is going to come, the more obtainable the whole goal is. But you need to have a big enough goal so that the things that you're going to solve to get to that goal, when you kind of deconstruct it, will make an impact, like move the needle towards that goal. That's also a lot of the things that we do. You need to have a big goal before you even start this, because who are you really? Right? This is a transformational journey. And after that, you need to really see where you're going. Really know where you're going. Like, you can have, in terms of goals, you can have the best freaking Ferrari or supercar in the world, but if you don't have a GPS and you're not sure where you are, you could run out of gas before you reach the destination. But if you have a Beetle with a GPS, you know that you're going to reach the destination. Right? It's just the journey it's the journey between you starting the journey and getting to some milestone or the goal itself. I think that having a goal that is so huge, like Elon Musk goes to Mars, that's all he cares about. Having it so big that it's hard to reach it, it's going to create so many things as a ripple effect towards that goal. You're going to have different conversations, you're going to have different actions, reactions, results, and everything is going to change simply because you have a huge goal. Seeing that, like I see Valhalla, I can see the gates, I can see the fire pit before the gates, because I'm very much about making an effort. That's why I haven't really marketed this stream at all. Like, we send it out to the email, and we send it out to some communities, and in many of these cases, there was no mention of where you should go to sign up. It was just go into the Legacy Forge and then figure it out. It's so simple that you actually have to make an effort, but it requires an effort. So going into the Valhalla, firewalking, when people just walk over the coals, that is done because if you face the fear and you go through that with the flow that we've been talking about, and you're just trusting that flow and just going over fast, just scientifically, you will not burn your feet if you're not exposed to that heat over a long period of time. Like, it's not going to melt your feet. There's a process to it. Most people, in facing that process, is going to have to face themselves a little. So going and having that before the gates of Valhalla, that just made sense. And if you don't, then you have to go through hell to get there. Because everyone can reach their goals, but sometimes you have to go through a little hell in order to actually get there. So it just started to build upon itself. And then AI came, and I made this rendition of Valhalla, and it looked pretty epic. And my kids started to talk, and all of a sudden there was 2 wooden moose sitting outside as guardians, and all these different elements came, and Marius came in and introduced quantum flow as a thing in yoga and meditation and tribe experiences and building boats and Airbnbs and craftsmanships and masterminds and presentations and nomadic cafes. I can go on forever. I have a very strong vision. Because I have that, I know exactly when something is going to be aligned with that vision because I see how it fits the vision. Make sense? If you don't know where you're going, how the fuck are you going to know when you're there? But it doesn't stop there, my friend. When you know where you're going and you can see it clearly in your mind, you have to have some sense of emotion to it. So they've talked a lot about this in the Bible. That was redacted 480, found in the Gospel of St. Thomas, where it says that you have to be grateful for what you have, and then you will receive it. Many people will kind of miss the point by miles on this, because they say that, well, if I think about what I have when I don't have it, won't I delude myself? Like, isn't that just I'm fooling myself? I'm lying to myself. No. If you are happy about having plumbing in your house, genuinely happy about that, the energy doesn't care what topic you're feeling grateful for, but energy attracts more of the same. So the more happy you can be in mundane situations, even when things goes to shit. I lost every single video I've created over the last 5 years, 2 years ago. Everything is lost. It's on a hard drive. Still a adventure to find out if I'm going to get that out. I didn't even feel it emotionally. I'm not attached to any given emotion, but I have such a strong emotion and high frequency to reach my goals because I see it where it is. And I feel grateful for being able to be on that journey. So I fell in love with my journey towards my vision and goal. So emotion. You have to be emotionally invested. And you have to really know that emotions is not the label that you put on it. It's energy. Emotions, energy, vibration, frequency, information. It's so much bigger than what most people give that word credit for. Because it's our superpower. And you can do things with it that you cannot even imagine. But you have to use it in the right way. Where focus goes, energy flows. So be very conscious about how you feel, what you allow into your space, and how you create that high frequency. That's why tribe is such a great thing, because we do that by talking to each other, sharing experiences, sharing the light, and allow people to grow. That's how it works. So the more you give, the more you get. Love is the only currency that the more you give away, the more you're going to get in return. Keep that in mind, because if you have that little thing down, I can promise you your life is going to change, because you have things that you can help other people with. So if you just do it from the perspective of love, trust me, it's so much easier, because you're going to just relax a little bit. You can sit back and you can see that things are actually happening for a reason, because you're doing it for more than just fooling people to give you money or deceiving people in some way or doing anything that is not aligned with your true self. You know? But once you have these things, you need to get some sort of a map or a plan to get there. And that's why we have all these things. That's why we've created playlists on the YouTube. That's why we're trying to create different other experiences along that path of where they are on the journey, so that the tribe can come in and support at any given place of the journey. Then you have the plan. Like, the plan is just knowing where you're going and just being open to solve the problems as you go. You have a plan then. You're just going in and you building the plane in the air. Like, this stream was a plan when I first focused on having a plan. Like, oh, I'm gonna have an online virtual event, 16th of September. Well, then the plan was laid. I had set a date. I had to hold myself up to that. Even better, I went out there to talk to everyone I met about this, so that they knew that there was something happening, and I couldn't let them down. I had already committed to myself, and now I had to stay accountable to the people I promised this to, right? And the more high vibing I am, the more amazing it sounds like. So the more I have to produce. So that's the plan. I have to get better then to really deliver on the things that I want to deliver on. And then if you do that consistently, you're going to reach your dream. That's kind of just a wrap up of everything in the Legacy Forge. It's just walk the talk through different frameworks, and I can promise you that you're going to see transformation in a completely different light. Now, inside, of course, we are going to make this extremely hard to not understand. We're going to talk about goals, and we're going to talk about different things within the goal, where to begin, Why have goals? Smart goals, tools. We have so many things. How to structure anything. That's something that I've been giving away for free for years now. It is part of the Freedom Seeker's Guide to Selling Knowledge Online, Norse Edition. Available now everywhere on wherever you see this, I think. It's not hard to find them, if you look. And then, once we have gone through there, we have the skill inventory. What do you love doing? These are questions that many people have not probably considered, not fully. What do you love doing, really love doing? What do you really obsess about? What do you talk about more than the average person? What are people just, if they think of that thing, they think of you because you talk about it all the time. What do you love doing? What would you do even if you were not paid for it? So what does your day look like if you have all the things you need, but you can do anything you want? Like everything is accounted for. You don't have to worry about shit. Everything you do is up to you because everything is limitless at that point. That is the realization or the reality that you should see this from, because how many people have really thought about their perfect day, really perfect day? So what would you do if you were not paid for it? Because you have a skill that you think is easy, that other people think is hard, and you should really be aware of that. It's like this, just this. If I was to tell other marketers that I'm doing this in a Google slide with all this, they would be like, what? Because I'm good at what I do. And people need to realize that everyone has something that they're really good at. And that can set you free. So what are you good at? What do people come to you to fix? Could be music playlists. It could be woodworking. It could be sales and psychology. It could be acting or skiing. It could be drawing. It could be anything. Mindsets, different things to think about. Everything you can imagine. There is no limits. And if you had everything you needed, wasn't that okay? Yeah. So there was like a bridge between those 2 points. I spoke ahead of my time again. Then why have goals? It's like what we talked about when we were doing it. You have clarity, so you know why you're doing it. You have a why for the journey ahead. And the why is really what's going to carry you most of the way when you feel like you just want to die. And growth and expansion. You don't have to feel like you're going to die because you're going to be supported by a tribe. And that's the whole secret sauce, if you will. Don't get stuck in the sauce. And we have SMART goals. These are just, age-old frameworks to follow. Should be specific, measurable, achievable. Like, what are you going to do? When are you going to do it? It shouldn't be so hard that it's not going to be done. And then as we go along, it's got to be relevant to the person or the thing that you are achieving the goal for, and time bound. So when you set a date, for instance, the 3rd of August, we set a date for the 18th for the TTX. It happened because we had the 18th to focus on. After that, it started again. Now it was the 14th, but then we moved it to the virtual world until we have the physical event, and now it became the 16th. We have a date. It's a time-bound date, and then we do everything that we can to stick in that thing. It is a magical thing. I've never seen more things happen because of a freaking date. It makes it important. It is now a thing, right? Then we have the resources to get there with kinetic learning, which means that like you're going to learn by doing it, more or less. Better intention, clarity of process ahead. Structure, anything. It looks like a freaking ad for something. But it makes sense in my mind, all of the things that we are doing, because we want people to really succeed. I'm going to teach you about visualization, what to expect, Gospel of St. Thomas. See, I have been structuring these things, but I forgot about those things, and when I go back, I remember them, and then I forgot that I have written them down, so I can kind of... It's like a dynamic dance with the content that I wrote years ago, which is interesting. So we go through all of this as well. Why does it work? How to practice? What to expect? Wasn't that the thing I just went through? Was that a double? That was a double, wasn't it? There is a lot of things here. The Journey of the Thought can also be found on the YouTube channel, where I go through all the things that kind of make the vision work and the emotion, and how you are communicating with the universe at all times. It's a long video, but I try at that point to relay what I have now. And with the team, we're going to create something that is going to be visually and engaging, like really good. Because I can promise you, this stream, it's good in itself, kind of, in some ways. But what a magician of the craft can do with the content of this stream, that's where the magic lies. And I can't wait. So, with that said, to be continued in Saga, the Call of the Legacy Forger. It does look cool, doesn't it? Like, it looks like a thing. It's because it is a thing. You're going to go through Saga, and you're going to get a legacy key. And as you go through all the things, you're going to get more legacy keys. And with each legacy key you get, and we have 9, we're still kind of designing that whole system. But a legacy key is a transition event. Like, a legacy key is a skill or an experience that sets you up for the rest of your legacy. It's a tale of transformation. And with enough legacy keys, you can create legends of legacy. And I'm not going to gamify it too much because we have a lot that we haven't talked about. But wait, there's a whole lot more. It's like I've planned this. We have Saga. That is for the personal development. We're trying to help as many as we can to get through that in a enjoyable, fun way with Tribe. And we're still building this. Like, all this is just still being built. We have the support system. We have communication with the team. We are setting up systems to make sure that this is running fluently, because we do have, like, it does take effort. We have to plan our days. We have to do things that I really didn't consider before. So we're creating these in different containers. As I said, Saga is just one. It's just a beginning. It's just that 100-day challenge that can set you up for the rest of your journey. But if you want to have more, let's say, financial freedom, then we have Fenris, the Breaker of Chains. Learn how to liberate yourself financially to live a life of fulfillment and purpose. And also, I'm going to try to mix it in with the Norse mythology to make sure that you get the insights and the principles, and not just, this is how you should do things. Because that is a mindset thing. The whole financial thing to create money is a mindset thing. And I say that with kind of the understanding that some people will think more about mindset than they should. I remember me thinking about mindset, and I really didn't understand what that was to some degree. But it is being at that level of frequency. You know, when you are at that frequency, you see that you have more value. You have to express that value. And in order to do that, you have to be okay with other people criticizing you. So you have to stop thinking about what other people think. You have to create from your essence. You have to stay your ground and have values and communicate clearly what you want to give to people. You see, this doesn't sound very much like you need to create a sales script and then you have to dig into their pain. And after that, you have to go find the lemon squeeze and then some salt and do a lemon tequila shot from their pain. And that is most likely going to make them want to pay for the thing that you know is not going to help them. Sales 101. We have received a fucking horrible association with sales. Honestly. I think that we should just, if people have a problem with sales, we should rebrand the word. Energy exchange. You're helping another person who's going to be compensating you for that help. You're helping people have a better life. They're helping you spin the wheels so that the world can turn. Because we have these needs, right? I will be able to eat from my garden very soon. And so my food will be covered. But until I have installed energy, creators, like if I don't have solar panels, I need to either build it or I need the money to get that. So that's where we have this whole quid pro quo. I had to change my entire perspective on money. So that's why when I talk about these things, it's based on me having had that debt and what I had to learn to understand that money is actually not bad. The person using the money has bad or good intentions. That's a completely different thing. The money is just a tool. But after that, we also have people who have gone on the journey and they are already way on their way. So they want something more. In that case, we have Ragnarok, which is the end of the old and the beginning of the new, where you just merge energies with like-minded legacy forgers from all over the world and use the newfound frequency to create from your essence. This is something that costs 500 euros per month. And I know that some of you just had a stroke, but we are also looking at how we can do that a lot more affordable, because now that we are a team, it's a lot easier to coordinate time and energy and just have things set up in a way that is actually making sense for everyone involved, right? But most of all of the things that we've talked about now comes back to Tribe. The raising of frequencies. Whether it be a Tribe experience or a community hangout online, Tribe is there to support you towards your goal. No amount of money can buy such transformative love and support. And that is what we have been talking about so far in this too. Like, it's impossible. Completely impossible. But with all of that said, are you ready for an adventure? Create a free account or join one of our adventures at legacyforge.com. Feel free to scan the screen. How do you think, like, what do you think about this? How do you feel about what we've gone through so far? Because I realize we have a lot more than what I thought. I have been streaming for 5 hours, and I'm pretty proud of myself because I should have been sleepy by now, but I'm still proving to myself that I have way too much to say. Marius, I feel for you, brother. Feel free to say when I have said enough. I'm looking forward to go down and hang out with my family, and I usually do that after these events, be that a transition, be that a frequency elevation, whatever it is. I hang out with my friends, or I chase a sunset, or I just go down to Michelle, and it's my harbor. I've been working 18 to 20 hours every day this week, and I slept for 3 hours this morning, and I'm now at 5. I can't believe this. This is the other side of the energy. This is the other side of what we're talking about. This should be impossible. And as a point as to what we are doing, at every tribe experience, we try to have a setup. 4 days, the first day coming to the camp, like we're just arriving at the camp, but we're exhausting ourselves. The first day is to climb a mountain most of the time. And we have done this in the winter time as well. It's just to get physically exhausted. And then you do the ceremony, and after that you have the clarity day. You know, you can just relax, you can reflect on what you've learned. And that is exactly what I'm doing here today. I'm now at the symbolic ceremony day. This stream was my ceremony, and this entire week and months that came before that is the pre-trip. That's what we call the pre-trip. You don't need the plant medicine, as you see. The plant medicine allows you to see a window that you haven't considered. And when you have felt that frequency, and you see that frequency in other people, you can be affected by the frequency. So now you know it's true, you know what you don't know. And you start to get to know that you didn't know, and then you know that you know. And after a while, you're going to know what you found so well that it's just going to be a habit. It's the 4 levels of learning. Subconscious incompetence, you don't know what you don't know. Conscious incompetence, you know that you suck. Conscious competence, you now know that you do not suck, and you do it pretty well. Unconscious competence, you have done it so long that it's just a habit, and you're just a master, and you're a jaguar, and you're vibrating at that frequency. And I have no idea how far that can be taken, because I have been in my reality. I have just been doing what I can with what I have, and to now know where we are going, I have no idea where we could take it. SLS is already being written into the papers of psychology by a doctor. And it's just overwhelming almost. So I never think more than a few weeks ahead. If you like anything that you've seen so far, know that every single thing that we have talked about is already at that address. We are going to create the best freaking experience and try to make this a daily thing. It's going to be unique. It is unique. But let's aim for the best in the world. Let's set a goal for the adventure. The Legacy Forge is so much bigger than what people can get credit for. I'm just a Legacy Forger among a lot of other Legacy Forgers. And we go through it and
Forge our fucking legacies.
it's fun. It's amazing. And you feel good. You really radiate something that people sometimes can't understand. I love seeing okay. So that, with all that said, which is a lot, if you have been here since the beginning, let me, I mean, seriously, that requires some fucking, I acknowledge you. I see you. That is insane. I have all the respect for you to be able to sit through 5 hours. But it also means that you're ready for this. So I think that if you are here now, you have already done it. And I look forward to see you in the inside. Because we're going places that I can't even imagine. I love you. I will go down to my family, and I will probably crash. I think I'm going to just... but let's see how it goes. I'm gonna update you on how it turns out. With that, thank you so much for being here. Take care of your freaking family and your tribe, and I love your face. I'll see you in the next one.